Welcome to day number 2 of Taxi's 25th annual road rally. Today we're going to be giving away prizes, so make sure you're in the chat room. We're going to be giving them away sporadically, and that's about that. Hello, everybody. I forgot to hit the applause. I already suck, and it's only the first 30 seconds of the day. Anyway, welcome back to the show. Hope you guys enjoyed yesterday. Felt like it went pretty well. We think we've got the audio problems worked out. I just want to say a thank you to our sponsors because, again, without them, you guys wouldn't be seeing this for free. Every minute of this event is possible because of Disc Makers, Bandzoogle, Master Writer, Ilio, Air Gigs, Session Wire, Paul Reed Smith Guitars. Yes, we're giving away a guitar. Final Mix, Fallout Music Group, Pandora Amp, Music Pro Insurance, Cal State Northridge, Arturia, and Shure. Let's hear it for him. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. So, there we go. I've taken care of business, paid the bills, as they say in actual television. And let's get going on our first panel. Craig? Bumper?
Yep.
Oh, I mean, Greg, we were supposed to roll a bumper there. Anyway, hello, everybody. I think we're live with our panelists, so let's welcome them to the instrumental music feedback panel with the Taxi A&R team members, Paul Taylor in the upper right, Craig Pilo in the lower left, and Joe Brandt in the lower right. Welcome, guys. Oh, yes, my 8-bit crowd loves you guys. So, we are going to, Bria is sitting 10 feet away from me, and she has a random number generator. It picks a number, she goes to that numbered piece of music on a list, and we play it, so it's completely fair and random. We're going to play it for you guys. When you've heard enough to pass judgment, hold up your hand and go, yep, heard enough. Let us know, and Greg will dip the music, and then make your mics hot. Let's see, what else do I need to say? Submissions not played during this panel will be screened on a yes-no basis after the rally, and I think that I will have Tom assign you guys to be the screeners on it. That would be cool. And also, we're going to do a compilation that will result from today's show. So anytime you hear something that you think would be a good contender for the compilation, just simply say, that one should go on the compilation. And the same would be true when you're screening the stuff post-rally. If you hear something that should go in the compilation, please let us know. And we will then send that compilation out to a bunch of libraries that we love. By the way, I want to mention the last compilation we sent out, one of our members, Keith LeBrandt, told me he had 3 offers from 3 different libraries within 24 hours of the compilation going out. All, of course, on the same material, and he was in that lucky position of saying, I'm sorry, that's already taken. Would you like me to create something new? And he did. So, yep, 3 deals from 1 compilation. So, without any further ado, Bria, hit your microphone, tell us what you got, and let's get rolling.
All right, first up is Sparrow vs. Wasp by Auric Zephyr.
All right. Let's start in the lower left with Craig. Craig, any commentary?
Yeah, I think definitely depending on the request, if there's a specific drone ambient music kind of request that requires no melody to interfere with dialogue, this would go great. I don't know if it's got a strong enough identity to put on a compilation CD, but it would probably be a forward for a more specific targeted kind of request.
Yeah, good point. Any other additional commentary from you guys?
I think it's worked. No, it works great. Like Craig's saying, for sci-fi and mystery, any type of sound design, I think it works well.
All right, great. Then let's go on to number 2.
Okay, next up is Helios by Javier Blazquez.
Give me a toy and I'll play with it. All right. Paul, you want to lead off in this one, please?
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of great aspects. I love the beginning intro, and I love the way the build went. At some point, normally we would have like a marker, it's like at 37 seconds, it does this, whatever. There's one point where the piano part got a little complex. And I thought it was a little bit overdone. There was a listing that came out recently. Actually, I'll tell you exactly what it was. S211106UN. And it was really, really super specific, and it sounds like this is the kind of thing that they would have wanted. But the issues that I would have pointed out, number one, a lot of times you want a more muted piano because they use the words underscore friendly a lot. That's basically what this is. You don't know what the background's going to be. We need to stay out of the way. Just a little bit more. I would have used, like Thomas Newman style, just cut a little bit off the top so it doesn't blare out of the way, especially at the very, very opening moment, the first notes, so we can work into it a little bit. The complexity got to be a little bit much. We see over and over in the listings, keep it simple, stick with one central idea. And when you overcomplicate it like it did, I want to say like 30, 40 seconds in, that's where you kind of start to lose the vibe. Something like that caught my ear. And what I'm looking for underscore friendly stuff is something that doesn't catch my ear, like draws my attention. That's the number one rule that you need to stay away from. I love the sectionalize. I love the breakdown session where it got lower, and I'm assuming that the last section just got into the big thing. So it matched almost everything on that listing to a T, but there was just a couple of tweaks that I would recommend like that. Softer piano, maybe a felty piano would be really great. And just don't get too crazy complicated. The keep it simple thing, like on the pattern pianos especially, can just start to get in the way. So that's my notes on that.
All right. By the way, I want to mention to everybody watching this, all three of these guys have been on Taxi TV, and they are among the very best screeners we've had at Taxi over a 30-year period, and we appreciate their work a lot. These guys are all super on the money, super reliable, and just good people besides that. So you're getting to hear from the best of the best today. Okay, Bria, let's go on to number 2 or 3.
Next up is Better Days by Janet B.
All right. Joe, you want to lead off on this one, please? Whoops.
It's pretty. It's a really pretty song. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Gotcha.
Hello? No, I thought it was a very pretty song. I think it'd be good for like a melancholic, bittersweet type uses, emotional. I would have liked to maybe develop a little bit more towards the middle, maybe add some pads, maybe some strings or harp, an acoustic guitar. But for that type of, use, I think it would work. I think the ending could be a little bit stronger. But other than that, I really liked the emotion, the mood for the right use.
All right.
For the right request, I should say.
Any other quick comments from you other guys?
I thought the melodic writing was great. I thought it laid a nice bed for that kind of scene that Joe was talking about. And it does get in the way. I mean, I can see that, obviously it would have to be a piano solo listening. A lot of the things do on a fuller arrangement than that, but there's a lot of piano solo listings that come up. And I think it would work great for just a nice little underscore moment. There's a lot of things that would work really well with. I liked it.
Cool. Craigo?
Yeah, I just want to echo a little bit what Joe said. I think for a lot of the listings, at least the ones that I've been screening, they want to hear a little bit more development. But like Paul said too, subtlety is always good too, and you got to remember these are going underneath dialogue. But you also don't want music to kind of stay at the same plane throughout. You want to see a little bit of, not everything needs to be a trailer, but you want to see a little bit of, a little less repetition perhaps. But the piano playing was good. I don't know what the duration was on there, but that sounded really good too. It was really to the point. So, good piano playing, good duration, and a nice melody. But I would kind of echo Joe's trend there a little bit. Just maybe a little bit more development, maybe the halfway mark, whatever it is.
Great, and I want to interject. I see some new people in the chat room that may or may not yet really know the drill on instrumentals and instrumental cues. So I'm going to recommend 3 books that I insist that you go buy. You will thank me for it later. Number 1, Writing Production Music for TV by Steve Barden. Incredibly comprehensive book that covers it from soup to nuts. Number 2, Demystifying the Cue. Whoops, there we go. Demystifying the Cue by Dean Crepane. He was a panelist the other day, longtime Taxi member, very successful getting music on TV and film, and had a gold record, I might add. You got to have this book. It's not a question of should I buy this one or the other one. All 3 that I'm recommending, you need to order them today and read them, and it will change your life. I'm not exaggerating that. And then finally, the follow-up to Demystifying the Cue, Demystifying the Genre, in which Dean actually gives you links to the material that he's writing about. If you read these 3 books, keep watching Taxi TV, hang out in the forums with your fellow members, you will be on board with how to create great instrumental music for TV and film in no time. And now, back to our regular programming. Bria, what's up next?
Up next is Giant Gnomes by Christopher Nielsen.
All right. Let's go to Paul to start off on this one, please.
Sure. So the first thing I noticed, first of all, the sounds are great. Production is good. You've got a good sounding, powerful, high energy cue, which is great. The thing that rubbed me as kind of a little bit off is the very first sounds you hear. That's what's going to set up the whole cue, and it's this dissonant piano. And I'm like, I love the dissonant piano. And then the orchestra comes in and all the other sound design and everything, and it's all consonant. It's all just tonal music. And then you start mixing the dissonant piano back in. That interpolation felt off to me. I felt like we should stick with an idea, and you should start with the idea. If you're going to go mostly tonal, I would do that instead of the dissonant start. And there's also sometimes the piano is completely tonal. It'll just be like a regular chord or open fifths or something. And those are the times where it's playing minor seconds. And so you've got this mix of ideas that, to me, just say two different things. The big, bold, heroic, epic themes were great. But what I didn't really understand why the dissonant piano was there, or what purpose it was serving in the context of that, especially when it started off the whole cue. That's all.
Okay. Anybody want to add anything?
Yeah. I want to echo the sentiment that I thought the production was really good and there was some good impact sounds in there. But what you need most with a cue like this is some sort of continuity. And it sounded like those first couple impact hits really came out of nowhere. And especially with a cue of this, establish your theme, but make sure your sections are more cohesive. And I'm sure in those books that you have in front of you or on Taxi TV, and I refer members to this a lot, check out the approach, how to kind of, for something like this, maybe, yeah, there you go. Make 3 sections, make sure they progress nicely and they have somewhat of a cohesive nature going from one to the next. Now, you can get into the theory behind it, which Paul did fantastic. I was like, wow, that ninth or the second, whatever you want to call it in there. It's important that you understand the theory behind it as well. But in a more general thing, when you're creating this in your computer with whatever DAW you have, look at the waveform when you're done and make sure that you don't have this huge spike 10 seconds into your cue that's going to knock somebody off their chair. Everything has to be cohesive. It's still music we're creating here, not just assembling a bunch of cool impact hits,
Paul mentioned, I think it was Paul mentioned that it needed more, some glue, continuity from top to bottom. One of you guys did. Sure. What it needs is some sort of bass on the bottom. It's got bottom end on the impacts and some other things, but there's no layer of bass throughout the whole thing that I think would add some of that.
Cohesiveness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, cool. On to the next one, please.
Next up is Moaning Desert Sands by Richard Hughes.
Great. All right. Whose turn is it? Who haven't I led off with lately? Okay, Joe. You guys are
No,
fun.
I like it. It was simple. It wasn't, it was, if you want anything ominous, dark, mystery, somewhere in the Middle East. I mean, I love the flutes, I love the vocals, the dissonant piano. I mean, it doesn't develop a whole lot, but I don't think that needs to in a specific situation like this. It obviously depends on what the need is, but if it's just, hey, we're in the Middle East, it's dark, ominous, mysterious, it's evil, brooding, I think it's perfect. It doesn't have to build, but I love the little nuances with the flute and the vocals. I thought that really was, and it all sounded really great.
Yeah, that was very like the shows they have on Vice Network use a lot of droney stuff, and that one would go because they tend to do a lot of Middle East reporting on some of their news shows, and that would work great for that. All right, cool.
Yeah,
Let's
Vice,
go.
A&E, they all have a lot of shows like that.
Yeah. Next one, please.
Next up is Late Run by Patrick Dodge.
All right, Paul, you want to lead off?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I noticed, it's, and I see this kind of a lot. I feel like it's a story of two cues. We started out with one general idea.
Yeah.
We had a dropout that felt very sudden, and then we just launched into some, I mean, perhaps related ideas, but because we were starting with the basses instead of the violins and all this stuff, it felt really, really, really different. The vibe felt different. And I mean, normally what I would say on a critique like this, I mean, I would literally call it a tale of two cues. I said, you start off one way, and you have this. And like Craig was talking about, now I did it. Like Craig was talking about on the other thing, you need the cohesiveness between the cue. I mean, this sounds more like underscore to me. Like you took this longer scene, and, well, I needed this for this part of the scene, and I needed this for this part of the scene. You know, and I've never seen a listing like that in however many years it's been.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, they want one idea, this is the idea. I mean, libraries don't say, give me two different ideas in one cue. They're like, this is, light tension, it's cinematic orchestral hybrid, it's piano-based, melancholy or whatever, So when you have two different feels, there's almost no way we could ever forward something like that because it's just not going to match the needs of the listener.
Yeah, it's like a score more than a cue.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is both those ideas, I think, were good. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
For sure.
Both those ideas were really good, but I think the string figure that you opened up with, the intro felt a little long to me. It felt to me like it was repeated too many times as is. Like, if you're going to stick with that theme, orchestrate it a little bit more. And when I say orchestrate, I don't mean add strings. Like somebody commented about that in one of the forums. I mean, like, you have to bring in some different instruments to play that same theme to help you with a cohesive build. And that way you're staying centered around your idea. And then the same thing when you get to that dotted eighth, 16th figure, the bump, bump, bump. Same thing. You don't have to play it on the upright bass or those low, whatever those low notes were. Orchestrate things a little bit, mix it up a little bit, bring in some other things to add some of those textures. You can also add some sustained notes to help with the build.
Great. Joe, do you want to add something? You don't have to.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, no, this was something that maybe if they had a reel, it might work if it's scored to a specific scene. But no matter how great the sound or no matter how great the melody is, if it doesn't, you can't force it into any specific scene. It's just too many changes, like, everyone said already. And, there were some elements, as far as the production. I think the choral elements were a little bit too MIDI for me, too synthy. So definitely if you're going to add vocals or voices, they should not sound too MIDI or synthy. Get some real organic sounding voices.
Cool. Let's move on to the next.
Great stuff, guys.
Next up is Big Emotion by Matt Palumbo.
I love the fact that the people in the chat room are talking about, well, this could be better and you could fix this like that. They're playing screeners themselves. This is really good because if you can analyze somebody else's music, eventually the ego wall will drop around yourself and you'll be able to use those same chops on your own music and just get better and better. Craig, do you want to lead off on this one?
Sure. I liked it. I thought it was good for, for a kind of uplifting, like organic instrumentation kind of cue. I always like that dotted quarter eighth note figure throughout, but I would build on that idea a little bit more. And by the end, it sounded a little repetitive to me. Also, one specific thing that jumped out, breaks in music are great. It's part of writing a production cue, but they also need to sound like part of the composition. And a lot of the breaks in there felt really forced to me. Like they read one of our forums or took feedback from one of us or did Taxi TV and they're like, oh, I got to put a break in here. And it's great, but it sounded forced to me in more than one place. And like the sound got dropped out. Like at least let some reverb ring through the breaks. So it sounds like a more cohesive part of your composition. On something like that cue, what was the duration on that one, Michael?
I don't know.
Do we know?
Bria might know. Duration on that one?
It was about, it was like 2:14.
2:14-ish.
Yeah, it felt a little. I think if that cue was 90 seconds, it would have been a forward. Like with a little bit more arc or a little bit more build going into the ending, that could have been good. It felt a little bit repetitive towards the end to me because that initial rhythmic figure or that dotted quarter eighth note thing was repeated just too many times as is. Again, you gotta stay centered around the theme, but build on it a little bit more. I'll close with that.
Paul and Joe, did you guys? I liked a lot of aspects of it, but the full stop rest where he muted the guitar and there was no ring through, there was no reverb carryover. To me, it's like, oh, it's over. That was a buttoned ending. It was a false starts that didn't work. Yeah, or false stops.
I think a natural decay ending might sound better than dun dun dun. It seems too forced, like too. I think if it just naturally decayed, I think it would sound better. That's just my opinion, but I think instead of the forced sting out,
Yeah.
For sure. And one of the things that struck me right away, I loved Craig's notes on the art. For something that's called big emotion, and clearly that's where you want to go with that. If you have the same repetitive thing over and over, the audience will tune that out much faster than you think. And if you don't keep on layering and adding to the emotional content, to the intensity of that emotion, it's just not going to carry through the scene. And if you've got a scene that's long, 90 seconds, 2 minutes, it really, really needs to have a pretty significant build just to keep the audience engaged at the base level that you started with. Production-wise, obviously the guitar sounds great to me. I'm not a guitarist. I am a pianist. The piano sounded pretty thin. One of the things is you had this nice. To me, the guitar sounded great. I loved the ring. I loved the power. I loved, the big chords. But you were competing with that with single notes on piano. And the single notes on the piano just felt thin. And I'm not saying that single notes won't work. The single note worked, but I would have laid it up a little bit more because it felt like I've got this nice, real guitar and this kind of thin MIDI piano. And there's even a great piano sound. It sounds crazy, but as a pianist, I'm never happy with anything. I'm always layering at least 3 pianos together. That's me, but I'm just, it's just hard to keep me happy. Whatever your natural instrument is, Craig, I'm sure you're just like, no, I'm sorry, I got to lay down the drums on this one. I'm not going with that. You know what I mean? Because we are so picky about what we are. So for me, seriously, just a straight layer, not like nothing fancy. Just add a couple more pianos in there, just to add some body to it. I think it would compete on the same level as the guitar rather than sounding a little thin next to it.
Great.
And that's just my tiny little tweak of a production sound.
People in the chat room are loving the feedback from you guys. I want to say, I said this yesterday. We had Pat Weaver on, who is, I can't remember which guy, Warner Chappell Production Music.
She was Discovery before that.
Yeah, and before Discovery, she was at Taxi as a screener.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this is the level of the people screening your music at Taxi. So it really irks me when people say, oh, they probably got an intern. Go, because you didn't get a forward, we've got interns? No, it's people at this level that are making the decisions, and they care about you guys. They don't want to break your heart. They're not trying to keep you out of the industry. They're trying to help you get into the industry. You just have to open your mind to their extremely well-qualified comments. All right, Bria.
Yeah.
Next
just
up is
one note on that real quick.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry, guys. What?
The one note to follow up what Michael said is, every one of us here, we go into this, we want to forward every single thing we have. We are 100% on your side. We want you to get into that door, and we know that how hard that can be. And some people have great connections, and some people just like, I need help getting in the door. I just want anyone listening to let you know that we are 100% on your side, that what we are doing is completely honest. We have complete integrity with it, and we're trying to use every bit of knowledge we can to help you get to that next level. That's what it means to have integrity with this job.
Yep.
And that's.
Can I add something to that, Michael,
yes,
or not?
Please.
Do we have time?
Sure.
I'll make it short, I promise. I'll be short, I promise.
Okay.
No, but to tack on what Paul said too, not only that, but I think all 3 of us here, if not all 4 of us, I've had my music rejected before too when I was getting started. It sucks. Like I want to hear like
sure.
my music is great and like I should be up there. It should be John Williams and then me. It doesn't work like that, And what's cool about Taxi 2 is all these requests are different. You'll find a niche. You'll find a place that that you can resonate with. And if you stick to what you're good at and you take the feedback with a grain of salt, but use it to make yourself better. I try to be real specific and give people things that they can take away that will make their cue better. I try not to say generic things that anybody could say. Oh, the vocals are pitchy. Oh, the rhythm is, or, the time is sketchy. I try not to say things like that because it's not going to get to the heart of why the cue was returned. So to echo what Paul said, and Paul's commentary is 100%, Joe's as well. Like what these guys say is accurate. So when they're assessing a cue, they're right on the money. They know, they understand what's going on. And I'd like to think that I give specific, helpful information as well. And I know what it feels like to be on the receiving end of this. And I try to tailor what I say to be more accommodating.
I think all of our screeners have felt the sting of rejection numerous times in their career. It makes them better screeners, too. All right, Bria, let's hit it.
Next up is Midnight Waltz by Robert Else.
Yes, Paul.
I love it. I love it. I mean, here's my 3-box critique. My 3-box critique is, obviously this would be for a piano solo, any piano solo thing that's, like open to different vibes, different emotions, whatever, during the thing. I would say great performance, great writing. I love using harmonies to tell a story, and the storytelling is great. My things you can improve would be, I would say, maybe a touch heavy on the reverb because it makes the pedaling sound a little bit heavy in a couple of spots. And I'll just remember, you can always add reverb. The client can always add reverb, a little bit of reverb on the other end, but trying to take off some of yours is a big pain in the ass. So, so I would just say, you can probably back off on that a little bit. I still would have forwarded. I liked the arc, and the storytelling was amazing. That's I really liked it a lot.
Yeah, I think everybody did. The people in the chat room were all loving it. I can't read what that says.
Forward.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a forward. Yeah, let's put that one in contention for the compilation. Yeah, very contemplative, reflective. little romance built in there. You can easily see a female character thinking back to her summer love and swinging on the swing set under the big oak tree, all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, visuals were great. Immediately put a picture in my head, and it's just amazing. Yeah, I love it.
And the playing was good too. It had good expression and good playing, all the stuff you want to hear in something like that. It had it took a nice breath in the right place. It had some slight rallentando. It had the expression elements you need for a solo piano type of request.
Great. Somebody asked a minute ago, do the pianos always have to be MIDI or can they be acoustic? People in the industry would prefer a real organic acoustic piano as long as it's well mic'd and well recorded. You can tell a difference. Even the best piano samples in the world somehow fall just a little short of a beautifully mic'd and recorded acoustic piano. So go acoustic when you can.
Yeah, but that being said, it is really, really hard to do that at home.
Yeah. It takes chops.
Doing it at home. The thing is, because it's the room, as well as the instrument and the mics, which need to be really good. Having a room that'll make the piano sound right is also tough.
Well, we've got a 30-foot ceiling over our Bosendorfer in our house. I'm kidding. We have neither of those.
Yeah. Jeez, I thought you were serious. I was like,
the only thing I've got is a chandelier that looks like a halo.
That's great.
There we go. Perfect halo.
St. Michael.
All right, let's go, Bria.
Next up is Hope for the Future by Andrew Gilpin.
Or Joe. My point.
There you go.
He's the piano player.
Look at the Brady bunch.
I like the piano.
I just feel like you haven't said much, Joe. Come on, your turn.
He's in New Jersey. He's stunned by the experience.
Right.
I am. I'm looking at the view in Manhattan right now.
Wow.
I think the piano playing was great. I like the percussive build at the top of the track. I like the way the strings come in. The ending is really nice. I like the way it's built around one central motif, and there's some development and some little changes here and there. It might get a little busy and maybe slightly repetitive. I'd like to strip it down a little bit in some sections, and maybe just let it breathe a little bit more. But I mean, it all depends on what the use is and what the request is. But overall, I think the production was good, the performance was good. So.
Yeah, performance is solid. Edit points are great. The way it builds. I mean, it gives editors lots to play with. They could be a really short queue. It could be a longer queue. My only question would be, what is the usage exactly? What does the listing say? Yeah. The listing I referred to earlier was super, 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 super specific. I mean, you could tell that the client was going to be choosy. So it just depends on what you want. I mean, the art was great. The builds were great. The piano playing was great. The production was great. So, like Joe was saying, I mean, I think it just all depends on the usage. And does it? I mean,
a lot of times. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was saying a lot of times I could imagine a cue like this, a stem, a stripped down version of this could possibly get more usage than the full version as well. So always make sure you have alt versions, like stripped down versions as well, because I know when I do cue sheets, a lot of times the stems get way more use than the full versions. So make sure you have, and so that's a lot. There's a lot to be said to that. The stripped down, more breathy version of it is works a lot of times, more often than not. So that kind of goes to your point.
I want to do 60 seconds on a piano miking technique because I'm an engineer. It kills me when I see people do an MS or an XY in the middle of the piano with the mics like this, pointing out at the low side and the high side, and then everything they play is in the middle octave. And so it just doesn't make sense. You're getting a stereo spread on something that, everything's happening in the middle, and you're miking the bass and treble strings, or the lowest and highest octaves. So this does not apply to all pianos for all types of music. Remember that. But oftentimes my starting point was looking at what the piano player is playing and put the microphone 6 inches over the strings that are getting hit by the hammers that he's actually playing. Do that for the low end and the high end, and then pan them far left and far right and check for your phase relationship. 70% of the time, that miking is going to work better than everything else you do. Am I a fan of MS and XY? Yeah. Am I opening lids and miking pianos from 6 feet away? Yes. Have I used room mics? Yes. But everything that I've tried over many, many, many sessions over many years back in the day, that simple trick of just putting the damn microphone over the strings that are going to get hit works great. So there you go. All right, next case.
Next up is Off Day by Ewart Williams.
All right. Craig, I think you want to lead off on this one?
Yeah, I knew this one would come to me. I think that the actual composition is fine, and I like the sound of the piano and the piano melody, but for the most part, I would probably not be able to forward something like that because the instrumentation and the sounds were just a little stiff to me. Like the bass line and here's where I get into trouble sometimes. Not so much the drum loop or the groove or however you programmed it. It sounded really stiff to me. And there's great programs out there for grooves and stuff, but it's got to be a little more engaging than that. It just when you copy and paste the groove like that in so many places for both the bass and the drums, it sounds both repetitive and a little stiff, and it needs a more lifelike form. Now, what's interesting is that I thought the composition was pretty good. I thought the writing and the chord progression and the piano sounded okay. But if you're going to do a cue like that, it's got to have more of a human element to it. Otherwise, you kind of end up with this almost quasi-smooth jazz thing that it's not bad, but unless they specifically request that and that specifically requests the examples, it doesn't have the universal appeal that something with a little bit more engaging of a foundation would have.
So he could actually like overdub a percussion part or maybe overdub a real bass on it.
I would think bass drums, probably add some guitar, and maybe you can keep that piano track. I would defer to Paul on that one, but it just sounded to me like the rhythm section as a whole needs more of a live sound.
Sure. I mean, I would say hire Craig to lay down some tracks for you.
There you go.
It's amazing the difference you get. I mean, if something is too, just chunked in 4 bars, it does start to attract your ear to that. The funny thing, that's not what attracted my ear the most. What I wrote, the number one thing that stood out to me is, Craig talked a couple of times about cohesiveness. I love the piano. The piano sounded great, but when it switched out for like the marimba tremolos thing, it got like this sudden like island vibe. I'm like, where did that come from? It doesn't really fit, And the other thing that this is a funny thing, and I hardly ever comment on this, but the title is Off Day. It didn't sound like an off day to me. It sounded like a pretty good day.
Maybe it should have been day off.
Yeah. Well, and this is, sometimes it's a silly thing, but when it makes no sense, excuse me. It's just got to have some kind of connection with the music. I love ambiguous titles like, like, I don't know, Joyous Ending or something. You know what I mean? What the hell does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, But when you start it off with Off Day, maybe the client sees that the first thing, maybe not. But there's a picture in their head often before they hear the first note. And like, this doesn't sound off to me. It sounds actually pretty nice and cool. And it's a nice laid back tune and all this is good. That and the cohesive thing. The marimba, or whatever that was, when I first heard it, I'm like, is that steel drums? What is that? Because it sounded islandy. And it just, none of the rest of the cue sounds like that. So that's why I took from that.
Actually, when I heard Off Day, I thought, okay, tropical island poolside, having cocktails. So you can take Off Day that way. So that's actually what I heard. I heard,
okay, sure.
Like the guy said, I think the development was great. The melody I thought was really nice, but it just had a real 90s feel to it. It was like a kind of like a John Tesh Yanni type of feel. And, hey, those guys made millions of dollars. So, but just the virtual sounds were just very, very dated. But definitely, if you wanted, hey, a throwback piece, you're hanging out by the pool, tropical island, it could work,
God, John Tesh, there's a name I haven't heard forever. Yeah. Back in my audio post days, I would record him doing voiceovers every now and then for whatever show it was that he was on. One of the nicest, most professional people I ever worked with in my career. Anyway, okay, let's do another one. What you got, Bria?
Next up is Mixed Messages by Mac Williams.
So I really like this track. I mean, what it makes me think of, I came up in TV, and so this is the kind of thing that we would, have for source music. This is the background thing. It's kind of like, on the DV or in the bar or whatever while other things are happening. So the two things that really stood out to me is, I mean, there's definitely applications for this out there, especially in the world of source music. But whenever we're doing anything like that, we need to make sure that it's not like underscore, which is literally background, but the source music is even farther back off. It's just like this vibe back there. You set the tone, and that's it. And maybe this is just my headphones. I mean, Craig can, chime in on that. The snare just seemed so poppin', and the snaps as well. Like they were really hot up front, and especially in something like Swords, we just got to make sure that those are pulled back and sitting in the mix better, because we just.
All you would hear would be those finger snaps.
Well, yeah, and in source music, it could be anything. It could be, a restaurant, a bar, a bedroom, and it's, we just don't want anything that's going to draw undue attention to that, and a pop and snare it's hard to tune out in a situation like that. Craig, I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's again, I have some of the same notes with that track as the one before it. Just as far as the kind of the human element goes, I kind of liked the trumpet thing for what it was, the vibe that it created. But I also thought it sounded like it was repeated a few times, like too many, like almost start out with some whole notes or something and then build into that figure. It sounded busy and somewhat repetitive, like it needed a little bit more of a composition. And there's nothing wrong with repetition. Repetition is a great writing tool. Like Paul said, you want it to underscore, you want it to be in the background. But the fact that that had such a synthetic element to the rhythm track, I think it detracted from this more than it should have. And like everybody said, those finger snaps, they really jumped out. And, I love a good percussive rhythmic foundation more than anybody, but it also needs to support the music more than it did on that one.
All right, next one, please. And Joe's going to give the first comment. He's the strong. Joe's the strong
Joe, why
silent.
So quiet?
I know.
He's not like this in real life. Trust me.
I can't really add much. I just agree that the horn. I like the horn, but it was obviously a loop that just kept on repeating, and then there was a couple little variations of it. It's like it was like the horn, library, and you just click on a few different ones and just plopped them in, and it, to me, it did have kind of a dated feel too. It didn't sound contemporary to me.
I don't think it necessarily needed to be contemporary for what the usage might have been. It didn't sound like they were really trying for that.
Sure.
But I think that probably, I don't know if I've ever met a composer in my life that wasn't guilty at some point of falling too much in love with a certain loop. And it's just sometimes we love it, and we overuse it. I don't know anybody that hasn't done that. Maybe John Williams, but you know what I mean? Yeah. For media, commercial, composers, it's...
It could work for...
Wow, this is amazing.
It could work
we overdo it.
Yes. Yeah, smooth jazz, adult contemporary, R&B. It could work for those type of uses.
You know the marriage is over when you walk in the kitchen and say, honey, I'm leaving you. I'm in love with the loop. All right, next one, please.
Next up is Soft Winds by Gary Lindberg.
Before you start, Paul, I want to interject something. People keep saying, what listing was this for? This wasn't for a particular listing other than just instrumental cues for an instrumental panel. So it wasn't a specific request. There you go. Paul?
Sure. I mean, if there was a listing that said, piano strings, and we certainly had those, that's the kind of thing that it would fit with. The first thing, the piano's great. I mean, the rubato expressiveness in that opening section where it just kind of sets that whole thing up. I mean, this is the strength of the cue, is that playing and how it really, it's storytelling. This is what our job is we're helping the storytelling, and I thought it was really great on that. The thing, and I'm pretty sure the other two guys will agree with me on this, is the strings arrangement was not as solid as I would have wanted to be. I mean, it's if you're going to do little snippets, that can work, but we need to be super, super subtle. Every single entrance when the strings come in under the piano, it's only piano that it's competing with. I would really on the CC information, volume come from 0. I mean, really, really sneak that in so it doesn't interfere with each one. What's happening with the piano. And when it got bigger, it kind of laid over the piano. I mean, obviously the strings were always should have been subservient to the piano the whole time. So we just can't let them out of, get out of control. Especially if we don't have a real orchestra. I can't emphasize how much you need to just be laying on those wheels the whole time to get, variations in vibrato. Whether it's, whether you're doing that through layering, the mod wheel. Obviously the volume control has to be a huge part of any string writing like that. It's just, you got to think of how the strings are really playing, how they sound in a real room. And for me, I get picky about this. I'm very fortunate that I get to work with a live orchestra a lot. And so I'm used to that sound. And when I hear a sound that's just like this the whole way, I'm like, it just doesn't happen in real life. So it's, you got to think about, 40, 50, 60 people in the same room all doing these little different things. That's the sound we're trying to emulate. And it's not easy, but there are techniques, and there's lots of tutorials on how to make that happen.
We had a great tutorial last week during the prequels, or earlier this week during the prequels, taught by Mark Giovanni, and he was showing how to do that stuff. It was really impressive. And yes, nobody owns a 30-foot bow. Joe, how'd you feel about it?
And I agree with everything you said. I thought the performance was great. I liked the vibe, the mood, the storytelling. It was romantic, it was somber, it was reflective, it was sweet, it was tender. I just think sometimes the melody kind of wandered off, it wandered away, got a little bit too busy, but it did come back. It always did come back again. But I think maybe the main melody could be simplified. But I like the main motif, it's great, the performance was great, but it got a little bit too busy for me. And of course, the synths need to be more organic and less linear and have more movement instead of just legato pads.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, but
we've got 7 minutes, around 7 minutes. So let's try and bang out 2 more. Go for it, Bria.
Next up is Gypsy Dancer by Mauricio Saria.
Can we have Joe lead off on this one? Want to give him a little airtime before we wrap this up.
Sure. No, I thought it was a really fun track, really good Latin vibe. I like the energy, it's fun, festive, party, celebratory. I really like the guitar playing. I think the percussion elements worked. Maybe you can add some more, obviously, Craig can speak more to this, maybe some more organic sounding percussive, Latin percussive. But overall, if they want it live, Latin, fun, energy, driving, feel good, happy, party, I think it would work. I would forward it for that specific use.
Awesome.
The calypso
Craig.
feel was good. The guitar playing was good. I think it was a cajon, right? Is that what was on there? It sounded like. And the levels were good. And you had nice natural sounding phrases with cool breaks at the end. I think, again, as long as that cue doesn't go on for 4 minutes exactly as it was, it's fine. As long as it had a nice composed ending that offered some nice resolve. I think the flow and the feel and the balance on that sounded good to me. Really nice bass line as well. I probably, if the ending was solid on that, which we didn't get to, I would have forwarded that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's put that one on the list for consideration for Gray's got it for the compilation. All right, one more. Let's see, what do we have? 4 minutes left. Let's do another.
Next up is Jingle Bell by Minoru Amino.
Joe, give it up, dude. Whoops, we got him muted.
Fun track.
Okay, you're unmuted.
Nope.
Go for it.
I think it was a fun track. I think for the main melody, the guitar was a little stiff, but the guitar solo was great. Just the melody, the melodicness. But I think just for the melody itself, the main melody, I think it was a little stiff. Could be a little bit more polished. I think there was obviously some MIDI stuff in there, but I think it sounded organic enough. But there's so much competition with Christmas music. You really have to be above everybody else, especially, Jingle Bells. There's this, you're competing with 10,000 other Jingle Bells out there. So you have to figure out another way to kind of, stand above the rest. But I guess if it's for smooth jazz, guitar, Christmas music, it could work. It could work for the right use. And there's so much Christmas content productions out there that could find a home for it.
Yeah, the classic family going to the mall shop, and this is playing in the mall.
Yeah.
Would be perfect for
Sure.
that.
Yeah.
So funny. I feel like this track, all three of us would have completely different critiques.
Yeah.
There's so many different things, and the MIDI production works great. A lot of times, this listing comes around. It's like, let's get covers of your version. Make sure you've got enough of the recognizable tune so it doesn't get lost. And so the only thing that I would have said is the recognizable tune thing. I thought the solo went on a little bit long, and we needed to come back to Jingle Bells just as a reminder, this is where we are. And also the thing is, the editor's got this huge chunk in the middle, 45 seconds of guitar solo. It's I can only use some of this because I got to get back to something that is clearly Jingle Bells no matter what. And all you needed to do to make it Christmassy behind that, even throwing a little bit of sleigh bells here and there. I know it's so cliche, but it's cliche because it works perfect. There's never any doubt as to what vibe we're in. You know what I mean? So I like the track. It's a very specific listing, what that would be, used for. Craig, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you that we would have three completely different opinions on this track because I agree with like parts of what both of you said so far. Like the competition for these kinds of listings is fierce. When you have a public domain contemporary Christmas listing, you have to be prepared to compete with the best of the best for something like that because the melody's already written for you. It's up to your production skills and your
playing chops.
Yeah, and I personally, I would have definitely either cut out that guitar solo or made it a lot shorter. And it definitely needs more layers, like Joe said, on the guitar. Like I don't think the guitar, unless it called for like a minimalistic single instrument quartet Christmas listing, like I just think the parameters for this to have been forwarded would have been too small. Like it was too. I think it needs more than just the guitar playing the melody. I think it needs the sleigh bells. I think it needs more orchestration to really give us that Christmas spirit. Because most of the listings that I've seen, if they say nothing else, they say make sure your instrumentation is Christmassy. Well, that sounded like a smooth jazz. Like hey, instead of playing, instead of playing a Bill Withers tune, let's play Jingle Bells. Or instead of playing a smooth jazz thing, let's play Jingle Bells. So you've got to get some sleigh bells, some tubular bells, something to pull it into that realm and sing out and stand out from the rest of the pack a little bit more. So
guys, we got to run because we got another panel coming up right behind you. But you guys have been amazing, and more than anything, I'm just proud to have you on the A&R team at Taxi, and I'm really, really happy that our members got to see you guys doing what you do so well every day for them. And now they know that when they submit instrumentals, and these aren't all the instrumental guys, but these guys do a lot of work for us, and just know you're in good hands. With that, I bid you a fond farewell. Thank you very much, Paul Taylor,
thanks, guys.
Craig Pilo, and Joe Brandt. You guys are great. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, stick around, everybody. We're going to be back at 10:30 with How to Launch Your Career with Callie J and Tamara Bubble. Welcome to How to Launch Your Career with Callie J and Tamara Bubble. Hello, ladies. How are you?
Hey, bubble on deck. How are you?
Bubble on deck. I love it. By the way, don't let me forget, I do want to plug your book, which I know just came out. We'll do that in a minute, but I want to welcome both of you. The reason I wanted these two ladies on this panel today is I've watched both of them climbing the ladder of success, and I'm really impressed with the work ethic that they both have. I want our viewers to see what that success comes to those who are willing to do the hard work. Between the two of you, you have placements with the likes of Disney, HBO, Showtime, Verizon, NBC, ABC, CBS, AT&T, Paramount, Universal Pictures, Hulu, Netflix, Freeform, CW, Fox, BET, VH1, National Geographic, Lifetime, USA Network, Samsung, Cadillac, Facebook, LegalZoom, Pretty Little Thing, Metro by T-Mobile, Instagram, TikTok, Samsung, Cadillac, Facebook, LegalZoom, Coke, Pepsi, Google. Oh my goodness, it goes on and on. Verizon, Intel, Chase Bank, Bumble, Bose, Best Buy, Nintendo, Nestle, Hyundai, Rite Aid, Glade, Volkswagen, United Healthcare, Famous Footwear, Maybelline, Clorox, Coors, Pizza Hut, Target, Nordstrom, and Peloton. Gee, have you guys had any placements yet? That's incredible. And beyond the ton of placements, Callie's also worked closely with several DJs in Brazil. And together, their collaborations have amassed millions of streams, which led to several of their songs being performed at Brazil's Lollapalooza in 2018 and 2019. And Tamara is also open for some major acts, including Lil Mo, Joel Ortiz, Cassidy, Snooty Wild, Yo Gotti, Young Thug, and more. She's also performed at South by Southwest, the A3C Hip Hop Festival, the iMusic Festival, the Southport Spring Festival, and the legendary Apollo Theater, which if you ever get a chance to go to a show at the Apollo, do it. There's not a musician watching this right now who isn't asking him or herself, how did this happen for them and what are they doing that I'm not? And that's what we're here to find out. So let's dig in, ladies, and we'll tell our viewers how and why you think you've had the success that you've had so far. Tamara, let's start with you. Were you born so gifted that you just put out a few songs and the industry movers and shakers beat a path to your door and offered you all kinds of deals? Is that how it happened?
Oh my God, no. First, let me just say, Indy, for the win. Salute to Callie and all your placements. I failed from the beginning. I failed for years. I failed. I got scammed. I failed some more. I got scammed some more. I continued to invest and I just kept going. I think my mindset was that I'm not quitting. So I'm either going to just run out of money or then I can't record anymore, or I'm going to figure it out and I'm going to start to win. And then here we are.
Wow. Callie, how about you? Were you born gifted and just your raw talent brought everybody beating a path to your door?
No, not at all. No, it's definitely been a journey. And one thing that I kept telling myself, even at the beginning when I was getting into sync, was I remember you always talking about a 5-year plan. So I was like, okay, I got to be in it for the long haul. I can't be thrown off by like little missteps or, no's along the way. So it's all about like persistence and determination and just like not taking no for an answer, basically.
Yeah, I can feel that about both of you. I don't know you both super well, but I know you pretty well. And you guys both are you're spunky and you persevere and you're determined. And wow, look at where you are. How many hours a day do each of you work on your careers? Tamara?
It's so crazy. When I was working full time, I was still working full time with music. And so I feel like I was working 24 hours a day then. But now that I have the time, or now that I'm full time with music, I'm still putting that same amount of time as if I've never had a placement. What happened? Am I muted?
No, you're not muted. Bria was trying to tell me something, and I couldn't understand what she was telling me.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
No, sorry.
But yeah, I spend more hours than I can count. I always feel like I find myself saying, boy, if I just had like 3 or 4 more hours in a day, I could have did this, I could have did that. But I just have to prioritize stuff. But I'm definitely always working on music full time as if I've never had a placement. That's the hunger that's still there for the passion that I have for music.
And do you only work 5 days a week?
No, I work 24 hours. I'm on call, I should say, 24 hours a day. Like if a brief come in is a weird deadline, something come in on the weekend, I'm on it, I do it, I get it done, and I get back to my life. So that's how it goes.
All right. Callie, how about you? Are you a 5 day a weeker or every day a week?
Yeah, pretty much every day a week. There's this really funny sound on TikTok that's used for small businesses. And the sound is, I didn't want to work 9 to 5, so now I work 24/7. And no, I think that very much applies. But when you enjoy what you're doing, it doesn't feel like work so much. So it's great.
Say that.
And you also work like 7 days a week pretty much.
Pretty much.
And yeah.
Try to take one day off, but maybe sometimes.
Tamara, give us a little bit of a breakdown of like what a typical day is like for you on a business level.
I definitely would say every single day it's different. It just depends on what comes in. So if no briefs come in, then I'm probably either creating music or I'm doing some admin for the music that's already created, or I'm planning and like what promo I'm going to put out. Or definitely when I was working on the book, I had to like set aside time to, write chapter a day or whatever and work on that. It's different each day, but if a brief comes in, that's priority. And then after that, if a license come in, I put priority on that. So definitely want to secure the license first, and then they'll wait a little bit if they want to license the music, but I still try to get back to that quickly.
How about you, Callie? What is a typical day like for you?
Literally same. Yeah, if I don't have a brief sitting on my table, then I am just creating another piece of music that I think could work well for sync. Obviously have to take time for admin, on a daily basis, or if not, just, a couple days a week. And then, yeah, just securing license and like she said, like promos for releases and placements and all that stuff. So it's just a kind of a juggling act, and it does change from day to day. But yeah.
Whether they say it out loud or not, my personal observation is that most musicians wish that a record label or a manager or a publicist or somebody would just like swoop into their lives and take care of all that businessy stuff for them, so they could just focus on making awesome music. Did anybody swoop down and carry either of you off to the promised land of music success?
Oh God, no. So I think for me it was a little bit different. I actually never wanted to be signed to a label. I want to say this for indie artists. I feel like just you having the creative control to do your passion freely, and not feel like you have to just stick to one genre or not explore other genres and not be able to work with other artists because you can't get the clearance. Like all of that, like politic and stuff, I hated that. And then the bad deals on top of that. I was just like, nah, I'm good on a label. I'm good on a publisher. I'm good on an investor. So now I got to figure out how to make it happen independently, and that's where sync came in. And so I just focused on that head first, dived in, all in, and here we are.
How about you, Callie? Did anybody magically appear at your house and carry you off to the promised land?
Oddly enough, no. Yeah, still waiting. No, but like, yeah, I mean, my opinion on record labels and stuff was I love writing in a wide variety of genres, and I don't think that necessarily works if you're trying to go down like the artist path with a label. So that's where sync is so amazing, because from day to day, you're changing what genre you're writing. And then there's always that running joke with publishing deals that you spend half your life wanting a publishing deal and the other half trying to get out of it. So, but there's definitely pros and cons to everything. But I just love the freedom of being independent and getting to work with and pitch to who I want. And it's awesome.
Tamara, how did you learn the businessy stuff? Did you read books? Did you watch videos on YouTube? Did you go to taxi road rallies, watch taxi TV, any of that stuff?
I did all of that stuff. I feel like YouTube is the greatest university on the planet because it's free and it's unlimited, and there's so many different sources that you can corroborate with. Like if somebody's teaching this thing, it's cool. If you go over here and hear something completely different, then you just keep on watching some more videos until it starts to all line up and you start to put the pieces together and make sense of it all. But yeah, conferences, listening sessions, all of anything about just learning sync books. I just did it all, like dived in head first. And yeah.
How about you, Callie? How'd you learn it all?
Yeah, well, the Taxi Road Rally was the very first conference I ever went to, and just completely blew my mind and just opened me up to the world of sync. So I do owe a lot of, my success to Taxi and everything. And then I just devoured every Taxi TV I could for months on end while trying to learn the business and everything. But yeah, I was just very much self-taught. No one in my family does music or anything. So I was just figuring things out as I go. And Taxi was a huge resource for me in the beginning.
Yeah, and I didn't pay for that plug, but I sure do appreciate it. One of the basics that I see people screwing up is business communication. When people send an email to somebody, they put way too much information in there. They tend to write a book. And my experience through many years of failure and then finally becoming good at it is people love it when you get right to the point and keep the email short. Do you guys find that is the most effective way to communicate via email for you? Short, to the point, and bye-bye? Either one of you?
I would say yes. And also on top of that, I'm to the point now where I try not to reach out unless I'm going to be helpful in the email. Not even so much just reaching out and keeping it short, because I'm still taking their time. I want to reach out with something that's going to be helpful. And I call it like hot emails in the book, because it's like something that it's almost like somebody dropped a $20 bill and you picked it up. Hey, did you know you dropped your $20 bill? Oh, thank you so much. And now they're going to bill with me because they see I'm helpful. So that's like how targeted the emails are now, because I think that the turnover rate or the response rate, like people just downloading and streaming the stuff from like cold emails. I've got mad placements from cold emails, or what I like to call hot emails. But that's kind of how I move now. It's like very targeted, very researched, and it's helpful.
Callie, how about you? Any advice on sending emails?
Yeah, the same. I mean, we all know that, music supervisors and people are just so busy. They get slammed with music on a daily basis. So it's good to keep it short and sweet and not really take up too much time of their day. So whenever I'm pitching a new song to my contacts and stuff, I just try to keep it to the point. And like, if you like it, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm here. But like, here's a new song for you.
Great. Yeah. So, it's also important to not look needy and desperate, which I think a lot of people they build up to get enough nerve to send that email, and it, they've thought about it and worried about it and ruminated on it for so long, and then finally when they send it, you can feel all of that insecurity and desperateness in the email. So I like the fact that you just kind of, here it is, let me know if you need it. That's cool.
Can I
yeah.
Can I piggyback off of that?
Sure.
Because I just want to say, like, as an indie artist, I think a lot of artists forget that you are your label, you are your publisher. So when you're reaching out, you need to reach out with a level of confidence. You're not looking for feedback. You're not looking desperate. You're reaching out, and it's like, hey, I'm sending this to you because I know it's quality of a label. And so I'm looking for you to reach out and license it if they respond or something. So I think it's just the confidence and just you having your ducks in a row, your business in order, so that when you do reach out, you already know it's good. You're just waiting for them to respond back when they need to license it.
I think that's great advice. So, I know you both a little bit. I'd say that you're both really plucky and probably a bit sassy in your public personas. I'd also like to say that that's part of your brand. And I don't think enough, even composers doing instrumental, you should always have a brand if you can, something that makes you memorable and unique. But I'd love to hear from both of you about what your brand is and how you landed on that idea for, I think I'm going to brand myself as X or Y, and some of the steps you've taken to build that brand and reinforce it. Callie, how about you?
For me, I'm trying to think back. Yeah, when I first got into film and TV and everything in sync, I was more film and TV focused, and I didn't really have much of a persona, I guess, or a brand to match my music. But when I transitioned into advertising, I don't know, something just clicked with the music and the vision. I could see something, it seemed to line up, so I just kind of leaned into it. And brands love to feel like an artist is associated with the music, so it's just a win-win. Like, you have your online presence and your brand, and it honestly, in the long run, helps sell your music to more brands and placements and everything, so it's great.
How would you describe your brand?
Kind of sassy. I mean, just like sassy, confident, swagger, girl power, kind of like, yeah, just pop. Yeah.
Speaking of swagger, yesterday when I was interviewing Mary Ramos, who's a huge music supervisor, and she does all the Quentin Tarantino stuff and a ton of other stuff, I asked her, I think I saw her mention in a previous interview, she said, all supervisors need a swagger song at one point or another, maybe at many points. So it's good that you've got some swag going on there. Tamara, how about you? How did you land on what your brand should be, and then what did you do to build it and reinforce it?
I think for me, I always put the business first. Even though my passion was for music, I had an accounting degree, and I think I always kind of put that first. It was like, okay, if a song pops off, I don't want to be scrambling trying to figure out how to collect all its money. So I always try to figure out, let me get the money straight first, then I'll make the music freely, and then I let the money come in. And so, from the beginning, even when I was still working full, I'm a worker, but I'm still a boss. And so all of the music, the movement, everything has been like that. And like now it's to the point where like my latest single is like we on Superstar, like we indie superstars out here. We're moving like a label, but we, making money, and we keep it all because we indie. And so that's been kind of like where we're going with it. But all the music overall has been like uplifting, empowerment, female, bad girl, all that good stuff. So yeah.
Bad girl, all that good stuff.
all that.
All right, let's talk about social media. I've got a love-hate relationship with social. I know that everybody needs to do it. I see a lot of people that don't do it very well. They think, posting a couple things a week on Facebook or Instagram is enough. They don't do it with any regularity. They don't have a plan in mind. Callie, what have you had to learn about social? What can you share about what you have learned with the viewers so that they can get better at it?
Yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, if I wasn't doing music, I probably wouldn't be posting on social media. So it's definitely like, you just have to look at it as a necessary thing to be coupled with your music and your music career. You have to have an online presence. It's important to post often. Nowadays, there's obviously been a big transition from Facebook and Instagram over to TikTok. So that's a whole like new Wild West, trying to figure out how to like promote our brands on TikTok and everything. But yeah, social media is extremely important, especially in the advertising world, because I know of some people who have lost big placements or their music wasn't officially considered because they didn't have a social media presence. The brand wanted to feel like an artist was associated with the music, and when that didn't happen, their music was passed over. So it really is very important to have a social media presence and everything.
Let's keep talking about that. The brands, the companies, the Samsungs or Sonys or whatever of the world, how they want to associate with an artist that is out there. And, rather, it's not just the music. It's now the music and the connection to the artist. Why does that matter to them? I'm a little dismayed by that. I kind of get it, but shouldn't they just love the music? It's not like people watching the commercial are going to know it's you in most cases, or 99% of cases. They don't know who the artist is. I guess they could Shazam them. Why do they need to have that connection of an artist to the brand and the music?
Well, I feel like a lot of times brands are laying out a good chunk of money, so they do want to feel like it's a legitimate artist, and they also like to feel like they've discovered like the next up and coming artist. So they can feel like, oh, we possibly helped like launch this artist, and sync large ads and trailers and even TV placements and stuff have really helped like launch artist careers. So they're just all connected. You wouldn't think they're connected as they are, but they really are.
How about you, Tamara? What do you do social wise? Do you have any advice as to how much time you spend, which channels of social? Is TikTok being better than Instagram or Facebook? Do you do it with regularity? What types of things do you post? I know it's a lot to unpack there, but fill us in on your social strategy.
So advice, and as far as branding, I definitely would say make sure if you have a bunch of profiles on all these different platforms that it's the same name. So like I'm at Tamara Bubble everywhere. Like you're not going to have to go Tamara Bubble 23456 on Instagram and Tamara Bubble ABC on Twitter. It's just Tamara Bubble everywhere. So just that consistency. And then also a lot of sync artists when they do like pop and they do R&B and they do EDM, they create a new name for all of them. First of all, you barely got time to manage one account, so you don't got time to manage 4 of them. So I think that people need to just like stick to one. Like I rap and sing, but like you're still getting bubbles. So it was like, I don't care if I'm singing a gospel song or ballad or I'm rapping and I'm angry. This is still bubble. And so that's what I did with the music. I kept it all under my brand so that people know it's all still me. So I think as far as advice, I would say that. And then as far as posting and frequency, I think if you don't have any marketing or promo budget whatsoever, you should have a ton of content because it's free to post. So you should be doing like cover videos. If you don't got money to record, just go get a YouTube song and sing it and show people you can sing. Like you can showcase your talent for free. You can showcase whatever dancing or whatever you do for free. So if you have money to record, definitely record and try to get it placed and then put that out there and promote that as your content. And so that's what I do.
Do you worry about, or not worry, that's a bad choice of words, but do you guys consider your image, how you do your hair, the clothing you wear? Do you try and have consistency with your image across all those channels?
Yeah, for sure. I think the cohesiveness and consistency of the brand is really important when it comes to marketing. I got a marketing degree in college, so I know it all kind of like ties back to this. But like brand recognition is so important, and you don't see, Walmart changing its logo all the time or its colors and everything. Like you have to be consistent and cohesive and just fit the vibe the entire time. So you do have to be strategic and make sure that you keep your looks kind of within range of each other.
Absolutely. Greg, could you go to a one shot of me? There's a logo. 30 years I've had this, and people are always like, why don't you do something more modern? Why don't you change it up? No, it's classic. It's iconic. By the way, I am holding this up for a reason. I can feel Bria looking at me from across the room going, don't forget to tell them you're going to give away a t-shirt. So at the end of this, we will give away this t-shirt. There you go. Let's see. Where am I? Tamara, do you have, am I pronouncing, I've got friends named Tamara. Tamara.
Yeah.
Tamara.
Yeah,
I've got like 3 friends that I've known over the years that all have the same spelling and they all pronounce it differently. Tamara. I'm going to get it right. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Do you have a website? And has the website, if you do have one, do you find that is actually kind of your best promotional tool because you totally control it?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I have a website, and I actually overhaul it. I feel like every couple years or every couple albums, I'll like switch it up.
Yeah.
But it's still just a good hub for people to come and contact me off, social media or whatever, to reach out by email or however. But the website kind of lets me control overall arching branding, what I'm putting out, what new music releases. Like I have the entire discography up there, the lyrics, the credits, and all that stuff. All the videos. It's just like one big hub instead of all the different social media sites and platforms.
How about you, Kelly?
Yeah, same. I try to update my website probably at least once a year. And one interesting thing is, like Tamara said, like it is kind of a hub. Like you can obviously have links to all your other socials from that one website. And then it's just a great like resume, essentially. You can lay out all your placements, you can do samples of your music and everything. And actually recently I opened up a page on my website where I have a sample of my catalog and then a contact form so that brands or individuals could reach out about licensing my music. And just in a few months, I've already had several brands contact me directly from my website to license music. So that's kind of opened up another door in and of itself.
Wow. That's pretty cool because, a website, everybody needs to have one. Everybody needs to do it well. By the way, I do recommend Bandzoogle not just because they're a sponsor of the Road Rally, but because they are musician-focused in the websites they help you build. So they really can give you great advice, as we saw from Melanie Keeney yesterday, that they can tell you what should be on the homepage, what types of content. I see people making really dopey mistakes with fonts. They use these hyper, just artistic fonts that are so hard to read, and you just want to make the readability so it's instant. People don't have to look at it and go, what does that scrolly font say? It drives it. Comic Sans. When people use fonts like Comic Sans, it's like, oh no, please don't do that. But that's really cool that you've actually had people find your website and reach out to you, because as we all know, there are like a billion websites out there. Do you have any idea what it was that you did on your site that made it so findable?
In terms of like SEO and stuff, I'm not sure. I'm definitely not paying to like boost my website or anything. But I definitely just try to keep it updated and keep all the links fresh and working and everything. And as we all get established in the industry, I'm sure like our names kind of grow too. So hopefully we become kind of known as the go-to, and people just learn to reach out to us directly. So I'm assuming that's what happened, but I don't really know. Yeah.
So if I Googled Callie J, if for whatever reason I was exposed to you, let's say through social, and I thought, wow, she's cool, I'm going to Google Callie J, would your website pop up in the top 3?
I hope so.
Test it.
Let's test it. Oh my gosh, you're putting it on the spot today.
Well, I like to ask tough questions. I may not look like Barbara Walters, but, well, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Let's talk about your music. Let's go to Tamara on this. Do you try and stick, now that you've become a known entity and things are taking off for you, which, by the way, I want to add something to all the viewers out there. All taxi members, it is kind of a democracy out there. Everybody is on a level playing field to start. And that's the reason I wanted these ladies on the show today, or one of the reasons, is that they're just like everybody else, yet they're getting something going on that most others aren't. So I really want to find out what those key drivers are that is making this happen for them, other than their talent. That's a given. If you're completely untalented, all this is a waste of time. But you got to have the talent and then know what to do with it. So Tamara, I lost my own question. Do you remember what it was? See, I'm not.
It was
Barbara
something
Walters.
about music. It was something about music.
Oh yeah. Do you try and stay in your own lane, or do you ever, cross over the median strip?
What lane?
Yeah. So
what lane?
Interesting, because for a lot of people, they have to.
I'm all over the highway.
And you don't feel that that's a hindrance? Like, well, what is she? Is she this or is she that? You can't be all things to all people.
That was the reason that I was always stayed away from labels, because it was like they're gonna want to market me as a rapper, or they're gonna market me as R&B, like whatever the genre it is they pick for you. Like even for example, like Chris Brown. He's a dope rapper, but he started with R&B, so they didn't really want to put him into the rap and let him do it. Like he's done it on a few features and songs like that, but he's actually a good rapper, and he doesn't really explore like I think he should. When you're indie, you move how you want to move, and so I just did it all at the beginning and tested waters. I have rock songs. I think every genre probably except for country and metal. And I'm not saying I'm never gonna have it. So it's just like you can do what you want to, and then you can license all of it because they just need it for a scene. They don't need to worry about what you do on a regular basis or what your album is going to be about. So, yeah.
Got it. How about you, Callie?
I had a little bit of a different approach, at least in the beginning, because when I was more focused on film and TV, I was very much in a lane, very kind of R&B and pop focused. And I felt that, at least for me personally, that was good to get my foot in the door and become a go-to for those. And then as I developed and strengthened those relationships, I began to kind of spread out and do more genres and everything. And now, yes, I do have a sound and a brand under Callie J, but the truth is I'm pitching music in all sorts of genres. I love switching it up. There is no lane, really. So yeah, I think I started a little more fine-tuned just to get my foot in the door, but as I've developed those relationships, I've definitely spread out and gotten to do all the genres that I really enjoy.
What do you listen to that inspires you, Callie? What are your influences? What do you listen to recreationally?
I'm all over the place. Right now I've kind of been in a dance and EDM kind of vibe. A lot of cool dance chop vocals and everything. So I've been really enjoying that and kind of playing with that as a songwriter also. But I grew up listening to Johnny Cash and Patsy Cline. I love Ed Sheeran and Adele, and yeah, I grew up on country and bluegrass and yeah, all that stuff. I love it all. So
How about you, Tamara?
So I have a gospel background. I grew up singing in church. Love gospel music. I love harmonies. Anything that like from the '90s, the early 2000s, like all of those groups, male and female groups. I listen to all of that. Love all the harmony stuff. Rap. I think the biggest influences was like Biggie, Missy Elliott, Lil Kim, and then pop or just like entertainer performer. It was Michael Jackson for me. Like everything he did was magical. He's like so bad. It's like my favorite album of all time. Period. Nobody else makes better music than that album. Let's argue.
Man, oh man,
But
I've got
I just loved his. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I just love his live performance. Like he could sing a song about a ticket or like chicken, and people be passing out. And so for me, that just kind of told me like how important delivery is, right? So
Yeah.
I make songs about like weird subjects, but the delivery is so on point, like people believe it, and like that's just kind of what I like really think makes you an authentic artist, the delivery. So that's kind of my take on it.
Man, I got to say, a couple of years ago, I became friends, like 3 years ago, I became friends with the guys who own Westlake Studios in Hollywood, where Michael Jackson did the majority of his work. And after I finished shooting a video there one day, or doing a taxi TV, they said, "Do you want to hear Thriller in here, in the room where it was done in?" And I went, "Yeah." And it was the funniest thing. They had a pair of JBL 4311 monitors in the ceiling, pointing down at the floor, in the control room, like right behind the engineer's chair, and then again in the vocal booth, which is a big booth. It was big enough they could hold a grand piano and other stuff. So it was a pretty big vocal booth. There were a pair of 4311s in there pointing down at the floor from the ceiling. I'm like, what the heck? Why? Look, I'm a seasoned engineer, but I've never had speakers in the ceiling. And they said, no, that was for Michael. He had a horrible back problem. And every time he was done singing, he would, or come in the control room for a playback, he would just spread out on the floor on his back. So he needed monitors that wouldn't blow over him, but would blow down on him.
Wow.
So he could hear it. So that's got to be the only studio in the world that's got that. But I got to tell you, hearing Thriller in that room was one of the greatest audio experiences of my life, because you think as an engineer, all engineers listen to records differently than the public. Everybody else generally gets to listen somewhat recreationally. We're listening to, wonder why they pan the hi-hat over there at 2 o'clock. I wonder why the snare drum has that much ring on it. I wouldn't have done that. So you're analyzing while you're listening. And so even though I've heard Thriller on CD, with headphones on, go, wow, this is great. Hearing it in that room was like watching the space shuttle take off. It was like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It was so awesome. And then Thursday...
But did you lay on the floor and listen to it?
I did. Actually, I got on the floor
Okay,
for a
cool.
minute. And it didn't sound very good down there because there was a lot of wood. It was like on a parquet floor with everything slapping back towards the ceiling. But whatever. That's what he wanted. MJ wants, MJ gets, And Thursday, I was at the mall. It was pre-Halloween. And I was leaving the mall as I was getting ready to walk out to the parking lot. There was a little kid about 8 years old that looked just like baby Michael Jackson. And the kid had on the red leather jacket, was totally maxed out like Michael Jackson from the Thriller record. I wanted to run up and hug the kid, but I was afraid I'd get arrested. But he was so cute. Anyway, there's all my Michael Jackson shtick right there. Staying current is a problem that many, many artists have. And yet you guys, even when you go retro on something, it still sounds current. Tamara, what do you do? Do you have to consciously think about it, or you just put down whatever comes out of you already is current? Do you ever have to think, that sounds a little dated?
I think whatever recording technique I'm doing right now is current. But as far as like current, I think it's really the production that has to be it. And I think artists should work with a bunch of different producers to figure out what sound they come off best at. But yeah, I think you should just listen to music that's currently in placements, because they're obviously using probably more recent music, unless it's like a obvious throwback retro song in the placement. But just like listen to what's on TV, listen to what's on the radio. Listen when you're in the gym. That's really where I hear the most stuff. Like when I'm in the gym, or if I'm in a club, then I'll hear like what's out. And okay, they doing that with the vocal. Oh, okay, they doing that. Oh, they got these little sound vocal chops and little stuff like that. I listen for it then, but yeah, just keep making music. You don't want to get tired of making the same thing, and you're going to try to do something new anyway. So hopefully that'll keep you current.
I don't know. I think a lot of people get stuck doing the same thing because, and for most people, I know I would be guilty of this if I were a songwriter or an artist. I grew up in the, like, Beatles, then Eagles, Steely Dan, Doobie Brothers, all that kind of stuff era back in the mid 70s, the golden era of like classic rock. If I were a songwriter, everything I write would be heavily influenced by that, and I'd have to work really hard to break out of it. So, Callie, what do you do to stay current?
Yeah, I have to agree with Tamara, because I think the production is so massively important. Because even if you're doing a retro vibe, it still has to be modern sounding tones and melodies and all that stuff. And if producers aren't updating their sounds, it's going to sound dated regardless of how good of a producer you are. So I'm very intentional with who I work and write with, because the production is such a massive element. And then in terms of top line and lyrics and melody and everything, I definitely try to keep my finger on the pulse in terms of what's going on. I keep referencing TikTok, but it's such a massive resource, and it's launching so many new music trends, and it's happening so fast. Like, music trends are changing so fast now because of TikTok that you really do have to stay on top of it in terms of like what's going to be popular. And film and TV and advertising tends to lag maybe a couple years. But those brands are going to want those sounds. So we have to be on top of it and be prepared for when they send those requests.
Let's talk a little bit about producers. I know that, Callie, you work with several producers, and you've got like 3 or 4 that you love and you go back to all the time, kind of in a rotation depending on the particular job. How did you meet them? How did you grow the relationship? How did you fine tune, well, yeah, that's great, but can we try it like this? How did you find them? Let's start there.
Yeah. I mean, some I've met at conferences like the Taxi Rally and everything. Some I've met through other co-writers and other top liners that I've worked with. Like if they know an awesome producer and they're like, I think we'd all kill it together. I just kind of get in the room with new producers that way. Also, lately, a lot of supervisors and libraries have also been pairing me with producers that
really?
They'd like to hear what we would do together. So that's been fun, getting to be introduced to new, awesome producers that way. But yeah, I mean, I'm always looking for new, cool producers. So yeah.
Is it a weird, excuse me, like political issue, awkward moment? If a supervisor, which I can't, that's so cool that supervisors are pairing you, they're now acting like managers, publishers, pairing you with producers. What if they introduce you to a producer and it's not a good fit? Do you feel like, geez, if I don't go down the full road with this person, is that supervisor going to hate my guts for that?
No, not at all. I think if nothing else, like if we get one good song out of it, that's fine. If we realize after that song it's maybe not a good fit, then no harm done. We still have an awesome song that we can pitch now. But it is kind of a key factor to kind of like write with different people and see who you really click with. Because like you said earlier, I do kind of have my go-to like 3, 4, 5 producers that I write with on a regular basis. And we know that what we do together works. But I'm always looking for new producers, because it's so cool as a top liner and an artist. When you work with different producers, you get a slightly different sound with everyone you work with. So it's really cool to see what new sounds you can create with new collaborators.
How does the process go? And Tamara, I'm going to come to you with a similar line of questioning in a minute, but I want to stick with Callie for the moment. So let's say you get in a brief and you go, I can do this. And then you reach out, you decide which one of your go-to producers that you reach out to. How does the process go? Do you create a top line? And if so, do you create it like on guitar or keyboard? Just send them some sort of sketch with a lyric and a melody, and they take it from there? Or do you give them a general direction for what they should do track-wise? Tell us about the process.
Yeah, so if I get a brief and I think I have a producer in mind that would be a good fit, then I'll just, shoot them a text and be like, hey, I got this thing, like, are you interested or available? Because obviously everyone's got briefs coming in, so they got to see if they're, if they have time. But if they're down, then I typically just send them the brief so that they have all the information and they cook up a track. I'm very much a track first kind of a writer, so I wait for them to cook up something that fits musically, and then they'll send that over my way, and I'll write the top line, knock out the vocals and everything, and then send them the stems, and they produce it out. And we've been doing stuff pretty quick, like 6 or 8 hour turnarounds, especially for a lot of TikTok campaigns, because they just want like a 15 or 30 second, essentially like a chorus kind of hook idea. So those we can knock out really, really quickly. I've been doing a lot of those recently. But yeah, definitely track first. So that's how I do it.
Did you happen to catch the piece we did the other day on Session Wire during the Road Rally prequels?
I didn't.
Okay, you got to go back and find that. The company's called sessionwire.com. It is going to, both of you ladies need to check it out. I'm not plugging them because they're a sponsor. I'm just so blown away. It is the greatest collaboration tool. Basically, it's like you're in the studio with your collaborator, no matter where they are in the world. And you guys can, great audio and video, instant communication. So it's like you're overdubbing with them producing your vocal from afar, or vice versa, whatever. They can play you a mix and you go, try bringing the piano down. Let me hear it again. None of this Zoom stuff or sending tracks back and forth. It's mind blowing. Sessionwire.com.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's by far the best thing out there for people who are collaborating. Tamara, how about you? How do you find your producers?
They find me. So a lot of them reach out, DMs, emails, bird calls, wherever, conferences, like, because a lot of them are like already seeing the placements and stuff, especially now. Like at the beginning, when I took a sync licensing class, that's kind of where I got the first crop of producers that I was working with. Mm-hmm. But then after that, and I started to get placements, and people was like, oh, I heard your song here. I got something. And I'm like, send it. As long as they ain't got no samples, no same 8-bar loop. Don't be sending me no loop. Same beat, the whole track. You know what it is. Sync needs like dynamic, a bunch of different sections. So just send me some stuff, because that I feel like keeps my sound different. If I work with the same producer, there's a few producers that I do a lot of music with, but for the most part, I'm just working with people like across the world. Like I have producers in Germany, in United Kingdom, a bunch of other countries too, just like not just in the US, it's just wherever. Like if the music is heat, send it and I'm going to get on it. So that's kind of how I've worked with it and just expanded my network. But yeah.
And what's your process when you meet a producer and you get a feeling that you want to work with that producer? Do you start with a top line first? You start with a track first? How does it go?
Definitely, they send me the track and I'll top line it. But I, for me, as far as a songwriter, I always have songs jump in my head. So a lot of times I'll pair and marry like concepts and ideas that I already had in my phone or whatever to their tracks. I rarely do like have the song and then have them build production around it. And now I produce. This year I started producing as well. So I've just been exploring and experimenting and just doing what I want to.
Let's talk about lyrics, as long as we're brushing on the topic of top lining. Callie, when you do lyrics, would you write the same lyric if you had never been introduced to brands and writing for commercials? Would the lyrics come out the same, or are there... Obviously, you want them to sound authentic and artist-driven, but are there a few little rules that you have to keep in mind, like big punchy phrases or, simple concepts, big punchy phrases, and then not make it sound like advertising at the same time? Is all that, am I guessing at that correctly?
Yeah, no, you definitely have to tailor the lyrics towards film and TV and advertising. I think with film and TV, you probably have a little bit more freedom, definitely open to a wider range of concepts and stuff for film and TV. For advertising, it's a little more locked down. So as an artist, I probably am adjusting the lyrics a little bit so that they fit for film and TV, but I still end up with a final product that feels authentic and genuine. And like Tamara said, delivery is just like a massive part. So even if the lyrics, I'm like, oh, well, I had to tweak this to fit for advertising. If you still sing it confidently and the delivery is like nailed, then it still sounds like an awesome, genuine artist song that people can enjoy. So, definitely have to be strategic with the lyrics. But I love it. It's fun writing for advertising.
And the paychecks are good. Gotta love that aspect. Tamara, how about you? Anything that you've discovered about writing lyrics for film and TV, and especially advertising? Do you have to take a different approach than you would if you were doing something strictly as an artist?
I definitely think advertising a little bit more strict, and really, I think it's just the hook. So you just need sing-alongable, like easily, like very catchy, hooky stuff, like a quick line or something that refrain that just like, oh, I like that, or I hear it one time and I can sing it the next round. Like you just need something real catchy in the chorus. The verses, in my honest opinion, do not matter, and I feel like this is for a fact because I say whatever in the verses, like on purpose, and I'll be like, let me see if they say something, let me see if they catch it, let me see if, as long as it's clean, you good. Like I feel like the verses that should be your playground where you show creativity or whatever, but the chorus, kind of, toe that line and, walk that fine, catchy phrase, advertising line.
Yeah, it's all about catchy. I'm rephrasing as I'm looking at my own question. So many musicians, I've been in the business for 50 years. I can't believe that. I've been in the business probably longer than your parents have been alive. That's a little scary to me. Anyway, one thing I've noticed from day one until this morning is that creative people in general, musicians of course being included in the corral of creative entities, want something so bad. They want success. They want to be recognized. They want their music out there. They want people to love their music and by extension love them as the artist. And they feel a certain sense of entitlement. I want this so badly. I should just have it. Why can't it come to me, or why can't somebody give it to me? You guys are the opposite of that. You are, seriously, as soon as I knew I wanted to do this panel, both of you, like literally in an instant, both of your faces popped into my mind's eye because you ladies wait for nothing. You went out there, you got it, you found it, and you took it, and you own it. And do you have any advice for people so you can help them break out of this sense of entitlement so that they can control their own career rather than waiting for somebody to drop out of the sky and give it to them?
One of my favorite quotes.
Oh, you go first.
Oh, sorry. Okay. One of my favorite quotes is treat it like a hobby and it'll pay like a hobby.
That was from me. You got that quote from me. That was my dad taught me that when I was a kid. Thank you for paying homage to my dad.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry.
But, no, and then I've also just kind of got that kind of work ethic, I think, from my parents. They kind of just instilled that in every aspect of my life, whether it's school, just like treat it like a job. If my sister's about to graduate and she's been applying to a lot of jobs, and she's like, they keep telling her, treat applying to jobs like a job, like do it 8 hours a day. And the same thing applied to music. If I wanted to do music for a living, I had to treat it like a job and dedicate real time to it, and not just sit around and hope that a song blows up or hope that someone finds my music and wants to license it. Like, I knew I had to go out there and kind of pound the pavement and knock on people's doors and make that happen. So definitely, if you want it to be a career, you kind of got to treat it like a career.
Great advice. Tamara, how about you? What advice would you give to your fellow songwriters, composers, and artists as to how they can take control and go get it?
Yeah, definitely put the business first, and just remember that you are a music business. You are a music label. You are a music publisher, more so than you are just a songwriter or artist. That's just the creativity for you to generate the product. But then after that, you got to get it out there. So you got to make moves. Like if you were on Shark Tank restaurant or whatever, you would have to go to trade shows, or if you had some product you were selling, you have to go to trade shows, go to all of these other places and go to like the suppliers and try to get your product on shelves. So you have to do that same thing with music, and you can't expect that people are just going to like your song and do it for you for free. nah, you got to get out there and do it yourself. And then people will see you as you hustling and be like, yo, let me help her because she's already doing it. And then I can say I helped out. So I just, work until people feel like they're helping me, and then we work together, and then, it just kind of goes out.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Do you have a copy of your book nearby that you could hold up? Of course, you hold it a little higher. Yeah.
This is the not for sale copy. So
okay. From Sync to
like the author
Superstar.
copy.
From Sync to Superstar. I love it. Where can people find it?
So the official website, from sync2superstar.com, but the ebook is also on Kindle. The paperback is on Amazon, and you can get an autographed copy too if you Cash App me $30, Tamara Bubble on Cash App, and send me your email address so that I can, reply back and give you get the shipping details, or else I'm gonna treat it as a gift. Okay?
That's great. you literally just finished that book like days ago, right?
So I wrote it in like 2 weeks. What happened was the AC broke down, right? So instead of me leaving my car, I was like, let me go and sit while they fix it, because I knew they were going to take forever. And I wrote so many chapters that day. I was like, oh, I was on it. I would just type. And then I was like, yeah, I got to finish it now because, the conference going to come up, and then I can just, promo it there. But yeah, it was an outpour of information, because it's just kind of like an autobiography of my life, all the struggles that I went through, and then how I pivoted and figured it out, found sync, and then just kept moving there. So, yeah.
Do you mind sharing what maybe the biggest struggle was in your life? As long as it's public information in the book, I don't feel like I'm prying now.
The biggest struggle was the scams and like the amount of money that I was putting in, and I was receiving no benefit. Like I wasn't even gaining one additional thing. So it was like, yo, I'm gonna quit, because if you continue to get scammed and stuff, like you're gonna feel like, yo, I can't do it. It's just I can't do it by myself, definitely. So I just had to figure out how to not get scammed first, then figure out what actually works. Like, because a lot of stuff for artists is not necessarily a scam, but it's like a standalone promo service that you're paying for that's not going to move the needle with your career. And you spending bread on this, making this video, shooting this video in Dubai or whatever, or getting this major artist feature that's not going to help you, that you can't clear, that you can't use. So it's like a lot of little things that artists pay for that they should not be paying for. And so I cover that, and then focus on Sync. Let Sync pay you to promote you. Like, it's crazy how Sync works. Like, just, you're going to pay me money to put my song on the air and promote it for me. So I don't got to get, a radio promo package and pay 100 bands for that. You're going to get me a national TV commercial. And so that's my single. So it's like strategy for like, just use that and move your music in that way and like reap the rewards. You be filthy, stinking, indie rich. That's what we doing.
You are a breath of fresh air, to put it mildly. Callie, have you ever been scammed by anybody, like, a PR company, a promotions company? Have you tried any of those consultants that like talk big and don't deliver?
I definitely back in the day was having serious conversations with some of them, because I literally just like didn't know. Luckily, I never actually like paid them or did that agreement or anything. And yeah, like Tamara said, Sync has ended up being amazing promo. You get legitimate streams on your songs and everything just because people are Shazamming it. So it kind of works out. But yeah, there's a lot of scams out there, and it's so funny. I'm actually in like an Instagram group, and we kind of send each other, because we'll get like phishing emails as artists. They're like, oh, we saw your music or whatever, and we kind of send these like phishing emails to each other, like, is this a scam, is this a scam? Like, because we have to be on the alert. There's so many people out there that are just trying to take advantage of independent artists, so you have to be on top of it and know how to recognize when people are just like, they're not there to help you. So but yeah, that's been, luckily I've dodged that bullet.
I want to say, too, a scam is not just like...
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, too, the scam is not just like you spending money or putting out bread on something. It can be a bad deal. Like, if you lock yourself into something for 10 years or something where they just won't let you out, the next label that wants to sign you got to buy you out. It's like crazy. You just have to be careful with contracts that you're signing, as well as, like, money that you're spending on your career. So, yeah.
Cool. We've got 6 minutes left. I am, you know what? Let's do a question or two, and then when I'm done with that stuff, I think maybe I'll have you guys hang out and do the drawing with me. All right. So, Any questions from the audience? We probably have time for one good question where we can get to both ladies. So the best question that pops up, I will ask the ladies.
Keep it juicy. Juicy questions only. That's the only way to answer.
These guys, Cheryl Miller says, these gals are so genuine. That's why I asked them here. They are absolutely the real deal. Bubba Rock says, how do you submit songs? Hello, you're looking at the owner of Taxi. Okay, waiting for a great question.
Oh, shade thrown, shots fired,
Ask
boom,
better
boom, boom,
questions,
boom.
guys.
I coming with the weak questions on a Saturday morning. Stop playing.
Here's an obvious question. It might be a little cliche, but I think it's a valid question, which is, how hard is it as a woman in the industry? I'm surrounded by women at the Taxi office, and they're wonderful. I don't think that there should be a difference. But have you guys found that, that being a woman in the industry, that people take you less seriously or anything?
Female empowerment is in. Like, use it to your benefit. Like, girl rules, girl power. Like, just be on that. So I think with every industry, of course, there's disparities, even whether it's race or gender or like disability or whatever. But use it to your benefit. Like, don't let that be your crutch to be able to go back and piggyback and say, oh, they won't let me in because I'm a female. Nah, I'm coming in, I'm kicking the door down, and I'm bringing the girls with me. So you got to move with that.
I'm going to buy both of you guys, some sort of heavy duty weaponry and do a video on TikTok with the two of you kicking indoors and taking names. How about you, Kelly? Has there ever been an issue because you're a woman?
No, I mean, I definitely have experience being like the minority in the industry. I work with almost 100% guys. I think there's only one other girl I work with on a regular basis. So definitely the majority is guys, but it definitely hasn't been a hindrance. I don't feel like there's been any issues there or felt like I've been, pushed out or anything. I think it works. And right now too, female vocals are very in demand. So it works to our advantage because we have the voice that they want. But it's been great. Everyone's been awesome.
All right. Well, you guys are awesome. I knew you'd be good. You were better than I hoped you would be. So yay for you for that. Let's do a giveaway. Guess what? The nice folks at Shure. What? Not. Headphones. Oh, the headphones? Well, I don't have a picture of the headphones.
I don't have a picture, but I have the name of them. There.
All right, we're going to give this away later today. Ooh, look at that. Okay, we're giving away Shure SR-H44D or O headphone. For SR-440 headphones. Greg, you can put up the 3-shot. Thanks. And so Bria is going to pick somebody from the chat room. Everybody type a +1 that could use a new pair of headphones. You're so funny.
You can give away a t-shirt too if you want.
And Bria's going to run her magic finger up and down. Wow, there's all those +1s. And she's going to pick somebody, and Shure is going to send you. Is that how it's working? Shure is going to send the headphones from Shure headquarters? They're going to walk them over to your house, plug them in for you, make sure they're working well. All right, pick a winner.
All right, the winner of the headphones is Luke.
You should talk back.
Luke Hell. Lukelle.
All right, yay! Yeah, now we're going to give away a Taxi t-shirt. And I swear this is not from my closet. It's never been worn.
We'll send you even a fresher one.
All right. The winner
of the t-shirt is Larry Ballero.
All right. So how do these folks get in touch with you to make sure that we can send them the stuff?
You can email taxitv@taxi.com. I'll put that in the chat as well.
All right. Awesome. Ladies, I'm so proud of you. I really am, and really grateful that you took the time to do this morning and share what you've learned with taxi members all over the world. You are just both incredibly great examples of getting off your butt, just doing the work, and oh, look at that. I'm becoming successful because I did it. So yay. Tamara, hold that book back up. There you go. You want to give away a book?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
Somebody, yeah, and I'll send them an autographed copy.
Awesome.
We'll do that.
Yeah, nothing like putting you on the spot, right? But I figure, what the hell, it's good promotion. Bria's going to pick a winner of the book here.
The winner of the book is The Shy Persistence.
The Shy Persistence. Okay, so you need to send an email
I like that
to
name.
taxitv@taxi.com and say, I want Tamara's book. And the other folks say, I want a taxi t-shirt during the panel with the spunky ladies. And the winner of the headphones do the same thing. With that, I want to say thank you again for both of you guys. I'm very, very proud of you and just grateful to have you in the taxi family. Continued good luck. Keep us in the loop when good things happen, all right?
Thank you so much for having us.
Indy for the win, 2022. I had these major skills. I'm taking all the stakes away and stuff.
Thanks, ladies. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's it. Go ahead, roll that bump out. And we will be back. Roll it.
Hi, my name is Tony Van Veen, CEO of Discmakers. In my 35 years in this business, first as an independent artist, then as an employee and a manager, and eventually as CEO of Discmakers, I have seen literally hundreds of thousands of albums being released by independent artists through the companies I've managed. Some were successful, but many, many more were not as successful as they could have been. That is why I've put together this session to help you successfully release an album in just 90 days, including recording, manufacturing, distribution, promotion, and selling. In my 30 plus years at Discmakers, I've found that there's not one single definition of success. As we know, true stardom is rare. There's millions of artists releasing songs every year, but there are only a relative handful of household names. So, for purposes of this discussion, let's assume for a second that album success means you have physical product and you ran out of your disc pressing, which I know in this streaming era is kind of a limiting view, but it's easier to put a number on that than, say, figuring out how many artists have recouped their recording budget from their streaming royalties. So, I dug into our Discmakers database and looked at how many of the albums that we released ended up being reordered. Because I figure that's a good measure, right? You've sold out your initial pressing and you had enough demand that you wanted to place another order. And what I found was that in the past 5 years, our album reorder rate is about 15%. Just 1 in 7 albums released by independent artists was a success by that measure. Turns out, releasing an album is a bit like having a baby. Anyone can do it. But making a release successful is like being a parent. It's hard work, and there's no magic bullet. So today, my goal is to help you become a better parent. You ready to take the plunge? Let's go. So the difference between a successful album release and an unsuccessful one can frequently be tracked back to whether you have a plan or not. I don't need to tell you that many indie artists aren't particularly good at planning. The difference, however, in outcomes between having a promotional plan for your album from the start versus starting to think about, maybe we should do some marketing once the album is already out and fallen flat on its butt is huge. And the kicker is planning a full album release is not rocket science. It'll only take you an hour or two maybe figuring out what your goals are for your album and how you're going to get there. So let's ask the questions. What are my goals for this album? How many streams? How many units sold? And so you want to start asking yourself additional questions like, how much time can I spend on promoting my album? How much money can I invest in promotion? And yes, if you want to have a successful release, you need to set aside a budget. And how am I going to get the word out to make my album a success? Part of your plan should include not just promotion, but also thinking about product. In other words, will you be releasing just a digital album or physical plus digital, like, including CDs or vinyl? So for purposes of this planning example, I'm going to assume that you will want both digital distribution for your album and a CD release. So how exactly do we release a successful album in 90 days? Well, let's start going through the whole release plan. I put together this handy dandy chart, which, by the way, is available for download at www.discmakers.com/90 days, along with an Excel calendar that gives you weekly and sometimes daily guidance on what you should be doing. Let's look first at what you need to get started. Most importantly, you need a batch of great songs that are ready to record. Then you need a budget for recording, manufacturing, and for promotion. How much should you budget for promotion? One guideline is that you should budget as much for promotion as it will cost you to record, master, design, manufacture, and distribute your album. In other words, 50% of your total budget should go towards promotion. Now, that could be a lot of money, and you may not have that kind of money for a while. So I would say the minimum you should be prepared to spend on marketing and promotion should probably be somewhere between $500 and $1,000. That said, there is a ton that you can do for free, but you'll have to be clever and you have to really work it. And finally, you need your head screwed on straight that you're going to have to put in some real work. None of it will be overwhelming, particularly when you work my plan, but you've got to set time aside to work the plan, and I'll give you that plan now. All right, let's start with recording. Week 1 of our 90-day calendar starts with you going into the studio and recording and mixing your songs. Frankly, the most important part of the 90-day calendar to do with recording has actually nothing to do with recording. It is this. It's critical to your album's success that you should start promotional and marketing activities right away, as soon as you have entered the studio. In fact, if you were starting to message your clients even before you go into the studio, it's so much better. You want to tease them that you've got great songs, that you're excited to go into the studio, that you're recording an album. Engaging fans right from the start is key to building up excitement for your album. The better you do early on, the more successful your album release will be. So what to post? I'll talk more about this after we've completed our 90-day calendar, but at this stage, your posts should mostly be about your work in the studio. Let your fans see you, tell them about your studio adventures, let them hear some rough mix snippets. I can't overstate how critical it is to build that fan engagement right from the start of this process. Okay, back to the studio. I'm going to assume you'll be working with an engineer and maybe a producer who knows what they're doing. So I won't really go into much detail here, except for these tips on how to ensure a successful recording process. So you plan to be in the studio for about 3 to 4 weeks. Make sure your songs are well rehearsed so you don't waste time in the studio because of mistakes on the recording. Time is money. Another critical thing to hitting your 90-day deadline, while in the studio, get your photos done for your album and write down all your credits and liner notes. There is ample downtime during any recording session to write down those liner notes, credits, lyrics, musicians playing on it, recording engineer name, etc. if you want those in your CD booklet, but you really want to have all that info anyway to put on your website maybe, etc. And then you want to schedule a day, at least a day, for a photo session for some cool shots in an interesting location. Great photos make for great album artwork. One last tip. Before leaving the studio, make sure you're absolutely thrilled with your mix. If you're not happy, don't leave the studio. This is why you go into the studio, to come out with a recording you're happy with. It can't be fixed in mastering. A great recording is what you're paying the studio for. Worst comes to worst, you're better off spending an extra week in the studio and finishing a great album in, let's say, 97 days than having a not-so-great album done in 90 days. All right, so let's move on to manufacturing. Somewhere in week 4, you should be ready to place your CD order with disc makers. Now, you should get your project mastered and professionally designed. Trust me on this, every major label release is mastered and professionally designed. When mastering, you don't want your studio engineer to master your recording. Part of the value of professional mastering is that an independent professional mastering engineer with fresh ears will get to listen to your music and assess what it may need to be ready for the radio and for clubs. Ditto for your album cover. A great looking cover is a brand builder for you and your music, even when it's shown as a tiny little thumbnail on a Spotify list. There are just certain tricks and requirements to designing an album cover that you don't want to leave to your bass player's girlfriend. You don't know how many times we've gotten designs where the art on a simple CD jacket is on backwards, and we have to fix it to prevent a disaster. So for purposes of this conversation, let's assume Disc Makers does both mastering and the design for you, in addition to the manufacturing itself. Now here's a key tip. During the mastering and design process, you will be getting design and audio proofs, and you can't sleep on them. If they are not approved promptly, or if you start making a lot of corrections and changes that require multiple rounds of proofs, you will start running into delays. So you will need to be on the ball and approve all proofs or provide corrections information within 24 hours of receiving the proof if you want to make your 90-day schedule work. Now, of course, it shouldn't need to be said, but I'll say it anyway. Check your proofs carefully. If you get a mastering proof, listen to the whole album again in one sitting in a quiet room to make sure everything sounds good, including the silences between your songs. Read every word of your art proofs. Are all the elements there? No logos missing? Grandma's name spelled correctly? If you approve proofs with an error and you want to fix them later, it's going to cost you. Now, during manufacturing, it's disc makers doing all the work. However, there's work for you to do as well. Perhaps most important, during manufacturing, you want to continue to share info on social media about your music, about the manufacturing process, share your design proofs, continue to share band stories to keep your fans engaged and excited. Now, while your discs are being manufactured, it's time to start getting serious about selling your music when it's out. Clearly, selling your music is a major challenge if you can't perform live, like right now during the coronavirus pandemic. But you can't have a successful album release without getting paid for your music. And even without live concerts, there are ways to sell your music today. So you will want to start by setting up or updating your Bandcamp page, where you will want to sell your physical product, and you'll want to sell downloads, and of course your music will be able for streaming as well. You just send your fans to your Bandcamp page to buy your music, and then you can do your own mail fulfillment, to your fans. And by the way, since you're fulfilling your own product, your own orders, you can make it special by including a personalized note in the package. The manufacturing time is also the right time to start setting up your independent album profile on CD Baby for distribution. go to cdbaby.com and start filling out your credits, your liner notes. And then when Discmakers is done manufacturing, we can transfer your master and album cover files to CD Baby for you, and we'll ship a few copies of the CD to them as well. Yes, most physical albums nowadays are not really sold in brick and mortar stores any longer, but Amazon and other online stores do still sell physical media. There are many capable digital distributors, but I like CD Baby because they are the only one who distributes physical product in addition to supplying your music digitally to all the download and streaming stores. And finally, part of any successful album launch involves an email campaign to your fan list. Multiple emails being sent. So this is a great time to go to MailChimp or whoever your email provider is and make sure your email list is cleaned up and good to go. Sound like a lot of work? Come on. Your results will be equal to the effort that you put in. It's actually not that hard. You just have to do it. All right, so let's take a quick detour and start to talk about your music release strategy. Nowadays, albums are not just dropped into the world quietly. Every album launch is preceded by 1 or 2 or sometimes 3 digital singles. Launching a digital single ahead of your album is essential nowadays for a successful release. So during the manufacturing process, somewhere in week 5 or 6, choose your best song, upload it to CD Baby, and for $10, you can launch it as a digital-only single. A single is the first piece of actual commercial content you can promote to start to get your fans listening to your music in advance of the album. It gives your fans something to get excited about while they wait for that album. And it gives you great content to hype on social media and in email. It's new content. Now it's not just about your upcoming album on social media, but you actually have a single to promote to get people to start playing it. So launch that single and start promoting it as, the first single from our upcoming album, 90 Days to Greatness. So, all right, around week 8, when your CDs are finished at Discmakers, we will ship them some to CD Baby for distribution. We'll ship the rest directly to you for Bandcamp fulfillment and other promo uses and for direct sales. Now, when you set up for distribution, be sure to set a release date. If you do not set a specific release date when you sign up your title with CD Baby, your album will go live as soon as it's delivered to all the streaming sites. You don't want that. You need to schedule a release date that gives you time to promote your music and to do pre-orders. Let's say sometime on a Friday, because most new releases are released on a Friday at the end of week 12 or so, after about 90 days, because we're working on a 90-day calendar. If you have all you need, album art, digital tracks, artist-songwriter information, the digital distribution sign-up process is pretty straightforward. You'll also have to provide information about how you will want to get paid by CD Baby for all the streams and physical product that they will move for you. So your bank account number and your PayPal information. Now, while your music is working its way through the CD Baby machinery, there's some more promo to be done. Keep posting those album updates and other interesting content and promoting that single to keep your fans engaged on social media. You will want to also set up a pre-order campaign on your Bandcamp page and start promoting that. You can start taking orders before your release date. Try a Spotify pre-save campaign where your fans can pre-save your album on Spotify so that as soon as it comes out, it will show up in their Spotify library in a playlist. And you can set up a Spotify pre-save through CD Baby's Show.co marketing platform. It's free to CD Baby clients. You also want to submit your tracks to Spotify for their Release Radar playlist of new tracks that comes out every Friday, and to similar algorithmic playlists on Apple Music and Amazon and other streaming sites that have them. You can find information about this and how to do this on CD Baby's DIY Musician blog, and you can just Google it. So around week 8, you will want to choose a second single. and set that up for digital distribution. If single number 2 comes out around week 9 on your calendar, your first single will have been out for about 3 weeks, and your fans will be hungry for a new track. And again, it gives you something new and exciting to talk to with your fans. Now, one quick tip for your digital distribution strategy. Every digital track is identified by an ISRC code, basically a unique digital ID number for your track. Now, here's a cool little thing to do. Make sure that you use the same ISRC code for single number 1 and single number 2 as you would for those tracks on your album. You can do that with CD Baby. And what happens is that if that single number 1 got 10,000 streams and single number 2 got 8,000 streams, those streams will be counted again as plays on your album as soon as your album is released, which helps you a little bit with charting potentially. All right, we're getting really close. Time for the final countdown to launch. Somewhere around week 10, it's time to start doing an email blast or 2 announcing your album release in week 12. Make sure to give the exact release date, and this is important, in that email, send fans to your Bandcamp to pre-order the physical media. Now here's a wild card that's really cool, but may not be for everybody. Since we're still in the midst of a pandemic, and you can't perform live right now, you can do some really fun live video streaming events via Twitch, via Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or all of the above. For example, you can do an album listening party several weeks before your release date. And of course, you probably should do an album release concert live stream on your release date, assuming that you can figure out technically how to do that. If you do it via Twitch, you can also easily sell your physical album and sell merch during your live stream. If you want to do this, you'll need to start figuring out now how to do this early on during your process so that you can do it successfully. Then, before you know it, your release date, roughly in week 11 or 12, is here. This is the time to do a social messaging and email campaign announcing your new album. This is the time to sell. Congratulations, your album is out with a week or so to spare before our 90 days are up. If you've done your job right, you've set yourself up for a successful release. Your fans will know your album's out, and they'll be ready, willing, and able to stream it or buy it. So how do you actually maximize your chances of success with your album? Well, before you lean back on that sofa, kick your feet up on the table, turn on the TV, you're actually not done yet. In today's music market, it can take a while for an album to catch fire. Now that your album is out, the hard work of selling has actually just started. You need to continue doing your online promotions and marketing, and now start spending some money on your marketing budget, from your marketing budget, on some paid and social advertising. So if you've followed my plan up to now, you should be in really good shape to make the most of your new album release, but I want to address a few significant ways to make it better. Now, if you want people to buy your album, make sure to make it special enough that they will want to buy it. You'll want to consider premium packaging, ordering CDs from disc makers potentially without poly wrap so that you can autograph every single one, and maybe making a limited edition physical run to motivate those fans that they have to have your new album before it's sold out. Okay, next up, let's talk about what are the keys to effectively marketing your music. Specifically, I want to talk about what to post on social media. See, one thing many artists get wrong is that when they are posting frequently on social media and when they're sending emails, their posts and emails too often end up looking something like, buy my record, buy my record, buy my record, buy my record, buy my record. And that, frankly, is the best way to get your fans to tune you out. You see, you don't want to social spam them, and we certainly don't want to email spam them. If all you do on social media and in emails is tell people to buy or stream your music, they will quickly unfollow you. Instead, you need to think of yourself as a storyteller. Your stories need to engage, they need to entertain, they need to interest your readers. What can you post? Here's a few ideas. Photos and videos from the studio. Awesome, exciting shots from your live performances. Video and pics of you interacting with fans. Fans love that. Cool pics that fans send you, like when that fan tattooed your face all over his back. Speaking of fans, what about the most exciting thing for them? A selfie with you. And memes. People love themselves a meme. When we post memes on Discmaker socials, we get 2 to 3 times the engagement as anything else. How about behind the scenes shots during photo and video shoots? How about video of the video shoot? Maybe some cool screen grabs of your video? Yeah, and if you've got Hummers and Babes in your video, you'll definitely want to tease your fans with that social media gold. What about old throwback pics of you and your friends? Or candid shots of you having fun with your friends and your bandmates? When you're out about town doing cool stuff? Or whenever the mood strikes? Any kind of sneak previews, album art, song snippets, in the studio, you name it. What about social causes you feel strongly about? And one key, since I haven't mentioned it enough, you've got to engage with your audience. Reply to their comments, retweet them, like their comments. Other potential topics, rehearsal pics and stories, origin stories about how a song came to be written or what inspired it, anecdotes from your daily life, pictures of your dog. People love pets. Touching stories, funny stories, sad stories, on and on and on. Your ability to post cool, original content is only limited by your imagination. Now, of course, there is a time to sell on social media and in email, including whenever you have a special offer for fans, a discount, a bundle, a special, when you've got an engagement event happening, like a listening party. When you have new merch, and every so often, just a reminder that you still have merch. Of course, when you have a concert or tour coming up, and right now, when your new album is coming out. So many topics to post about that you never have to burn out your fans by repeating one single "buy my album" message to death. Frankly, if you're just your own authentic self, your fans will engage. And you can increase that fan engagement by engaging them, including doing the occasional Facebook Live events with Q&As, etc., as well as by commenting on some of their posts. The trick for developing good, engaging social media content is to always be thinking about which of your activities could be good social media content. And then break out that iPhone and take a picture or video to document it. Of course, in many of your posts, you can also link to your music, but it almost has to come across like an afterthought. Except right now when your new music has just come out. Then it's okay. Actually, it's required to do a big new music out now, buy it here campaign for several weeks. Okay, I want to say a few words about email, which is a marketing channel that doesn't get enough respect. Every artist I've ever spoken to says that their single most successful channel for getting fans to actually buy their music is email. While social appears to be mostly for browsing, email drives transactions, plain and simple. That's why you will want to test some special offers. Fans love a deal. So a discount, a buy one, get one, a CD, t-shirt bundle will always drive increased transactions. When you do email marketing to your fan list, you'll want to do similar storytelling like in social. Email can be a great medium, however, for longer stories. And since email can easily contain multiple parts, you can and should include a call to action somewhere at the bottom or in every email, telling the client where they can buy your music or where they can stream your music. After all, getting them to buy your music is the goal of all this effort that you're putting in. So make sure you include links to your Bandcamp, to your own website, to your Spotify, Apple, Amazon, and other profiles. One final suggestion: since you're looking to grow your fan base, go ahead and ask your fans to share your posts and share your emails or forward your emails to help you expand your reach. Nothing wrong in asking, because if you don't ask, you don't get. All right, you still with me? That was a ton of information in a short amount of time. Thanks for sticking around. So as I wrap up, I want to leave you with these few nuggets. After talent and hard work, which come first, success is all about promotion. You will want to do promotion throughout the whole project, and ideally before and definitely after your album's out. The promotion part never stops. Promotion means storytelling, not bludgeoning your fans with buy messages. Share authentic content and fans will be there for you. You have to be prepared to spend money on marketing. Nowadays, the social networks only display your organic posts to maybe about 20% of your followers. Paying for social media not only lets you reach all your followers, you can easily create target audiences of people who look and behave like your followers and like your fans, and the Facebook and Insta feed will show your ad to them in hopes that they might like your music. You must monetize all aspects of your music, your recording and your compositions, no matter how tiny the payments are. There's no reason in this day and age to leave any money on the table. And finally, your album release was just the start of the selling season. We live in a streaming world where it can take months, and I know of a few cases where it took a couple of years for your album to catch fire. Don't give up and don't expect overnight success. Success requires constant work, and every release builds upon the previous one. So thank you for watching this presentation. I hope you found it helpful. If you want this PowerPoint, plus our Excel calendar that gives you daily and weekly instructions on what to do, and my album release schedule, you can register to download it for free at www.discmakers.com. And know this, when you're ready to go with your next album, we'll be here for you. You can get to us at www.discmakers.com. Good luck.
Welcome to the TV and Film Song Pitch and Feedback Panel with music supervisors Frank Palazzolo, Yvette Metoyer, and Jacob Nathan. Look at that. Yvette's a rookie on a road rally panel, and she's already got the vibe going. Hi, Yvette. Nice to meet you finally.
Hello.
How are you?
Likewise. I'm doing great, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Sometimes my last name can be a little bit tricky for folks.
Well, I rehearsed. I'm definitely prepared for today's show. Frank, great to see you, buddy. It's been far too long. I miss you. And
thanks for having me back.
Always a pleasure to have you back. We were in the green room before looking at Frank and Shannon's little girl. Oh, my God, is that kid gorgeous? Who are the parents?
Yeah, thank you. It's been quite a year.
No, she's beautiful, man. How old is she?
Thank you. She's 16 months now.
Awesome. Is she walking
16
yet?
months, yeah. She's walking, talking, eating. She's pretty much doing every single thing to make it a challenge. So we're in the thick of parenthood.
Well, wait until she asks for the keys to the car. That's the most challenging day for every parent.
Somebody told me it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, it doesn't until they're like 25. Anyway. Yeah. And Jacob Nathan up there in the right-hand corner. How are you, Jacob? Good to see you, buddy.
Likewise, Michael. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. It's so weird, like only seeing your friends on video. You know, it's like COVID is kind of over, but not, you know, and thank God I decided to do the rally virtually again this year because we were like 3 months out and I was going to pull the trigger on doing a live one, but I thought it just feels a little dicey. So here we are on camera doing it that way. Okay, so and all bios for all three of these guys are up on the bio page. I didn't want to take the time to read them all, but they are all music supervisors, and they are going to listen to your music today, which will be randomly picked by a number generator that Bria's got like 10 feet away from me on a computer. So if it spits out number 172, she goes to song number 172 on the list. We play it. When you guys have heard enough to say what you need to say, just raise your hand, and Greg, our tech, will duck the audio on it. Obviously, we want to get through as many as we can, so keep your comments pithy. And any music not heard, the members know this, but any music not heard today, we got about, 500 submissions or something for this. So, we'll probably get through 10 or 15. Any music not heard will go to taxi screeners who are expert in screening songs for film and TV, and we will pick the best of the best out of that and put together a compilation and send these guys a link after the fact, and they can listen at their leisure. So that's it. Let's get to it. I'm shiny today. I should go put my makeup on. Bria, what's up first?
First up is Sonic Birds by John Joseph Dennis.
All right, Frank, you want to lead off on this one?
Sure. All right, John. So this your song is what I like about it is it's sexy, it's dark, it's sultry, it's psychedelic almost. It's not your typical sing song. I think it's really cool. It's actually something that if I found it and my producers or my director fell in love with it, it wouldn't be that easy to the top in this world. You know, I mean, obviously, if I have the sky's the limit with my money, but the sky's not always the limit with money. So where you're at, your competition is limited. So I think that's a really super unique song for that caliber of artist. So keep at it and get it to me.
All right, we'll put it
That's
on
where
the
I'm
list.
at with that.
All right. Yvette?
I actually agree. I agree with Frank. I think there's a lushness to the instrumentation. It's very melodic. I love the pre-chorus. It's very full and engaging, and I think it can definitely paint a picture of what's happening in the scene. Like the swells that take place, I think could really speak to what's happening in the scene. And I could definitely see it being placed in a montage type of use. You know, maybe someone driving across the countryside. So very nicely done.
Jacob?
I like what Frank said about how it's a non-traditional sync song, which I think is an important thing to keep in mind because you never know what you're going to need and how you're going to need to use it. So that was a good description. I like that tune a lot as well. So I want to copy.
Great. Yeah, I like the psychedelic quality. You know, yesterday, for our keynote interview, I interviewed Mary Ramos, and I was doing all kinds of research on her and her work for like 90 days leading up to the road rally. I was just binging everything she worked on, reading every interview. If you look at the music credits on any of the Quentin Tarantino films, not that she only does those, but she does most of them, and I looked at that stuff and I thought there's no way. I mean, I realize he goes back to a lot of old score and stuff and puts that in. It's kind of a quirky, cool thing that he does. But there's just some things that you can't write a brief for. And this song was one of them. You could never write a brief for this, but if you heard it, you'd go, that's freaking cool. There's got to be a way I can use that in this scene. So there you go.
For sure.
Doesn't always have to fit a brief. All right, what's up next?
Yeah.
Next up is Yesterday's Sun by Tomas Lynch.
Sell me out, don't trade me in. Count me down, I'll come again. I'm crawling like a river. Mind that orange president. Fly balloons in howling winds, I'm crazy. For some reason, the light it comes from yesterday's sun. The light it comes from yesterday's sun. I belong to no one now. I saw you turning from the crowd there.
Jacob, I'm going to go to you on this one for starters because you work on a lot of indie films. What'd you think?
I definitely liked the intro, and I think that the vocal was interesting in a way where I heard it, and I heard it more over titles or a montage than necessarily sitting in the back in a scene. I think that from what we heard, it was nicely produced, and there were some interesting elements that came in on that first chorus. I'd be curious to hear that and spend a little bit of time with it. Sometimes you sort of need to do that to see if the song's going to grow on you, or maybe your initial impression was not necessarily spot on. That sounds like one of those. So I would keep that on a playlist and listen to it a couple times, and I think it was interesting. So nice work.
All right, we'll send you a copy. I also want to let the audience know that every year after the road rally, we get emails like the next morning going, "Oh, Frank Palazzolo took my song. Can I have his email address so I can?" No, you can't. I'll give you his home address. No, I would never do that. But just understand that in many cases, when these guys hear something and they go, "Yeah, I'd like to live with that," they'll put it in a file of like that previous song, like psychedelic late '60s music, and it'll sit there. It might sit there for 4.5 years till Frank is working on a project and he opens up that file. So don't think just because you were forwarded to a supervisor during this panel that you're going to get a call a week from now and they're going to say, "Guess what? Your song is going in this show." Just know that it went, and that it's in good hands, and if it's meant to be and the day comes, you'll get an email or a call.
That's a great note, Michael, by the way. That's a great note. If I may just interject for one second. I'm a musician as well. And in 2005, before I became a music supervisor, I sent a CD to Chris Doritas. And then I worked with Chris Doritas on a show called House of Cards and House of Lies. House of Lies. It was a long time ago. House of Lies. And he asked me about 7 years later, "Are you a musician? Did you ever send me a CD?" And then he looked through his collection and he sent me a picture of him holding it. So he had a CD of music that I sent to him 7 years ago. So it's true. If you hear something and you like it, you might hold on to it for 10 years. Yeah, and then one day you'll just get a request in the mail.
Is it a true statement that all three of you probably have 10, 20,000 songs either on a laptop, an iPad, or a phone that, you just keep them there because you have to know that you've got good stuff that you saved and go back to that first? All right.
I've got
Yvette, any comments from you on that last song?
Yeah, it's funny. I've heard, over the years, I've heard a lot of music that has that similar kind of folk stripped down guitar sound. And what I liked about this one in particular is that there's an earnestness, there's a vulnerability, and I could see it playing either over an emotional sequence or something that has a little bit of lightness to it. I think it's versatile in the sense that you could potentially use it in very different ways of a project. I liked it a lot. I think the gradual build of the intro with the percussion coming in subtly, and then the layered vocals kind of coming in a little bit later. I thought it was beautiful.
Cool. All right. Next one, please.
Next up is Extraordinary by...
Frank wants a copy of that one as well. Yvette, did you want a copy of that one too? Okay. Great.
Yes, thanks.
She's making a note, and then we'll get on this next one.
Okay, next up is Extraordinary by Big Little Lions.
Time to make things happen. Don't make me give it up. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You better get on this train. We're moving fast. You might get left behind unless you got something to say. Just let me past. I got a new hill to die on.
Frank, you want to lead off?
Yeah, super cool. Anytime I hear, and I hate to give this note to you guys, just make the music that you make. Don't try to customize it for my tastes. but I'm always attracted to airy music. Airy guitar, airy vocal. Airy is my word. When I hear the shit, I'm immediately like, this might work. My only note on it would be I feel like the male vocal in the verse was cutting through a little harder than I would want it to. But I liked it. I still liked it nonetheless. I like the song. I'd like a copy of it.
Great. Yvette?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a strong performance. I'm totally blanking on who they remind me of. There's another indie band that I'm totally blanking on the name, but they're like right up there with them. I like the energy of it. It's very well produced and developed. It's definitely a strong performance.
And Jacob.
I'd like a copy of that too. I think that the intro was very interesting, and then I was curious to see how big they were going to take it when it opened up a little bit, and it was just big enough. So I'm curious to hear the rest of the song, and I think that, yeah, the general production, everything like that was pretty slick. So send it along.
Well, I've got to tell you guys a little backstory why I'm personally delighted that you guys like that. About, 8 or 10 years ago at a road rally, leading up to the road rally, I heard a female artist, taxi artist named Helen Austin, and I really liked her a lot. And also a young man named Paul Otten from Cincinnati, I believe. I was liking him a lot. And then I decided to do a private showcase up in the presidential suite for about, 10 of my industry friends, just to hear these artists. But I put Frank and Helen on the same, I'm not Frank, Paul Otten and Helen Austin on the same members panel together, and also invited both of them to play at the showcase in my room. And my motivation was I wanted them to meet and to write together because I thought they'd be such a good pairing. They've gone on to form a band called Big Little Lions, and they've just killed it out there in the sync world now for like the last, 7 or 8 years. They go out and tour together. They have done everything exactly right and have been tremendously successful. So I'm going to pat myself on the back if I could be a little immodest.
Very nice.
Yeah, but that's why we're all in the music business, right?
Yeah. Are you saying Big Little Lines or Lion?
I believe it's Lions.
Lion?
Yes, Lions.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Anyway, glad you like it, and I'm tickled pink for them. I think I saw Helen in the chat room, so go get them, Helen. All right, next one.
Next up is Moondog Blues by Peter Healy.
Way on out in the middle of nowhere. If you want lonely, got a grandstand view. I'm lost, and the meter's still running. Round and round and round with this moondog balloon. Like a pair of sneaky limp hanging from a dead phone line. I may be wasting away like a little fruit fly in the dregs of the bottle of wine. And it's a long way around, and I'm the king of nothing on this bony ground. It's such a long way around with this moondog balloon. Driving round in circles on the old John Deere.
This is professional television over here. All right. Yvette, you want to lead off on this one?
Yeah, I thought this was fun. It's a really energetic swamp blues rock. I think the vocals are really fun. There's a bit of an affect to them where you can tell that the vocalist is really having a good time with his performance. For my own opinion, I feel like the vocals could be more in line with the production. I feel like they stand out a little bit. But I think if just a slight remixing of the track, it could be top notch.
Cool. Frank?
That was kind of my note also. It's like, it's a cool track. It's unique. It's, it fits into where it's got to be. It's barsy, bluesy, fun rock. It almost felt like a blues rock track meets Alice in Chains. There was something Alice in Chains around the delivery and that like the guitar effect. But yeah, I think it's just about there for me. I don't know if I would use it just yet, but it wouldn't hurt to have in my arsenal a little bit better mix.
All right.
That's all. Yeah.
Jacob, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I agree about the vocals. I think they kind of poke up a couple times, and that was that caught my ear. But just, Michael, I don't know what the order is that you use, but what cars, bars, and there's another one.
Yeah, cars, bars, and restaurants.
Cars, bars, and restaurants. That song could easily be playing off a jukebox on a lot of different projects that I've worked on, and it definitely serves its purpose, which is also sort of like a little bit of a genre note. Like blues are always a good go-to for that sort of material, and I like the tune. So yeah, it was good.
Cool. Yeah, just to fill you guys in what Jacob is referring to, I came up with the phrase, not that it took a whole lot of thought, but cars, bars, and restaurants, because almost every movie or TV show's got them, and they need background source stuff, playing off a jukebox, a car radio, speakers and ceiling at the grocery store or whatever. So just kind of stuck. Yeah. All right, what's next?
Up next is Violets by Belle Skinner.
When I was just a little girl, I thought I knew love was waiting for the world to show my one and true love. And then I met the man that I am with today. It's only now I see we made a big mistake. Ooh, he used to give me violets, but now he turns away. Silence, don't know what it means. Why has he gotten so cold to me? I think back on the time when I was his one and only. Now I find with him I get so lonely. He'll never tell me what goes roaring through his mind, and so I lie awake and wait for him at night. Ooh, he'll promise me it's over.
I've got to go to Jacob first on this, even though it's it. No, you want to take it?
I said somebody had to stop it because I was going to listen through the whole damn thing.
I know.
That song's awesome.
Jacob is like one of the three most world-class experts on vintage music walking the face of the planet Earth. And although I realized this wasn't truly vintage, it's a throwback. So how'd you feel about it?
I definitely want a copy. Wait, who are you talking to? Me or Frank?
Yeah, you.
You,
Jacob.
Oh, okay. The flattery is appreciated, Michael, and not deserved. But anyway,
No, it is.
there's obviously a throwback vibe. Revivalist, I think, is one word you kind of use to talk about music like that. But it was very fresh, and the instrumentation definitely felt of today, and the vocal was obviously really nice to listen to. So my only thing about that song, I would say, that's not a note about, I guess, any like part of the song per se, but that might just be a really nice song to listen to, and it would potentially be a little tricky to place, but I want to hear it, and I want to listen to it more.
Yvette, you were smiling a lot while you were listening. What'd you feel?
Yeah, it's interesting because I misheard the title. And so I thought the title of the track was Violence. And so it was funny. Like I thought what instantly came to mind was hearing this song playing over like a completely different scene, like something that may be chaotic or dirty or and I think in that regard, certainly you could play it over, like a teenage love story. You could certainly hit the nail on the head in that regard. But I could also see a potential for like a counterpoint, which I think could be, I don't know, kind of interesting. What I also appreciated about the production of the song is that the slight echo that we hear in her vocal. And I wish we could hear a little bit more of that. I think if we went even deeper into that kind of echoey sound, I think you get more of a dream-like state where you're a little bit off kilter, I guess. And I may be like thinking too deeply into it, but there's a lot of elements about it I like, and I think that there are some other tweaks that could be made to the song to really throw a curveball at you. I'd love to hear it again or have it, later down the line.
Great. We'll get you a copy. Frank, any thoughts?
No, my thoughts are that it's great. I'm so unfortunate that this is pretty much the sound of Tell Me a Story that I worked on for Kevin Williamson, and that show isn't coming back. So I'm like, holy shit, this would be guaranteed. But yeah, this is kind of like what Yvette was saying. This is the world that I live in, where I picture someone dismembering a human body to that song.
Yeah.
Or someone being tied up in a basement. And you know what I mean? Like, so something where you're just like,
right,
holy
total
shit,
juxtaposition,
yeah. So you juxtapose, you're like, why does this feel so right, but so wrong? That's my wheelhouse right there. So great song.
All right, we'll send copies to all three of you. I want everybody to know this is totally random. We have found that by not at the physical road rally, we used to allow songs to be played that weren't from Taxi members, that were guests in the audience, and the quality was hit or miss. And we found that since we're doing Taxi members only for the private part of the road rally for Taxi members only, we did an instrumental panel late yesterday, and it was probably like 70% of the stuff got picked up by people. So Taxi members are killing it. Yay. And now we'll have
exceptional.
Thank you. We'll have a really bad song now that I said that. I just totally jinxed it. All right. Bree's over there knocking on the wood on the chair.
Next up is I Fall Asleep by Cousin Muzzin.
All right, who wants to lead off on this?
I think.
Proceed.
It's like the classic movie scene when they're looking for volunteers and the Three Stooges all take a step back.
Who should go first, Michael?
Go for it, Frank.
Okay. My first impression when I heard it is it's it would be. I think this song would just slay on like Reality. I feel like there's so many cool vibes with that, just like that airy intro that it had. That there's a great spot for Reality. Then you've got party scenes, you've got background scenes. It's a very usable track. So I think that's what it is. It just sets a nice, a nice level for whatever scene is going to play in. But it brings you in nice and strong. So a lot of the scenes that we work on, we come in hot and then they turn the music down, And the way this song comes in is going to hit that on the head. So it's good.
Cool. You want to
I'll
copy
take
it? All right. Yvette?
Please.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, I'm working on a show right now for Tyler Perry Studios, and I think this could certainly work where we use songs to transition from scene to scene. And sometimes the following scene will take us into a bar or a cafe. And that kind of tropical pop R&B sound is hot right now. So I think I could certainly find a place for it. It's well produced. The vocals I feel like could be dipped a little bit, but I don't think they poke out so much that they would be distracting, for the scene. But just the energy of it's pretty even keeled. So again, it doesn't stick out too much, if it's background, bar source. So I think it could work, really well. I'd like a copy as well.
Great. Jacob?
I'll take a copy too. I think that's like a great utility song. It can be used all kinds of different places, all kinds of different ways. Actually, I wouldn't mind a copy of the instrumental as well. Just because I have the melody kind of like in my head right now. It has a little bit of an earworm quality. So I'd like to hear that both ways. And obviously the instrumental should be available. I assume it is.
Cool. We'll get it. Yvette, I'm not going to mention the show, but it's something that you've been working on, that you've run listings with Taxi for, and I saw the trailer for the show. I can't wait to see the show. The one with the female lead in it. It just looks like it's going to be a good quality show that we'll be binging on Netflix 3 years from now or something.
It's an interesting premise, I have to say, and it's come together very well. We're almost at the finish line. I think we have a couple more months to go.
Great. Well, hopefully there was some good music in the stuff we sent over to you. All right, Bria, let's do
Absolutely.
it.
Next up is Hurricane by Mark Taylor.
Does anybody else think the guitar player mixed it? The guitars were way up in the chorus.
Yeah.
Jacob, you want to lead off on this one, please?
Yeah, I think from a songwriting point of view and a general sort of tone of the song, I heard strip club right away. I've worked on a lot of projects that have strip clubs in them. I mean, it's just sort of happens, and that has sort of that hard rock melodic thing going on. But yeah, I think there definitely need to be some adjustments to the mix, and there was a nice simplicity to the lyrics that, that's always sync friendly when things are general and kind of open in that regard.
Yvette?
Yeah, this feels pretty almost utility for me. I think I could certainly find a place like in a bar or a club, but I think it's the mix that might be throwing me a little bit where, you know, you kind of get this throwback kind of classic rock sound, but obviously it's contemporary. And I just get the sense that, you know, the band might be, they're taking inspiration from, you know, bands that have come before. And I just kind of get that sense. But I think the production is good. I think the mix could be tweaked a little bit, but I could definitely see it inside of a bar. It feels like a good utility track where you can kind of pop in as needed in different backgrounds or locations.
And Frank, anything?
I kind of have the same thought where it's just it's the difficulty with licensing this specific track from this specific artist is because a lot of times I go to libraries and stuff and I just ask for a handful of these, so I'll get 50 of them in, and then I just go, which one seems to work with the pacing of my scene the best? And you know, it's a plug and play kind of a track. The interesting part about this song that I was picking up though, and maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't, but a lot of times when I ask for bar rock, I'm looking for like biker bar rock, and biker bar rock is like ZZ Top and shit like that. And on this one, I was getting almost like an English rock vibe. So I felt almost like an Oasis-y, blurry vibe somewhere in there. Maybe it was the cadence of their singing and the you know. So it wouldn't technically match a bunch of like big hairy bikers. It would be almost cooler in something like Ted Lasso. That's where I would put it. So I think it has a home in Ted Lasso bars, and like a tough bar in Ted Lasso, if they ever go on one. Anyway, that's my note.
I must be the only person on the planet that hasn't seen Ted Lasso. Is it really that good?
Get on it. It's feel good. It's like watching just like something warm and fuzzy. But
all right, well, yeah, we can
Watch
use
it.
feel good. Yeah. Now that the road rally's over and I get a life back, I think I'll catch up on my binging.
It's the new Mr. Belvedere with an edge.
Next up is Winning the War by Darren Moss.
Voices that I would hear inside of my head have really started to calm down. They would mess with my mind, tell me I'm not fine. They'd really push my world around. And now I feel like I'm winning the war. Feel like I've opened the door. Feel like I'm winning the war. Winning the war today. And now I feel like I'm winning the war. Feel like I've opened the door. Feel like I'm winning the war. Winning the war today. I would never stand up on myself. People would push me.
All right.
I want to interject this before we do our commentary. I just see a thing in here from Robbie Hancock in the chat room. Amazing how the universe works. Just got another $1,000 sync for a commercial that I just found out about. Thank you, Taxi. Pop it up in the chat room.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right
All right.
on.
Who wants to lead off on this one? Frank?
Sure. Like, here's the funny thing. We used to always be like, this is good music, and this is bad music, and this is whatever. Each song has its own place. And this song, in my ears, and maybe not in y'all's ears, but this is what I would use if I was working on something that didn't have a ton of money, and it's supposed to take place in the 90s, or like late 90s, early 2000s. I pictured like American Pie the minute I heard this song. So this would be all of the in-betweens. So we licensed, you know, a big song from the 90s, and then we throw stuff like this everywhere else in the film or in the TV show. So it's got its place, but that's what I get out of it, is 1997 to 2003.
You want a copy?
Sure.
Okay. Jacob?
I think that's definitely the right year range. But yeah, that was what I heard immediately. Is it just took me back to 90s type material, and yeah, you can always use that stuff because there are going to be opportunities where there are flashbacks, and you can't necessarily use a big song from the 90s, and it's just like definitely captures that era nicely. So yeah, send me a copy, Kim.
Great. Yvette?
Yeah, I agree. It definitely feels like stylized of the 90s era. So that might be a bit of a challenge to place in, a project that's contemporary or modern day. But certainly if there was a throwback project or a flashback scene, I think it could work very well.
Cool. I actually know the writer on that, or the artist on that. He's from, Melbourne, Australia. They've been locked down literally since day one of COVID up until like a week ago. That's a long haul, man. So hopefully, Darren, if you're watching right now, I hope that you're outside sunning yourself in a park or something. All right, Bria, what's up next?
Next up is Think About Someone by John Michael Carnatz, and I will note that he has noted that this is a 1978 authentic vintage recording.
Follow the road to home, and if I should surmise some sunny day, will I be about 2 miles to roam? Don't you think that you really need to hide away, pretending that you're on your own? About a slightly different day, and singing in the rain alone. Think about someone and things.
Let's go to Jacob. He is the vintage king.
I like that tune. I think that it's important to remember how hard it was to record music in the 70s and 80s and even 90s. So that definitely has a little bit of heart and soul kind of just baked into it, because it was done straight to tape, and we don't do that anymore. So there's a lot of effort put into it, and it sounds very much of the era. I think that I heard some nice harmonies coming in a little bit, and that's another example of a song I'd want to spend more time with. So yeah, I would like a copy.
Okay. Yvette?
Same. Yeah, I agree. And I have a soft spot for this time period. And, immediately as I'm listening to it, I'm thinking of all of the music that we used in Breaking Bad. And this was definitely a part of the sound of the show. And I could see us pitching this song at some point in the show. So I'd love a copy as well.
All right. And Frank?
I'll take a copy as well. Those Crosby, Stills, Nash harmonies they had going on back there are good enough. I mean, just that portion is enough to make somebody happy when they say, we want Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young or whatever. And then I say, well, you can't have that, but this is only a 40-second scene. How about this piece of this song? So,
yeah, the chord and the harmony, it's like helplessly hoping, the same stack. I think they executed it really well.
Yeah.
All right, that was cool. Next one. I can't talk. Next one, please.
Next up is Coolest Sister by John Gauguin.
Brother has the coolest sister. Just saying, listen her when she's not with us. A little crazy. She has a good perspective. Low key has this intonation. Some life unexpected. Some fortune. She has information. Good data. Brother has the coolest sister. Brother has the coolest sister. Just saying, California, listen. No mistake, on a kind of mission. Lately, I've been clowning. Base source.
Wow. I don't know who to go to on this one. Somebody raise your hand and volunteer. I'm curious to hear what. Okay, Frank, hear what you all think.
That is so unique. I loved all the little mini elements that are just in there, though, like all the little modulations and all the little sound effects and everything. It was almost like spoken word poetry music. Like it is so specialized that I have no idea where the hell I would use it. But if I heard it in something, it might actually like stun people and be like, "Whoa, what is that? What's going on here?" Yeah. Again, I picture because this is where my brain always goes, in something uncomfortable, in a lock, or like not lock and key, but like a Lovecraft Country weird moment with just something that's supposed to make the scene feel a little bit like we want music, but we don't want like rhythmic song music, although that's still rhythmic too. So I don't know, man. It's a very unique spot. It's a bullseye. So writing something like that, you literally have to hit the bullseye.
It's so funny. After doing all the research I did for the Mary Ramos interview and watching all the Quentin stuff and reading about his fascination with blaxploitation films from the 70s, late 70s, I think, or mid to late 70s. And as soon as I heard that, I thought, man, he would have jumped on this 10 years ago when he was, into that part of his career. And then somebody in the chat room said the same thing. It's like perfect for that genre of film. Yvette.
Yeah, it's definitely unique. And actually what came to mind was, my time working on Better Call Saul, because as Jimmy/Saul's character develops over the course of the last few seasons, we segued into kind of this funk, but it's not like, straight R&B funk. It's like funk that's kind of on its ear. And this to me is an example of that. And like what Frank was saying, the little bells and whistles, the muted trumpet and these the stutters and all of the added elements are really, really fun. For me, I think what I would love to hear is a bridge. I want to hear the song go somewhere. And I feel like it's just kind of the same throughout. So if it were to be used in some shape or fashion, and I imagine it would be used in a montage or some sort of high profile use, there's got to be a shift or a change somewhere so that it's helping to tell the story and navigate as the scene shifts as well. So for me, that's the only thing that's kind of missing. I like to hold on to it just to, because you never know. But my only concern is that if it's a sequence that runs longer than a minute, there may not be enough there to really cover that use. But it's a solid effort. It's fun. I was definitely cheesing the whole way through listening.
When it got to the muted trumpet, I went, wow, that was the icing on the cake. There were so many cool little presents buried around that tree. And then all of a sudden you get to the muted trumpet. It's like, dude, you nailed it. Jacob, any thoughts from you on this one?
Yeah, I like it. I'd like a copy. And then there are a couple weird things that have happened in sync, in the history of sync in the last, 30 years that have kind of surprised me. One of them is soul coughing showing up in some movies and having some really big moments, and then also eels, because that stuff is very specific. It's very unique, and it has the same kind of like art rock vocal component. So you never know; it could be useful. I also sort of heard it in an ad, but I would need to look at the lyrics, I think, a little bit more closely. So yeah, definitely send me a copy.
All right, great.
There's
Next,
an
please.
instrumental too
Whoop.
that'd be great.
All right, can you annotate that? And let's play the next one.
Next up is Always Above by Colin O'Donohoe.
Always above, there are no reserves. On the front lines, space war fighters serve. Always above, we honor our past by forever advancing and trailblazing our path. When all the other branches in the future must wage war, their access will be granted by the United States Space Force. Always above, grounded in faith, we are the guardians of the United States.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like,
There it is.
didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, jump in there, Frank.
Oh, again, it's got its place, so that's something I would put if there was like a little kid or somebody watching TV in the background and it's flickering and we needed it sounded like there was a commercial on, or he was watching like a little cartoon type thing or something like that. That's probably where I would put that. So it has a place. We want something patriotic that's playing on the TV in the background. That's where I would use it.
Who's the director that's very, very skinny and he's got like a little pencil line mustache? He did a movie with Bill Murray and some kids that were like 8 or 10 years old at some sort of like summer camp and they wore uniforms. I can't remember the name. What was it?
Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, Wes Anderson's the director. Yeah,
Right,
that movie with
right,
Bill
right.
Murray in it. This song would have been. So I'm really good at picking stuff that should have been and stuff. I'm all
Right.
backward thinking, not forward thinking. This would have been
Yeah.
perfect for that.
Yeah.
Either of you guys have a thought about this?
Yeah, I think
I
something
think
patriotic. If you're looking for something patriotic, or again to counter, I'm trying to determine if this is a sincere performance, if they're sincere about the patriotism, or if it's a turn in the other direction. So I think if you were going to play contrast in that regard, the song could work either way. I'm also working on an animated series too, so I could keep an eye out for potential use here. I do think, maybe something for kids would be kind of cool.
All right, we'll send you a copy. Jacob?
Yeah, absolutely. A kid's show playing off the TV in the background or something like that was what I was hearing. And I had sort of a similar question in terms of the level of earnestness there, like if it was how they were playing it. So I'm curious. I'd like to hear it again.
All right, Colin's actually in the chat room, so I'm going to ask this question. There's a little bit of a delay, but we should get an answer back in like 15 seconds. Colin, so was that done as like a spoofy thing or legit thing, or it just popped into your head and you really didn't have an agenda behind it? I was waiting for one of these once, and I started humming the theme to one of the game shows, da, da, da. And I actually got a copyright thing from YouTube because I hummed like that much of the game show thing.
Wow.
Let's see. Colin says, I worked with a member of the USSF. I don't know what that is. U.S. Special Forces, Special Forces, SF, but I'm satirical by nature. So there's a very non-committal answer. Thank you very much for that, Colin. Anyway, it was a really cool tune and great. We'll send it to you guys. And I want to reiterate for people who weren't here in the beginning of the show. Please don't send us emails at Taxi on Monday morning going, you sent my music to those music supervisors. Can I have their phone number, their email address, or their home address? I can go over and talk to them. So when are you going to use my song? What happens in situations like this is they think it's cool, and someday it may run up against the use for it. They file it in a folder with other like material, and when the happy day comes that they go, oh, I need like a greasy biker bar blues tune, they go into that folder and bing, 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 we have a winner. So it could be 5 years from now, could be 6 weeks from now. Probability is never, but at least your music is getting in the hands of 3 actively working music supervisors. So there you go. All right. Somebody says home address seems a little much. Yeah, I would. No. I would never. All right. Next one, please.
Next up is More of Me by Chicago Bob.
But this time I'm not coming after you. Me not chasing you is my way of letting go. Time to find out who I am here on my own. I know there's more for me. I've got the whole world to see. A brand new life is standing right in front of me. I've lost you, my love. Now I'm the one I'm dreaming of. I'm becoming more of me and less of you. More of me. I can't stay here in this lonely town. Got no reason anymore.
Yvette, you want to lead off on this one?
Yeah, I think it's a really sweet performance. You know, the vocalist is definitely talented. I couldn't tell if there was an effect on her vocal or not, but it sounded quite lovely to me. You know, the spare guitar or acoustic guitar I think was a nice touch. I just wonder about when the melody kind of picks up and the choices of instrumentation. I just think about where I might be able to use a song, and I wonder if maybe it feels specific to and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the appropriate terms, but like almost a Hallmark production, something that feels very earnest and sincere, versus, you know, an indie film project or something. But that could be just my own thinking about instrumentation. Since, you know, we seem to be shifting towards more like electronic produced or synthy sounds.
All right.
I have a question for the panel.
Okay.
What genre was that?
That's one note that I was going to make. I want it to be country. I think if it was produced up to be more like a country pop song, it would be better.
Yeah.
That's where that was going to be my note on it.
That's what I was thinking.
But
Michael.
I don't think it quite got
mean,
there.
generically singer-songwriter, but Buffalo Bob apparently wrote it and the young lady sang it, unless Bob's got a really high
Chicago
voice.
Bob.
Yeah, or Chicago Bob.
Yeah.
There you go. So I would say, you know, we run into a ton of this at Taxi, music that can't be put into any clear genre. And it's like singer-songwriter, it's not really indie folk, indie pop from the 70s almost or something. I don't know. It's
They
tough to-
classified it as adult contemporary.
And it's not adult contemporary. I don't think so. What would you call it, Jacob?
It's definitely mainstream, leans country, but it's a little straddling a few different genres, and that makes it a little tricky to work with, perhaps. I think bringing in the country elements is probably the way to go, just based on the general kind of vibe from the song. But it's nice. I like the performance.
Yeah, it was a pretty song.
It was a pretty song. The there was an effect on the vocal that kind of caught my attention in the very, very early section of the song, and I thought, that hurt it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat said, it's a singer-country writer song. All right, next please.
Right.
Next up is Wow Factor by Kenny Wright.
Not wanna go regular. You can call me peculiar. Makes me feel like flying. Feeling yeah. Come on, give it to me. Make it louder. Yeah, I got the wow factor, baby. Got the wow factor. Yeah, I got the wow factor, baby. Got the wow factor. Got something so special. Doesn't sound familiar. Makes me feel like flying. Feeling yeah. Come and give it to me. Make it louder. Yeah, I got the wow factor, baby. Got the wow factor. Yeah, I got the wow factor, baby. Got the wow factor. Yeah, I got the wow.
Yvette, you were first to throw a flag on the play. What are your thoughts?
It definitely feels retro. It feels like a throwback to late 90s, early 2000s. Like I totally reminded me, at least the vocal performance felt like, Britney kind of first coming out on the scene. Production-wise, it felt very 90s to me. So, again, if we're going to keep an eye out for a specific time period, a television series or a film that is specifically, maybe late 90s, I think there's some potential there. Interestingly enough, with the title of the song being Wow Factor, it just feels like the overall melody and production is kind of just straightforward all the way through. There's really no pop there's no peaks and valleys, is usually what I like to call it. There's no highs and lows. It just kind of plays straight through. I could see the instrumental perhaps, on one of the news programs or entertainment news programs, as maybe what do you call them?
Like a bumper in or
buffers
something?
Between the bumper. But otherwise, I think, in a contemporary project, it's probably going to be a little bit challenging to place. Unless, it was like a tongue-in-cheek or something, where you're kind of poking fun a little bit.
Yeah, I want to chime in on this one. Don't call it wow factor it had potential. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not, putting it down, but it didn't live up to its title. Production-wise, it didn't have the wow. It just didn't come out of the gate, with all 8 cylinders banging.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Yes, to add on to that, and the song, part of the song that had the least level of wow factor musically and sonically was the saying wow factor.
Right.
That was the craziest part about it, is the wow factor had the least oomph. When I first started, I was like, okay, there's your strip club song. And then it switched up a little bit. Like, it came in like a strip club song. I was like, okay, all right, this is cool, instrumentally. But I think what this is a note that I give, and I apologize to the writer if this wasn't intentionally written for sync, but it sounds like a song that was written for sync. So it might have a place in ads, but I don't think it has enough wow factor. It needs to be produced up even stronger on some of that. It might have a place in promos, but if you want to write for sync, the goal is to toe the line of making it a sync song without sounding like a sync song. You don't want people to immediately be like, this song sounds like it was written for one purpose, and that's so that a computer company would call it their wow factor as they're turning it, Yeah. So that's all. I feel like it loses integrity when it sounds like it was written.
Good
for that
observation.
purpose. Yeah.
Anything you want to add, Jacob?
I think you guys all kind of nailed it. There was just sort of a feeling that maybe this isn't totally complete, but there's some good bones there, and I did like the opening, so it's definitely potentially on its way to somewhere.
Cool. Next one, please.
Next up is Little Things by Patricia Zehenmayer.
The lights are going up outside. I hang a wreath on the door. People passing by saying hi. Glad for what's in store. The scent of pine and cider filling up the air tonight feels right. Christmas love turns up everything, making big and bright the little things. No matter who we are or where we live, the little things are the best things to give. The little things are the best things to give.
Jacob.
I think it's an interesting song to talk about because it's a holiday song. So I think it's a holiday song. So that was my question at the beginning, and then you hear the word Christmas. So on something like that, Christmas music, always kind of tricky. People want, traditional public domain stuff or super well-known Christmas Baby, Please Come Home, the kind of the go-tos. For this one, I would say if it's definitely, holiday first, then maybe put some more bells in the beginning and let us know what we're about to get into and do more of the Christmas aesthetic early. That would sort of be my note on it. And the vocals, it sounds like maybe the vocalist is reaching a little bit in a couple spots where could use a little finessing, but overall it was it's nice to hear original Christmas songs. There aren't really enough of them in this space, so nice work.
Should hang out at the taxi office. We've had so many requests for original Christmas this year, and later than usual. I mean, we just literally, as recently as last night, I was editing some briefs that came in, turning them into taxi listings, and it's like, guys, we're a month and a half away from Christmas. Usually it's like June or July is when we get hit with all that stuff. And a lot of people asking for originals as opposed to, the usual PD cover stuff. Anyway, all right. Anybody else have anything to add, or you want to move on to the next?
I'll just pop in and say I think it is refreshing. Just going to say that it is refreshing to hear, new music that's not the same PD songs. Obviously, having the Mariah Careys of the world, very expensive. So to have, something in the middle is super helpful. I do think also the vocals could be reworked a little bit. My only other thinking was that if this were to be used for like a commercial or something, the lyrics are a little bit on the nose. And maybe that is kind of a standard thing for holiday songs, but it's like, you're going to use it over an image where people are, hanging up lights and, and then you're hearing it in the song. That's usually kind of our, something that we flag. Yeah. But otherwise, I think the production was good. It was fun. I think having kind of a dancey electro vibe for a holiday song is kind of fun.
Cool. All right. Next one, please.
All right, last up is We Are One by Phoenix Wise and the Resistance.
Well, it's about peace, and it's about love. It's about happiness, yeah, and it's about us. It's about all the things that keep us together, and it's about everything, always and forever. Well, I'm gonna keep on trying, yeah. I'm gonna keep on trying. Don't try and stop me, 'cause I'm already there. I'm already there. Open your eyes and lead your minds to another place. We're gonna find our own race, yeah, yeah, yeah. We are one, connected by the sun. We are one, protected by the sun. I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Well, life is as wonderful.
I'm sorry, we had your mic muted. Just got you open. Sorry. Say again, please.
Oh no, I just said all right.
Okay.
So my thoughts on that one are basically the songwriting needs work, and the production needs work. All as a whole, this is, to me, it's not professional level. So keep working on the craft, keep working on the songwriting, keep writing with other people who, I always say, write with somebody who you think's better with you, produce with somebody who you think's better with you, and then you learn what they're doing that's better than you, and then you get better. So it's not ready for TV. Outside of a kind of like what we mentioned recently was just like sometimes we need a band playing in the background that doesn't sound like a professional band, you know. So they're like, yeah, we want just like a young guy who's dabbling in music kind of a sound. Then that's where I would use it. But just keep going. Just you got to build the craft better to get to the TV film level, I think.
It reminds me of the time you called me or texted me like a year ago and said, I need a busker who would, a song from a busker playing out in a square somewhere in the UK, I think, you know, and the inference was not too polished. Got to sound like a guy playing on the street. And yes, but you know, you can't wait a lifetime for that moment. You know, you got to keep working on your craft and getting better.
Right. That's it. Just keep working on it. This is not the sync song, I don't think, but keep going, bud. You guys will get there.
We've only got 1 minute left, so I'm not going to play another song because we'd go over time and up against a hard break because we're like a TV network this week. I just want to say thank you to guys. Yvette, glad you could join our little Manson family for your first time for one of these.
Thanks for having me.
I'm really glad you could make it. Nice to, you know, put a face to the name and the emails and stuff. And thank you for always hitting us up for new music. Really appreciate that. Frank, great to see you, man. Frank texted me the other day and said, I just told Shannon I miss Lasco. I miss you too. It's been, we're like, I don't know, has it been 2 years or something since we've actually been in the same room? I mean,
maybe, but we've been hanging out for like 8, so let's get back to face-to-faces.
Yeah,
soon.
Absolutely. And congratulations, man, your daughter. You know, I'm partial to girls. I got 4 daughters myself, and I see little girls, and you could just, you know, I know the drill is what I'm saying. I can imagine like what her day is like and how you guys look at her.
This one decided to not nap during the session. She's been crying for the past 15 minutes, so that's why I keep looking down. I got to go get her.
All right. Jacob, thank you, buddy. Always great to see you. And I just want to tell you, thank you for all those emails. You have no idea whenever you guys use something, you know, or do a deal, we get the emails from you. We circulate them to the staff, and they're so appreciated. And so that's it, you guys. thank you for taking time out of your weekend to do this for us. And I hope you members got a lot out of it because these guys are the real deal. With that, I bid you a fond farewell. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so we are going directly into a giveaway right now. I love those guys. That was an awesome panel. Congratulations to our members. Wow. The interesting thing about that is that so much of it wouldn't have fit a brief. And I'm thinking, well, gee, maybe we should just run open listings where we just pick cool music that we think music supervisors might have a use for someday. But that's tough too, because we don't know the kinds of shows they're working on. You know, they do keep folders of this stuff, and they do lean back into those folders when the time is right. I don't know. I got to think about that more. But, you know, look, the industry standard is they send briefs out every day. This is what I need. So it's hard to just take the send us some cool music approach. But let me think about that some more. In the meanwhile, it's time to give something cool away. And we are going to play a video from our friends at Shure. And we're giving away that. Basically, it's an SM7, set up for doing podcasting, but I believe that it might have the same capsule and everything in it. And I don't even know how much this is valued at, but whatever it is, it looks cool, and if Shure makes it, probably is, right? So let's watch that video, and then we'll come back and do a drawing right after.
Hey, I'm Laura Davidson, and I work in market development for Shure, which basically means I get to go and teach people about how incredible this 95-year-old brand is and about some of the products that we make, including headphones, earphones, in-ear monitors, wireless microphones, wired microphones, and so much more. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Today, we're here to talk about what you can do if you're recording at home to get great sound in less than perfect environments. So if you're anything like me, this is my office, my kids' playroom, my studio, and my exercise room. So it's wearing a lot of hats, but I'm still able to get really great sounding audio based on just a couple of things that I've done to my space. So the first thing I've done is I use this MV7 mic, which is a dynamic microphone. Normally, if you're in the studio, you have the ability to control your environment a lot more. So using something like a condenser mic is often recommended, like our KSM32 over here, because it's going to pick up more of the nuances and details of the source. But if you're in a space that's got a lot of reflective surfaces, like the paintings and stuff behind me, the glass window over there, the wood floor, you're going to want to use something that's going to reject much more naturally. So something like our MV7, it uses voice isolation technology, essentially bringing your voice to the forefront, rejects things coming in from the rear and sides of the mic. That's also thanks to its cardioid pickup pattern. So that's what you want to think about. How are you going to use your mic? Do you have the ability to truly isolate yourself? If you don't, go with something that's more like this. But if you don't want to do that and you want to still use a condenser mic that you may already have, you can get something like this reflection filter. And that's going to help cut down on some of the reflections, because a lot of times when you're hearing your recording back, what you're hearing is the reflection of the space that you're in. So you want to be able to control that as much as possible. And using something like a reflection filter will help cut that down a bit. I actually lay down a little carpet on the floor too. And sometimes I put something over the top of this if it's just a little too bouncy. But there are some advantages to also hearing the room itself, so that's up to you, and it's more of a personal choice. But you don't have to go out and spend a ton of money on acoustic treatments, is basically what I'm trying to say. So if you find yourself in a room that has some reflective surfaces, just try to cut down on those reflections by physically dampening them. So rugs, blankets, pillows, it's not glamorous, but it works. Now, if you're going to be recording something like this from home and you want to do live streaming, that's when some other things come into play that can be really helpful. So right now, I'm using something called Ecamm Live to record this, and I'm using their virtual cam setting. So I'm actually using my iPhone 11 as my camera because it's better quality than what's on my iMac, and because I don't have a digital SLR or an HD cam. And we carry around HD cams in our pockets. So I like using that functionality. So if you already have a phone, you pretty much have an HD camera, which you can use for live streaming, vlogging, video content, whatever you're trying to do. I also have a light set up over here. I can show you guys. Come with me now. So this is my rig here. So I have 4 of those lights. I only need one for me, and I put it just right in front of me. Another thing to keep in mind is to keep your camera at eye level if possible. Mine is just a little higher. I wish it was lower, but it is what it is. And then also, if you can control the lighting around you by closing any shades. So I have my blinds closed over here. You can see actually in the corner, a little bit of light coming in from the day ending. So try to control your light source. Use a high-res cam, maybe the HD cam in your phone. Use a service that you're comfortable with. In my case, Ecamm Live, I like the functionality of it because I can record to it or I can live stream through it, but there are several options out there. And then also make sure that your audio is good to go. So by using something like the MV7, which is plugged in via USB, I know I can have great sounding audio captured for my live stream. Another benefit of this particular mic is it's USB and XLR. So if I were to plug in the XLR into my interface, I could capture both the dry audio from my XLR and the affected DSP process signal from the USB. So that's just a benefit of this particular mic, again, the MV7 by Shure. So just to sum it up, if you're in a space that is less than ideal, but you want to get great sounding audio, look around your room, find those reflective surfaces, treat them any way that you can, whether it be putting up a blanket, putting down some pillows, throwing down a throw rug. So cut down on reflective surfaces, use a microphone where you can actively control the sounds of the reflections that you're going to be capturing, whether it be by using something like a reflection filter or by using something like a dynamic mic so that it's going to cut down on those reflections just inherently in how the microphone is designed to capture. And then make sure you have great lighting. So that's if you're going to be live streaming. So 3 things: audio, video, lighting. Make sure those elements are all in place and you should be good to go when recording from home. There's a whole other can of worms we can talk about as far as the DAW that you want to use, the interface that you want to use, the plugins you want to use. But for now, this is just the fundamentals of how to get good sound, good looking video, and good recordings no matter where you are. So thanks for watching. I'm Laura Davidson. To learn more about Shure, visit us at shure.com.
Hello, Laura Davidson. She's actually a taxi member. Isn't that cool? So here it is. This is the MV7. And by the way, this one doesn't have the USB on it. This one is XLR only. I actually just got the USB version, and I'm going to be testing it out on upcoming Taxi TV. So I'm very excited about that. So we'll stop with the +1s, you guys. Man, you're gonna follow instructions. Wow. Okay, so hold on, please. Stop. He didn't say go yet. You're right. And so what we're gonna do is Bria's gonna pick 2 people from the list. And putting your name in 3 times doesn't matter anymore because Bria's got a list of everybody in the chat, so she can see, you know. So what?
So 1 time suffices.
Right. Yeah. Well. Anyway. Yeah. You only need to put 1 + 1 because you're only going to show up once anyway. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick 1 person for this gorgeous microphone right there, and then we're going to pick another person for a pair of, I brought the card back over to you.
It says it on the list.
It says it where?
On your sheet.
On my sheet. SRH 440 headphones. So here we go. We are now going to pick the person for this beautiful upside down microphone. Shure MV7X microphone.
The winner of the microphone is Super Blonde.
Yay, Super Blonde, a Taxi Quarantini regular. Yay! All right, and Bria's running her finger up and down the list right now to pick the winner for the SRH 440 headphones.
The winner of the headphones is Ryan Inlow.
Okay, so both Super Blonde and Ryan, you need to send an email to taxitv@taxi.com. Put in the subject line in all caps, I won the Shure microphone. And you need to provide your name, your address, your email address. Probably your phone number wouldn't hurt in case there's a delivery issue. We're obviously not going to publish it. And the same thing for the headphones. Please send taxitv@taxi.com an email, all caps and subject line, I won the Shure headphones. And give us a couple days after the road rally. Bria's going to be flying back to where she lives, which is not here in LA. I'm going to take a day or two off. So, we're not going to take care of this first thing Monday morning, but pretty early in the week. So just be patient, and congratulations. And thank you, Laura Davidson at Shure. And thank you, Shure, for giving us these great prizes to give away. We just made some members very, very happy. Let me see what's next. So at 1:45, which is about 3.5 minutes from now, you really want to stick around for this. This is Steve Barden. Hold on. Looking for the book. Books, plural. Steve Barden is a highly accomplished composer for media. He wrote this incredible book. Seriously, if you want to do instrumental music for film and TV, you got to have this book. You have to. It's not like maybe I'll get around to it or maybe I should. This is like, got to have it. And honestly, I haven't read this one yet, but I know Steve. He's anal retentive about doing everything with a lot of quality, so I'm sure he put a lot of quality into this book. Deconstructing Music for TV by Steve Barden. This one just came out a couple months ago. So there you go. Join me back here in about 2.5 minutes, and we are going to watch Steve Barden a video, and we're going to follow up the video with Q&A for him, with him. This one's called Stinger Stems, Edit Points and Developmental Arcs with Steve Barden. See you right back here in a few minutes, guys. Bye. Stingers, Stems, Edit Points, and Developmental Arcs with Steve Barden.
everybody. Thanks for being here today. What you just heard was a snippet from a track that we're going to talk about today. It's a piece that I created specifically for a publisher for a music library that was a request for this particular style of music. And we're going to break it down about what we have to do to deliver this track to the client. So we're going to talk about the developmental arc. This is more on the composition side, and I'll discuss the breakdown of how you create and develop a musical idea through the entire 90 seconds, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, whatever the length is. We'll discuss edit points, which are super critical for the editors. This is how they can cut up your track and merge it with other tracks and make it usable. We'll discuss stems versus alt mixes. There's sometimes a little bit of confusion as to what these mean, and we'll dive deep into that. We'll look at the metadata, which is also very critical. This is the stuff you're going to include along with the audio tracks that help get your track discovered and used. And finally, we're going to look at cue sheets as reported by the PRO and the placements where they came from. Let's first talk about the developmental arc of a piece. And before I play the entire piece, let's talk about the form. A conventional form in production music is ABA. And what that means is that you have the A section, which is the prime thematic material. And the B section is something that is similar but different enough, and then a repeat of the A section. Now, that seems simple enough. However, part of the developmental arc is to be able to extend that piece over a period of time. So it develops and grows and also gives the editor options of how to use the piece. So when I say develop and grow, that could mean changing instrumentation, adding and or deleting instruments, adding excitement in some way, even a piece like this, which is a mellow piano piece. We're going to play the track. This track is actually a variation of the ABA form, where not each section is exactly the same length, but thematically it follows this structure. So this track is broken down into A, B, A. In other words, each A section is 8 bars, but we do an A section of 8 bars and repeat an A section of another 8 bars, but change the music in some way. Then we go to the B section. Now, this happens to be 8 bars. I could have made it 16 bars. That would have been fine too. And that would have sort of matched the overall structure of the track, but it doesn't have to be. Then we return to an A section of the original thematic material that we started with. That is also at 8 bars, and then we do another A section, which is another 8 bars. In each of these versions of the A section, you'll notice that the track varies in some way. I'm going to play the full track, and you can watch and listen. We're going to jump over to my DAW, which is Cubase, and then we're going to talk about the different sections. All right, let's break this down. This is primarily a piano track. I've actually layered two pianos, the Native Instruments Grandeur and the Spitfire Lab soft piano. It's meant to be an emotional piece of music featuring piano, so let's just listen to the piano by itself. We're going to listen to the first A section to define what the melody is and what we're going after. Okay, it's very simple, and the only thing we did in this opening section besides the piano was to add low strings and a low contrabass clarinet to add some bottom end. And in the violins there's a high tremolo string at the top. So let me play that again with everybody. All right, so the low end is just to help support, the low frequencies. So let's listen now to the second A section, and we'll just hear the piano. And you hear how slightly different it is, and then we'll talk about what we've added to increase the intensity of the track. So already you hear it's more of a rhythmic part that's just supporting everything else that is or will be going on. Let's go back and hear with everybody else. So we've added strings, playing an ostinato pattern. And let's isolate the strings so we can hear that pattern. And originally the piano part in this section was very similar to what I had in the first A section, but I simplified it because we're introducing these other parts, so I didn't want it to be too much. So here are just the strings in the second A. We've also added a harp, just playing arpeggios over the chords. And then we are also going to be adding a clarinet playing a supporting line. So this is really a melody. It's taking over the melody part. Now let's bring the piano back in here with that melody. Okay, and again, the violins with an ostinato pattern, which is so the ostinato creates the movement that keeps it flowing. Okay, now let's go on to the B section. This is a big departure where all of the strings drop out except for the basses, the low end. what we've now added is a solo cello playing a plaintive melody. And the piano's just playing little tinkly notes at the top. But what we've added here is we've added an oboe. And let me give you the piano. Well, I guess I'll put in the cello, solo cello. And the oboe is playing, it's like a question and answer. Here's the statement, and now the oboe's going to answer. And the cello is actually playing in that part too, and the oboe is harmonizing over it. And we go a little further, we're going to have the clarinets, a regular clarinet and a bass clarinet, doubling the cello on its last phrase. And I'll just isolate that. The clarinets. Okay, so everything that we're adding here is just simply adding color at different points to make it interesting. All right, next we're going to go into the next A section, and just like the beginning, it's the same exact piano part. But there is a low bass supporting it. You can barely hear it. What's different this time that we had in the very first A section was we also had that low contrabass clarinet. The reason I dropped it out this time is just simply because I wanted some variety. What we also added is the glockenspiel playing some accented notes. Ding. Okay. Nice variety. And then last but not least, we are adding, I'll play the piano and a solo flute. So this is actually a melody. And that last phrase there, that flute doubles the glockenspiel. Okay. And let's play A3 again with everybody. Okay, so now is the final A section. This is what I consider the big finality. Everybody's back in, but let's start with just the piano and see what's going on there. We got a little tick-tock back and forth on the high notes. So a variation of what we've done before. And let's add the harp. Supporting the piano, just adding more of the same. And we add the strings. And let's isolate the strings a little bit just so we can kind of hear what they're doing in this last A section. Let's start that over, sorry. Oh, how about if I solo it? Now let's listen to the woodwind section and see what they're bringing to the party. Oops. Again, let's solo those. All right, now let's the final A section with everybody. And what you may have noticed is that we added, for the first time only, a cymbal roll taking us out. This wasn't entirely necessary for this piece. We could have done without it, but I just felt that it added a little bit of gravitas to the big ending. Okay, so I'm going to play the entire piece from the beginning one more time. One thing to point out is that after the cello solo, when we come back into the A section, it gets smaller again, very similar to the way we had it in the very beginning. Flute playing a melody, glockenspiel is accenting some notes. And the reason we want to bring it down here is that when we get to the final A section and we bring back everybody, it just makes it seem so much bigger in contrast now because everybody's back in. Okay, so the takeaway from the developmental arcs is to develop the cue in a way that it grows or appears to grow, one, by layering instruments, in other words, doubling parts. So either doubling melodies, you might have had some counter melodies going on where you didn't have them before. And we have a question and answer. Piano plays a melody, it's answered by the oboe. The piano plays a melody again, this time it's answered by the clarinet, and that sort of thing. Edit points. What is an edit point? These are crucial compositional tools you'll use for production music. An edit point helps an editor figure out how to chop up your cue and use it in a show. If they can't find an edit point easily, they may choose to use another cue. So in the writing of this piece, and we talked about the AABAA format, there is an edit point at the end of each section, and we'll look at the DAW and we'll break that down. The easier you make it for them, the greater chance that they're going to use your piece. And I'll state this probably a couple more times before we're done here today. Try to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. The harder you make it for an editor, they don't have a lot of time. They're just going to skip past your track and find something else that works. So let's do whatever we can to help them. All right, let's take a look at the track again. So we heard the track, and I'm just going to play the last couple of bars of each section, and we're going to hear how an edit point works. Now, an edit point doesn't necessarily mean total silence, but it's a place where it's easy to edit. Here's the last two bars of the first A section. Hold out a long note. Boom, there's the next A section. So if an editor took this track, and let's say I'm an editor, and I'm going to take, here's the audio mix here. Okay, and here is where the next A section is. So even if I didn't have the bar lines, it would be easy to see where to edit it. Okay, so even you can just see that you would cut it there. So as an editor, okay, I would cut that there. So let's see what that sounds like. Okay, that sounds beautiful. They could introduce a slight fade to make sure that there's no clipping. Right, and that works. It totally works. Let's take a look at the next edit point leading into the solo cello. Let me put this back. Okay, so the last two bars of the second A section. Again, a long sustained note leading into the B section, and you can kind of see the waveform here, that it'd be an easy place to make the cut. Okay, there's not total silence, but it should be easy enough for the editor to work with. Now let's take one more look at the end of the solo cello going into the next A section. Okay, so there was nearly a bit of audible silence there. So it's very, very tiny right here. Okay, so again, these make it easy for the editor to find a place to edit your cue. Stems versus alt mixes. Sometimes there's a misnomer in the industry of publishers, clients asking for stems when what they really mean are alt mixes or alternate mixes. As long as you understand exactly what the client is asking for, try not to get too hung up on the semantics of the name. Stems technically mean individual tracks or individual instruments or groups of instruments. For example, let's take a look at the project. So I could publish audio for each one of these tracks, the flute, the bass flute, the oboe, the clarinet, contrabass clarinet, etc., all as separate tracks. Those would be stems, 5 or 6 stems. Same with every instrument. I could group them or group them. I could have the woodwind section and mix those as a group, and that would be considered a stem. Or I could group the high woodwinds, flute, oboe, and clarinet as a group and call that a stem. Or the low woodwinds, bass clarinet, contrabass clarinet, maybe the bass flute, and call that a stem, low woodwinds stem. There are many ways to do it. There's not one right answer. As long as you have this data available, you can make them and just deliver what the client asks for. But often what they're really asking for, and especially in production music for reality TV, they really just want alternate mixes. How do you know when to use one or the other? Talk to the client. Make sure you understand exactly what they are asking for. So these alt mixes that you usually provide or can provide to the client, one is the full mix. So the track that we've just been listening to, that is the full mix. That has every instrument, it has all of the melody parts, everything together. And that's what you spend most time writing, right? Obviously, you want that track to be used. So you're going to provide that. However, I found in my experience that a lot of times they choose the no melody version. Okay, that's fine. Why would they choose a no melody version? Well, the melody might be distracting from the dialogue in a scene. So if you provide this version, it makes it easier for them. Now, if they have both of these versions, the full mix and the no melody, they can crossfade in and out when there's dialogue and when there's not dialogue. So again, you're helping, you're part of the solution, you're giving them answers or solutions to their problem. Other alt mixes that are useful, and often a client will have specific ideas of what they want for an alt mix. Sometimes they'll just say, give me something that is useful. In that case, I would recommend maybe 2 or 3 alt mixes at most. It depends on the style of music that you're writing, the instrumentation. There are a lot of possibilities. One is no drums. So that makes it more of a bed type of track. You might have a version that has no melody and no drums. You could have an alternate mix of drums and percussion only. This is useful, but be careful with this one because if you're using loops from a sample library, their terms of service may say that you cannot release a track solo by itself. It has to be layered with something else that makes it unique. So just be very careful when you're doing this kind of thing. Drums and bass are really, really popular, especially with, depending on the style of music, if it's EDM or hip hop or any kind of modern pop music, drums and bass are used a lot. Bass only. That could be, if say it was a jazz tune with a stand-up bass, that could be really interesting. No choir. Now, choirs are often associated with trailer music. So if you have a trailer and you've got this big choir singing quasi-Latin syllables, sounds awesome, but a lot of people are getting away from that choir sound. So you want to be able to provide them with a version with no choir. Now, one caveat is that if you take that choir away, does your track still work? Do you still have enough of a melody? Don't rely on just the choir. Make it a supportive instrument. And that's actually true with any of these. No melody, if you take the melody away, does it still work? Are there too many holes in the track? Too many pieces of silence. You need to listen to it and determine whether that's the case or not. Now we have breakdowns for commercials. I don't find requests for them personally very often, but be prepared that they might ask you for versions that are 15, 30, and 60 seconds long. Now, if they ask for a 30-second commercial mix, it is not 30 seconds long. It is 29 and a half seconds long. The audio has to be out by 29 and a half seconds. That same thing for the 15s and the 60s. You have to have a gap of a half second. And finally, one of the most critical ones is the stinger. And we're going to talk about the stinger next in quite a bit of detail. All right, let's talk about stingers. What the heck is a stinger? As we described with the list of alternative mixes, a stinger is simply an alternate mix of something in your track. What the stinger really entails is the ending of your cue. And why that's important is that an editor will take your cue and use part of it. You might give them a 2-minute track. They're not going to use all 2 minutes. Most likely, they will use 10 seconds or 20 seconds of it. But how do they cut it? Can they end the piece on one of your edit points? If they can do that, great, that works. But sometimes they want to cut it somewhere in the middle of a phrase. They need to make it sound like it ends in some natural way, and that's what the stinger is for. So you're going to provide a piece of music that is short. It could be 1 beat long, just the last note. Or it could be 2 bars or 4 bars. So let's take a look at what we would do with my track and how we would create a stinger. So let's listen to it. We're going to listen to it from the last A section to the end. All right, so I thought about this piece, and where we have the big cymbal swell at the end, this is where I want the stinger. This is how I want the track to end. So I want to start the ending here at bar 41. Okay, so let's take the audio mix, and right at bar 41, let's go ahead and cut it, because that's where we said the stinger will start. Let me solo that. All right, so let's see what that sounds like. All right, let's play it again. All right, well, first of all, we have a big problem in that we're midstream in the cymbal swell. Also, the oboe is hanging over from the previous bar. So what if I put in a slight fade at the beginning? Slightly better, but that's not really what we're looking for. So here's what I'd like to do when I'm creating stems, and this trick works really well with MIDI. However, if you're working with pure audio tracks, it could be a little bit more problematic, and we'll talk about that in just a second. So let me put those pieces back. Okay, so here's one of the things that we can do. So we have an oboe. Well, let's find the oboe track. All right, so here's the MIDI track for the oboe part. So we can see that it really starts at the end of bar 40, but we want to start our stinger at bar 41. Okay, so it's hanging over. So one of the things I could do would be to mute the entire oboe part. Okay, so I'll start at 41. Okay, that works. However, there was still a note in bar 42, that final note of the oboe, that I really wanted in there. So that's not the best solution for me. All right. Another idea is that I could just go in and mute just this one note. And Cubase lets you do that. Okay, that's fine. So now if I play from bar 41. Okay, so the final oboe note in bar 42, that plays. The problem with that is that if I decide later I need to remix the full mix again or something else, I know I'm going to forget to unmute that note. So that's really not the best solution. So let's put that back. We actually have the same problem with the cymbal. I could mute that part completely, and in this case, let's do that. Okay, and that works. As I said earlier, that the cymbal is not 100% required, but I just felt it added that gravitas. So I really want to keep that in there. So here's what I'm going to propose we do. I am going to make a copy of those last two bars. Okay. And let's just move them over here. Now, let's play that. Okay, so in the way it, oops, let's just see the oboe. The way it cut is that that note that hung over from the oboe got cut out. It got lost, which is good. That's what we wanted, and we just have that final note there. However, in the cymbal, we have actually lost the entire cymbal part. So what I can do is just put that back. Okay, great. So we solved the issue with the oboe. I have a clean cymbal part that starts right at the downbeat of that bar. And so now I can take these two bars and mix it as my stinger. Great. So this technique brings to mind that if you are creating, like we mentioned earlier, these 15, 30, 60-second versions for commercial spots, it's sometimes easier to cut up your MIDI and create a version special for that mix. Because if I were to take my full master mix and try to cut it up and mix and match, and then I might have to do some tempo changes, stretching or compressing to make it fit exactly, it doesn't always work that well. The point is that it's a real pain in the neck, at least it is for me. So it's often easier, I find, to just duplicate the parts of the MIDI that you want to edit. And again, this works great with MIDI. But if you're working with live audio tracks, it's a little bit more problematic. So for that, I would suggest, if you're doing the 15, 30, and 60-second commercial parts, is to record an arrangement of just that version of the track. You have to think about this in advance if you're going to do that. So same with this, you're going to just add them at the end, say at the end of the full track, and just record all the instruments playing that version of the track. So again, a stinger is the ending that the editor will use, and it could be just the last note, or in this case, metadata. So in addition to the audio that you'll be supplying to the client, the alt mixes and or stems, you're also going to be supplying some sort of metadata. Now for me, this is the most boring aspect of the creative process because it's not creative at all really, but it's entirely necessary. Because without it, potential clients may not be able to find your track because some of the things you're going to enter in there are keywords and moods that when people do searches, your track will show up in that search. So it's very critical to get this right. Here are the examples of the type of things you'll be creating in your metadata. Now, some clients require you to fill out an Excel spreadsheet. Some have online forms that you just go in there and check boxes and so forth. It varies slightly, but there are some things that everybody generally has to provide. One is the title of the track, obviously. If the title of this track is called Forever, and I noticed after I was working on this track, and after a while I thought, gee, that sounds like a fragrance for men. Okay, you're also going to provide the titles for the alt mixes, whatever variations there are, and there are naming conventions that are unique to every client, and you need to adhere to what they're asking for. They're going to be very specific. They might want you to call it Forever _ full, or with all caps or no spaces separated by an underscore, and then call it main rather than full, or start off with your initials. They're the alt mix versions, maybe in parentheses, or if you have combined versions like no melody and no drums, you would separate them with an underscore. So there are many ways to enter this information, and it's different for everybody, but you want to be consistent and do exactly as you're asked. Again, be part of the solution, not part of the problem. If you make it difficult for your publisher to get your track in their catalog, they're not going to be really happy with you, and they likely won't want to work with you after that. So listen to what they're asking for and do it exactly that way. Next is the key of the track. They don't always want this, but this is really useful for editors, because if they just finish the track and say C minor and they want to continue that same mood, they're going to look for another track that's also in C minor. So this would be useful. The tempo, how many beats per minute it is. Composers, in other words, your co-writers, you and any co-writer you have. Your PRO affiliation, whether you're ASCAP, BMI, or CSAC. And you're going to list that for each co-writer, you're going to designate the writer split. Typically, if it's going to be for two people, it's 50-50, but you guys decide on how you're arranging the split. And this is on the royalties that you're going to be receiving for this track. There is a description, something that describes the track. For example, for my track, I might put something like, this track is a poignant, delicate track and can be used to manipulate a viewer's emotions. Something like that. And anything that really helps define what the track is all about and how it can be used. There are keywords and moods. These are often interchangeable, but really moods are the emotions. And so coming up with these are critical, because these are the words that clients or editors are going to put into a search engine and look for tracks that match the emotions that they happen to be looking for. And the reason I say this part is boring is because what I'll do is I'll put my track in an audio player and put it in on a loop so it just plays over and over and over. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to search through a list of keywords and say, is this keyword fit? No. Does this keyword fit? No. Is this one? So on and so on. And when I find one, then I'll add it to my list. Where can you find these keywords? You can search for them on the internet. You can look for them, I don't know, in a book. But they are out there and available to you. And be as honest as you can with these keywords, because that is going to make or break your track getting used. If you put in keywords that are incorrect and the user types any keyword in the search and your track comes up, they're going to be, first of all, confused if it doesn't match, and then they're going to be disappointed in that they can't trust anything else about the track. So be very specific, be correct, and be honest. And finally, I want to talk about when your cue is used and it gets placed in a show. This is an example of a cue sheet that was reported in my ASCAP catalog for a show that I worked on. I've highlighted a couple of things. These two cues were used back to back, and notice that the first one at the top is pizz only, that is pizzicato only. So this was a dramedy track, obviously. And they chose to use the alt mix that only had pizzicato strings. The full track might have had marimba and vibes, and I might have had a piccolo, or who knows what I had in there, but they felt the pizz only version was more appropriate. And they also used the stinger. So the pizzicato only version is 17 seconds in length, and the stinger ended up being 3 seconds in length. So in total they used 20 seconds of my cue. Well, why didn't they just list it as one cue? And the reason for that is because the stinger is an alternate mix. It's a distinctly unique track. It is not the same as the pizz only track. So they actually have to legally put it in there as 2 tracks or 2 placements. But they are editing them together. They're taking the stinger, putting it at the end where they want it to end, and then they decided that they only have 17 seconds of space left, so they cut my pizz only track and make it fit in there. Now, I don't know how the edit worked. I don't know if I ever saw this particular show and how they used it, but this is what the end result is. So it was 20 seconds of my music, but listed as 2 tracks. There you have it. Stingers, stems, edit points, developmental arcs, everything you needed to know about delivering content to a publisher. I hope you found this helpful, and I hope to see you all at the rally next year. Hopefully we'll all meet there in person. Have a great day. Bye.
And there he is, the man himself, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Steve Barden. That was a great video. You put a lot of work into that, and there was a ton of great information. Good job.
Yeah, don't tell everybody that I did it twice.
Yeah, he did. He had a piece of music in there originally that was also sent off to a library, and I said, no, they're gonna, we're gonna get a copyright strike. Last year after the rally, we had a problem with one of the songs that was in the Robin Frederick video, and they muted the entire, not muted, blocked the entire video because it's one long stream for a whole day. So we're trying to be more careful about that this year. Anyway, great to see you, Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat room, now would be a really good time to type your questions for Steve because we've got a little bit of time. We're going to do some Q&A with him, followed by a short video from our friends at Master Writer, and immediately after the Master Writer video, we are going to do the grand prize giveaway, which I'm sure Steve would like because it's got a PRS SE Custom 2408 guitar and vintage Sunburst as part of the prize package.
Well, that's what I get for doing this?
Yeah, it's exactly what you get for doing this. Anyway, if you have a question for Steve, here's one from Michael Bruce Miller already. Do you add ISRC codes to your cues? It's a good question.
Not at all. That's all up to the publisher to do that stuff.
Here's one from Robert Else. I know you compose in StaffPad. Do you then mix in Cubase or Pro Tools or what?
Well, there's two things. Like when I originally did this track, I wrote it in StaffPad and exported the audio stems and just simply mixed it in Cubase. For this version of the cue, I actually brought in the MIDI and re-recorded it using virtual instrument plugins.
By the way, you're going to hear leaf blower, lawnmower, and barking dogs. We thought that the gardener would show up about 20 minutes from now, but he came early today. Yay! Here's one from Kent Markham. Did you use a click track in your example?
Yes. Yeah, everything is recorded with a click and quantized. I'm very big on quantizing.
All right. Question, where can we find a book of keywords? Well, hold on.
I showed you right in the video.
There you go. He wrote it. That guy right there. I can't get this backward stuff. Anyway, Steve wrote it. He also wrote this one.
Yeah, so that's the companion volume, and that really breaks down the composing process, kind of what we did in this video. So this video today kind of incorporates what we do in the two books. So you got to get both books.
There you go. Can't have just one. I saw a question. Do music supervisors search PROs? Do you mean, do they go to the PRO and search for music? No.
I doubt it.
No, definitely not. Let's see. Here's a question from Edmund Red. The cymbal swell originally was before the stinger. You added it at the beginning of the stinger. Any reason?
Well, because I wanted it as part of the stinger. So, I mean, I either had no cymbal or I had it at the beginning. So there was no way to carry it over since that's where we were cutting it.
Okay. What is the best user-friendly DAW for a beginner to use?
Oh my God, DAW wars.
I've never heard that expression.
GarageBand. GarageBand is a good free software if you've got Apple hardware, and it kind of teaches you the basics of multi-track recording. So, yeah, and there are some free software DAWs out there.
Yeah, I've got to say, if you're on a Mac and you've got GarageBand, the GarageBand that's currently being shipped with Macs or over the last year or two is now as good as what Logic used to be 5 years ago.
Yeah,
it's incredibly good. And it's a good training ground for Logic as well. If you can learn GarageBand, which is pretty easy, The things that you learn will be the foundation on which your jumping off point to start learning on logic, which is much more robust, but the basics are pretty similar. What program? Oops, sorry, I missed a few. Going back up. The Stinger is. This is from Carl Wurzbach. Oh man, I missed a bunch of them. Sorry, the thing skipped up. Do you enter metadata in Cubase per cue?
Yeah, I didn't mention that. What do you mean per alternate mix? Is that what we're talking about?
It just says, do you enter metadata in Cubase per cue?
Oh, metadata in Cubase? No.
Yeah. Okay. Marion
No,
Laird.
Composer Catalog, when I do log my tracks in there, there's a place for me to store all that information. So if I'm going to send it to a publisher, if I've already created it, I can just find it there.
Marion Laird says, great book. Thank you, Marion. It is. I completely agree with you. Carl Wurzbach says, the Stinger is, this doesn't make sense. Is the Stinger always its own piece, not something they edit to be the Stinger? So he's saying, do you always create a Stinger and then glue it on, I think? Or is it something they edit to be the Stinger? It's you.
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
In that this gives you the power to create the Stinger to work any way you want. Otherwise, they're going to just edit and cut it themselves, and it's like we went through the process. It's not always going to work.
Susanna Young asks, you mentioned a no melody version, but Steve's song had several tracks taking over the melody at times. How would he make that mix?
Yeah, so any of the melody stuff would be like in the woodwinds, and partly in the strings, but then you're going to strip those out, and then you're really stuck with it being a solo piano piece, which is kind of what it originated with.
I think I'm going to run outside, grab my gardener, and bring him in and get him on camera for a second.
Nice.
He's the sweetest, nicest man, but he would be like, what the hell? He'd take one look at this table and go, what the hell are they doing there? Do you use this from Pierre Venio, all the way from Hong Kong? Do you use CC11 MIDI message for strings?
Yeah, watch the Mark Giovanni video. So you're going to use CC1 and CC11 CC controllers for most everything you do with virtual instruments, particularly strings.
Now the gardener's on this side of the house. It's going to get louder. Greg Vaughn's question, what program do you use to put in your metadata?
Well, that's going to depend on the client. As I mentioned, some want you to fill out an Excel spreadsheet. Some have online forms that they'll send you a link to, and you just go and you just plug in your information and upload your files.
And there's the lawnmower. Cue the dogs, too. Man, I'm glad this isn't like real TV. The guy on the cover of the book looks familiar. Yes, he does. Oh, people are giving you nice compliments on the book. I'm serious, you guys. Look, I'm not plugging the crap out of the book because I love this guy or I've known him for 20 years or whatever. I'm plugging the book because it's a must-have. You are literally cutting, like 3 years off your learning curve by reading that book, and it's a great reference to go back to for any of the topics time and time again. Let's see. What keywords did you use for the piece you demonstrated? That's a good question.
Oh, you know what? I thought of that yesterday, that somebody's going to ask that. I would have to go look it up.
You can just wing it and tell them what you would do. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, I don't think. He's going to look it up. All right. In the meanwhile, just listen to the lawnmower and the leaf blower. They're in the same key. Leaf blower, would that be a tension cue? Thank you, Ken Mesford. Very cute.
Okay, my spreadsheet's coming up. Okay, so I used, when I originally submitted this, I gave it melancholic, nostalgic, painful. Why did I say painful? reflective, solemn, tender, thoughtful, touching, anguished, introspective, poignant. Yeah, I guess it could be painful.
So if a mobby watermelon had a baby watermelon and it was crying all the time, would they check it, see if it had melancholic? Sorry, I couldn't resist. Every road rally gets at least one really bad joke for me, and I think that was it. I used up my chit for the whole road rally right there. For quantizing, do you add a swing factor?
Never.
When, if ever, do you print the MIDI tracks to audio when mixing?
It depends. If I have a lot of tracks and my computer is choking, I will render audio stems for each part and then mix from that. Otherwise, I'll just do one stereo mix off of all the MIDI tracks.
Boy, people are loving your books in the chat room. In metadata, do you ever include sounds like and a name of an artist? I'm curious to see what you say about this.
For the kind of music that I write, no. I mean, it's not like I was doing, any kind of pop music. I think that would be more apropos. For instrumental music, I mean, who would you say I sound like? Yanni or, John Williams? I don't know. That really doesn't come up for me.
It's funny. I just heard recently, I've always thought that was a great technique, that if you sound like Alice Cooper, why not stick that in there? Because if you're a music supervisor and you need something that sounds like an Alice Cooper track for a particular scene, I would search Alice Cooper. And then recently I heard I was watching somebody else's video, and I think it was a library owner that said, oh no, don't do that. I don't know why. I think maybe the library owner... Because what?
Blurred lines.
You mean because of the lawsuit?
The judge ruled that it sounded just like, was it Marvin Gaye?
Yeah.
Like one of his tracks. And so, if you say it sounds like, that's proof that you are ripping this artist off.
Right. So the library owners probably had to go through 10,000 tracks in their libraries to make sure that there weren't any references in there to those artists or any metadata that contained artist names. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous.
It is dangerous. It's sad because it was a great tool for getting music found.
Yep.
Oh, well. Here's a question from Tony Salazzo. Hey, Tony, how are you, buddy? Why is my copy of Steve's book on back order on Amazon Australia? Is it stuck on a boat somewhere? Steve Barden, supply chain expert, is now going to give us his answer.
You know what? Buy it on Kindle. You can get it right now.
There you go. All right, so Bria just gave me a heads up. We got 30 seconds to go before I have to go to my next thing. So let's take one more quick question. Steve, you could hang out tonight in Robbie Hancock's chat if people want to keep asking you questions.
Somebody's been asking about my PowerPoint slides, and I'll try to provide like a PDF copy somehow. I'll work with you to try to make that available.
All right. Sounds good. Let's see. All what you said in the video counts for cues only or for instrumentals too?
I think it applies to instrumentals. It's just that the structure can be slightly different for instrumentals.
Yep. A general rule of thumb for people who are confused about what's the difference between an instrumental and an instrumental cue. Cues have their own structure, whereas an instrumental is generally probably, it's not a hard fast rule, but probably more like a song structure minus the vocal and maybe some sort of melody light put in where the vocal melody used to be. So if you hear a piece of instrumental music and it's like 2.5 to 4 minutes long and it's structured like a song, but it's got a little melody in there where the vocal used to be, that would be called an instrumental, whereas a cue would be more like 90 seconds long, give or take, and structured, largely an A section, maybe a middle B section, for some variation in there.
Yeah, think Muzak in the elevator.
Yeah. That used to be a dirty word, and now it's not anymore somehow. All right. Steve, great video. Thank you for the effort, and thank you so much for redoing it, man. I feel bad that I didn't mention that to you in advance. Seriously, guys, I'll tell you what. You know what? Let's steal a minute from my giveaway, and let's do a giveaway right now for both of Steve's books for deconstructing production music for TV, the new one, which is the companion book to Writing Production Music for TV by Steve Barden, The Road to Success. In a world where there's a road to success, Steve Barden will get you there. And we're going to do that right now. Bria is going to pick a winner from... You guys don't even have to do plus ones for this, or are they already?
They are, which is fine.
Okay, Bria says it's fine.
They're well trained.
Yeah, they are. They're like a bunch of seals balancing balls on their nose. All I have to do is say the word giveaway, and boom, those plus ones start coming.
All right, first winner is Gregory Beaumont.
Gregory Beaumont, congratulations. You need to send an email. Write this down, taxitv@taxi.com, and put in I won deconstructing production music for TV. Put that in the subject line, and we will get a copy sent out to you sometime early next week. And the person who won the next one, are we going to do? Oh, she's picking now?
The winner is Treywick Jonathan.
Treywick Jonathan, congratulations. You have won an incredibly awesome book. And you need to do the same thing. Please send an email to taxitv@taxi.com and write in the subject line, I won Steve Barden's Writing Production Music for TV book, and we will get a copy out to you post haste. Steve-O, thank you, buddy. Always good to see you. Someday we will actually see each other and be able to give each other a hug, sometime, hopefully in 2022. Thank you. You're always awesome. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Now we're going to, what are we doing here? We're going to do a bumper out, and we will be back in a couple of minutes to do the big grand prize giveaway. Bye, Steve. Thank you. Welcome back. It's time to give away some prizes. But first, now we're going to play the Master Writer video one more time. We got some emails from people last night. I didn't see the Master Writer thing, so we've got a little time here. So we're going to play the Master Writer video. It's like 7 minutes long or something. Again, if you're a songwriter and you don't use Master Writer, you're only hurting yourself. It just kicks the heck out of like using a thesaurus or what's that thing that matches words, a rhyming dictionary. Yeah, Master Writer is the bomb. You're going to see this video, and immediately following the video, we're going to give away a PRS SE Custom 2408 guitar in vintage Sunburst versus modern Sunburst. The shipping, by the way, is only paid within the U.S. So if you live in like Hong Kong, you would have to pay the difference in shipping to get it, outside of the U.S. to Hong Kong, because we ran into problems last year trying to ship like a keyboard somewhere. You're going to get 5 pieces, software instruments from Fallout Music Group that are incredibly well suited to do trailer work. You're going to get the entire product line of plugins from Final Mix, great plugins. You're going to get Spectrasonics Omnisphere, awesome. You're going to get a Shure SR-H40 440 headphones. You're going to get a 1-year free license for the whole shebang at Master Writer. You're going to get a copy of Fett's awesome book, Fett's Mixing Roadmap. And guess who wrote it? Fett. And you're going to get a copy of Shortcuts to Songwriting for Film and TV by Robin Frederick. Indispensable. If you think writing songs for radio and records, you can just bop them over to film and TV. Not so much. This is the only book in the world that teaches you the differences. It's great. You are going to get this one slightly used Taxi coffee mug with my DNA all over it. I'm kidding. You're going to get a new one. And you're going to get a Taxi t-shirt. And like I said, they are all the rage in Paris this year, and you get your choice of gray or white in any size you'd like. So that's it. Here comes the Master Writer video. See you on the other side, and we will pick a winner.
Do you sometimes struggle to find the right word or suffer from writer's block? The truth is, all songwriters do at one time or another. Master Writer is a powerful suite of writing tools and reference libraries designed to help address this problem. When you're looking for the right word, rhyme, or phrase, Master Writer will give you all the possibilities in an instant. First and foremost, it has to be one of the most comprehensive rhyming dictionaries available. Powerful filters let you sort by syllable or search on perfect, close, and wide rhymes and phrases. A search on the word night will reveal pages of perfect rhymes. If you don't find what you're looking for there, you can try close or wide rhymes. Double-clicking on any entry will add the word or phrase to your collected list. Rhyme phrases will give you phrases that rhyme with the search word. When multiple pages of results exist in any dictionary, the left and right arrows on your keyboard perform as paging buttons, making searches more efficient. When you search on the word me, here the special E group will give you an amazing number of E rhymes to choose from. You can make your searches more manageable by using the syllable filter. Searching on last word will give you every phrase that ends in the search word, a great tool when you know the word you want to use in the rhyme but need help getting there. Phrases is a unique dictionary containing over 33,000 phrases, sayings, and word combinations. Think of it as a hook or idea factory. Another feature is you can hide your lyric page, which will give you a greater area to view the results of your searches. Search on love and it will give you an incredible amount of choices. A search on the word the will give you an even more impressive amount. Check out all the hooks and titles that are on these first 4 pages. If you spend 5 minutes a day collecting hooks and ideas, you can build your own personal collection and refer to it when you're looking to jumpstart the creative process. One of the most unique features in Master Writer is word families, a one-of-a-kind reference dictionary that will open a new world of possibilities for descriptive words that you will not find in a thesaurus. If you're looking to describe a hot sun and you want to replace the word hot, word families will give you a number of obvious choices like blazing, burning, scorching, and torrid. However, if you want to be more imaginative, click on Extended and it will give you a glaring sun, a punishing sun, a merciless or unforgiving sun. Now we're talking. The word beautiful has very few synonyms, but by selecting extended, it will give you choices like breathtaking, flawless, unforgettable, and dazzling. These adjectives are not synonyms for beautiful, but there can be no mistake you are describing someone who is beautiful. Naturally, having a thesaurus and dictionary at your fingertips is a requirement for all writers, so those are present. With MasterWriter, all of the dictionaries search simultaneously, instantly giving songwriters a variety of choices. Speech types gives you all the different figures of speech, alliterations, allusions, idioms, metaphors, similes, and more. Using filters allows you to be specific and efficient in your searches. For example, we can look at positive metaphors, negative metaphors, or between the two, neutral metaphors. Under similes, you can search for positive, positive people, negative people, or negative situations. Intensifiers is a one-of-a-kind collection of moderate and intense descriptive words. If you're tired of using the same old adjectives, this is a great place to start. Like word families, this collection of words does not exist anywhere else, and the filters allow you to be specific in your searches. Selecting adjectives, positive, people, and personal characteristics gives you a lot of choices. The ability to collect multiple entries from every dictionary is one of the most important features in MasterWriter. What makes it even more useful is the ability to view what you've collected next to your lyrics, giving you a number of possibilities to choose from when you're looking for that right word or rhyme. The world is a collection of icons from pop and world culture which allow the songwriter to be more specific in their reference to descriptions of people, places, and things. Elton John and Bernie Taupin's use of the Yellow Brick Road made the song Goodbye Yellow Brick Road unique and memorable. Naming the river, highway, bar, or moment in history makes what you write more interesting and believable. There's also a searchable Bible, Old and New Testament. You can either select a book or perform a search. In this example, all verses containing Jesus and love are displayed. Along the bottom of the split screen, you'll find a few other useful features. Info is where writers and publishers are listed, plus additional information related to the song. Melody is elusive, and the onboard audio recorder allows you to quickly and easily capture your melodies with very little distraction, so you can stay focused writing the song. It's simple on purpose. Versions allows the writer to have different versions of the song without disturbing or changing your master or primary lyrics. The ability to name your versions allows you to organize them, and you can also view any two versions side by side. You can also create a version dedicated to general ideas and sketches that pertain to the song. Share allows you to share the song in progress with your co-writers. And last but not least is how MasterWriter organizes the songwriter. The list page houses your finished songs as well as your unfinished songs. You can leave a song in progress and come back the next day or 6 months later, and your lyrics, melodies, and work product will be waiting for you just as you left them under the song title. MasterWriter is a cloud-based software that automatically saves and backs up your work in the cloud, available anytime from any device. This is not an app you install, it's a subscription service that removes the worry of future compatibility and/or data loss. With MasterWriter, all upgrades and improvements are free and instantaneous. Start writing on your desktop or laptop and then edit on a phone or a band member's computer. Your work product will automatically be saved under the project title and will always be there exactly as you left it. Head on over to MasterWriter to try it out risk-free for 90 days. While a computer program cannot compete with the mind and imagination of a songwriter, the mind cannot compete with the word choices and rhymes that MasterWriter will give you in an instant. When the two work together, great things happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to win a really cool grand prize. Once again, I want to mention that if you do happen to win, and I hope you do, get myself in frame. There's that halo. Look at that. Saint-like. If you do happen to win this grand prize, which contains a PRS SE Custom 2408 guitar in vintage Sunburst, You may have to pay for the shipping from if you live in like wherever, anywhere outside the U.S. Last year we ran into a problem where the shipping was actually going to cost more than the keyboard we were sending. So if there's a shipping cost outside of the U.S., you will have to pay it. And just know that there's some possibility, maybe, that they might be able to grab one from a distributor near you, but things are so weird right now with the supply chain, we don't know. So just wanted to let you know that up front. The prizes, once again, are, look at you guys putting in all those plus ones. You guys, you gotta wait for instructions. PRS SE Custom 2408 guitar in vintage Sunburst 5 Fallout Music Group software instruments. Which are great for making trailers, designed by trailer composers for trailer composers. All of the entire line of Final Mix plugins, yep, everything they make. A copy of Spectrasonics Omnisphere, who doesn't want that? A pair of Shure SR H440 headphones. A 1-year Master Writer license, indispensable in my personal opinion. A copy of Fett's Mixing Roadmap by Fett. Shortcuts to Songwriting for Film and TV by Robin Frederick. A Taxi coffee mug. Everything tastes better when it comes out of this. And a Taxi t-shirt because, like I love to say, they're all the rage in Paris this year. So now, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Do I have a good sound effect?
Drum roll?
No, I don't have a drum roll. All right. Bria, shut your eyes, move your finger up and down the list, and pick a winner. Cross your fingers, people.
And the winner is Anthony Ambrosio.
Anthony Ambrosio, congratulations. You are the big winner of the Saturday Grand Prize. Lucky you. There's Anthony now. Anthony, tell us, where do you live? Please say within the lower 48 or in the United States. Wow, he's going, OMG. Yeah, what a great prize package you just won. Excuse me. So you need to email taxitv@taxi.com, and in the subject line write grand prize winner for Saturday. And Anthony says, I never win anything. I know that feeling. Where do you live? I'm curious. He said New York. Yay. Thank you, Anthony. Well, congratulations, man. That is a great prize package. Really, really happy for you. Like I said, don't expect this stuff to show up like on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. It's going to take a little bit of coordination. Bria's going to be traveling on Monday. I'm actually taking a week off next week, so Bria is going to be the quarterback on, making sure this stuff gets to you. Thank you, Bria. So she's got to get back to where she's going, so she'll start taking care of it on Tuesday. And let me look at my list of stuff so that I can see. So our next thing starts in 15 minutes. You know what? We can just hang out and chat like a quarantini happy hour if you want for the next 11 minutes.
You can give something else away.
Oh, Bria. She says, or you could give something else away. Let me see what else I've got around here. You know what? I'm going to give away a copy of Bobby Borg and Michael Eames' book. Okay, our next presenters... coming up in 11 minutes. What?
It's the blue one.
It's the blue one? Oh, you're right. All right. Michael Eames and Bobby Borg are like the dynamic duo when they get on camera together. And they wrote this awesome book, which I asked them for a custom version that matched my shirt today, my t-shirt, so they sent it over. Give away the clock on the wall. You can buy it on Amazon for like, I don't know, $79 or something. Don't start doing the plus ones yet. Oh, relax, you guys. You guys are so trigger happy. I'm going to have to work on that with you. We're going to have like an intervention, a plus one intervention. Oh, there's the gardener. I swear I'm going to go out there, grab him and go, come here a minute, and put him on camera. Anyway, it's an incredibly good book, and they're going to be talking to you in a mere 10 minutes. So let's give a book away right now. That's right, Lola. Discipline, people. Discipline. Here's the leaf blower. All right. So hold on. I didn't say go. Calm down, people. All right. Everybody who wants to win that book, type in +0.
Okay, I'll go stop that.
There we go. Some people finally following instructions. Dear. +0. Yeah. I think my gardener and his crew are doing a particularly thorough job today. They're usually not out there for this long.
And the winner is Be Freed.
Be Freed. You are the winner. Congratulations. All right. Be Freed. What part of the world do you live in? I'm looking. Yeah, be freed. Send an email to taxitv@taxi.com and put in the subject line, I won Introduction to Music Publishing, and put in your name, address, and it wouldn't hurt to put your phone number in just so that we can have it in case there's a shipping issue. Be Freed lives in California. Great. You know what? Maybe I'll just drive it all over. You're going to be in L.A. Wow. Well, I don't know when you're going to be in L.A., but maybe you could come by the office if you want, and be happy to give you a tour and present the book to you then. But what?
You won't be there probably.
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to be out of town a little while, but whatever. We'll either send it to you or whatever. He will be in L.A. Thanks, Spring. Be Freed, when are you going to be in L.A.? Mike Glasgow, the hardest working person in showbiz.
Next Friday night, True Sense.
I'm going to be out of town. I'm sorry. I'm actually taking a little vacation. But if you'd like to come to the office, I can make sure a copy of the book is there, and I can have somebody on the staff give it to you. But, I mean, I wish that I could meet you personally. That would be cool. Thank you, Paul House. Says, great rally again. How you do all this is insane. Every year, I swear I'm never going to do another one. You know, the rallies at the hotel, I do most of the legwork. Angel takes care of booking all the teachers for the classes and everything. I take care of all the grand ballroom panels. And then when we get there, the staff really takes over, and that's when they work their butts off. They work from like 7 o'clock in the morning till about midnight every day. But this, doing it here, it's really just been, well, I should say that the staff, the member services staff, did all the call outs to thousands of people saying, hey, don't forget about the road rally, which, by the way, this year was record-setting registrations. I haven't checked today. When I checked late last night, I think we're up close to 2,900 people. Anyway, what did I want to say? Yeah, so this year I was basically flying solo, putting together, reaching out to all the panelists, and then you have the issues of, oh, I'd love to do it, but I can't do it on Friday. I could do it on Sunday. And if you really want that person to be on the panel, then you have to call the other 3 people on the panel and say, can you guys move it to Sunday, and then start juggling. It's like multi-level, 3-dimensional chess. And things are constantly moving and getting rearranged, and then you have to, reconfirm everybody, and we had to make sure that everybody had good bandwidth, which is a big issue. It was a bigger issue last year. This year, much smoother. Let's see, I'm trying to, talking to all the sponsors. We were having sponsors literally reaching out to us as recently as last night. And then, you have to move things around and update the website and all kinds of stuff. So let's see, we've still got 4 minutes to go, or 3.5 minutes to go before the next guys come on. Any other questions? Michael, I know virtual versus live is like comparing apples and oranges, but is one overall better for you? They're both better in different regards. Like nothing beats seeing all the taxi members together. That's the high point of my year every year, is kind of standing off in a corner somewhere and just looking out at this mass of people at the West and just hanging out with each other, hugs, and I miss you, and it's so good to see you. People from all over the world. You really can't beat that aspect of the live rally. Not to mention the fact that we constantly hear about people that got deals through because they were at the road rally and they met a music supervisor. I mentioned the other day, we had a kid that just signed a full-on record deal with Curb Records, a 7-album deal, because he was at the road rally and met Michael Lloyd coming out of the ballroom. He got introduced to him, I believe, by one of our screeners. They started a relationship, did a bunch of demos together, and then Mike Curb himself, the CEO of Curb Records, said, sign him. So, that stuff ain't going to happen here on a computer screen. Now, the plus side of doing it this way is it's less physically taxing. I don't have to talk as much, although my throat's getting a little raspy right now, because we play these videos. So it gives my voice a little break. It's nice that I get to go to sleep in my own bed at night. And I don't know, it's kind of fun with Bria and me and Greg, our technical director. The 3 of us have a rhythm and we like working together, so that's fun. So a little bit of this, a little less taxing. Very funny, Katrina. Yes, we have leaf blowers, ladies and gentlemen. I was so hoping they would show up while we were playing that video from Michael and Bob. Tamara and Callie said, send songs for possible collabs. Send to where? I don't know. Not to me. If you can figure out where to send them, you can send them. I do have a golf course in the backyard, thanks to the gophers. There's apparently a new strain of gophers out there that appeared in the last week. They're leaving much bigger mounds of dirt, so I think that there must be a nuclear waste dump underneath my backyard. How do we fix the audio? We think, honestly, we had 2 problems with audio yesterday. The feed going to the people who were listening, we were doing it in 30 seconds. Ooh. We were doing it in to Chrome, and Chrome wasn't playing in stereo and was causing problems. We checked everything from solder joints on all the cables to make sure nothing was out of phase. Turns out we think it was just YouTube, just a bad connection to YouTube yesterday. But we did spend like an hour after the show ended yesterday to do it. All right, so we are coming up in 10 seconds on the next thing. I'm going to do a little intro. When the bumper plays, I will announce it, and then we'll go right to their video. Ladies and gentlemen, music publishing for musicians with Bobby Borg and Michael Eames. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, music publishing for musicians with Bobby Borg and Michael Eames.
All right. So, Michael Lasco, thank you very much for having us today.
Yeah, it's always so fantastic to be at the Road Rally. I love this event.
And welcome, everybody. My name is Bobby Borg.
I'm Michael Eames.
And what we're going to cover with you guys is an introduction to music publishing.
A creative and business perspective, but for musicians.
Musicians, absolutely, yeah. So let's get to this, you guys. Let's get to this right away. What we're going to do is we're going to interject some slides just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea about where we are and what we're going to be covering. So let me go ahead and share with you real quick, just to kind of give you a brief outline of what we're going to be doing. So you guys should be able to see this this PowerPoint slide. So you can see here, introduction to music publishing. And here's a general idea of what we're going to be covering today. So number one, we are just going to go over some copyright basics. We're just going to start from the very, very beginning. We're going to introduce what music publishing is, and then we're going to talk about what copyrights have to do with them. And then number two,
we're going to do all the various types of income that exist in the publishing world. We call them the 4 basic food groups, and then you'll see how they apply to all the different, aspects of activity in music.
Absolutely. And number three, then we're going to talk about publishing companies and deals, those big old publishing company deals that everybody wants. We'll talk about what a music publisher does, and then we'll also explain the most common deals as well.
And then we're going to move into just some more creative matters, like pitching your music like a pro, as we like to call it, just some tips and tricks of things that you should keep in mind as you're putting all your music together to send around. And then
perfect. Then number five, what we're going to do is we're going to cover some future stuff, just kind of, look a little bit into the future and kind of talk about maybe some of the things that are most important just to kind of think about. And if we have a little bit time left over, we've got some frequently asked questions that we'll also address as well. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with copyright basics. So I think it's pretty important to start off with a definition of music publishing, because I mean, a lot of times people, believe it or not, don't even know what music publishing is. So essentially, I like to look at music publishing as both a verb and a noun. So as a verb, to do something. So music publishing is to make your music available for commercial sale to the public, which generally involves another different steps. Number one, you have to plug it. You have to find uses for it. Then, of course, you have to issue licenses. Then, of course, you have to actually collect that income, and you have to do all the administrative processes that goes with it. And then, even police the work to make sure people aren't using it illegally and deal with those issues. So as you can see, it's the complete spectrum involved here. And then some people think of music publishing as a noun, a thing. So actually, when we talk about a thing, we're talking about actually the song itself and the ownership in that song. So a lot of times people will say things like, hey, how are we going to split up the publishing? How are we going to split up the ownership in the song, actually? And it's funny, Michael, you'll attest to this. A lot of times some professionals will even say, hey, what did you do this weekend? Oh, I wrote a couple copyrights. I pumped out a couple copyrights. They don't necessarily say, hey, I wrote a couple songs. They wrote a couple copyrights, because if you write it, you essentially, you're creating a copyright. All right.
Absolutely.
And Michael, this is actually a big misnomer in the music industry, isn't it? A lot of people feel that in order to create or to get a copyright, you have to do something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what every musician needs to sort of keep in mind is, as soon as you create something, you embody it in that physical form, you have your copyright. And I think, what everyone really doesn't understand is that once that happens, you are the publisher.
Mm-hmm.
You are the owner of the thing that you created, and you will always be the owner until you sign a piece of paper giving some rights away to somebody else.
Right, exactly. So when you create a copyright, even if you guys just, write a lyric in a rap notebook, or you actually create a song recording on your computer, you're already creating a copyright. And a copyright gives you an exclusive bundle of rights under the United States Copyright Act. We call them CDPDs. And it's just an easy way to actually remember the rights that you get. So CDPDs. So the first C is copy or reproduce. So you have the rights when you create a song of reproduction of that song. So people can't just make copies of your songs without your permission, knowledge, or payment. And then the next one, Michael.
Yeah, and then the D, the first D of CDPD is distribution. You have the right to control how your music is distributed, and especially when it comes to recordings, you have the ability to, you have to authorize your first recording. So if someone were to want to record a song first and you didn't want them to, you can stop it. You have the control of distributing how your music gets out, especially for the first time.
You know what's interesting also about that? There's a big misnomer here, if I just might interject, that a lot of people think that as you as long as you actually state the person's name and you don't sell it, that then it's okay. I mean, this is like the whole problem with sort of that mixtape culture, where it's like, oh, well, it's okay, we're not selling it, and and we can use this stuff as long as we say that it belongs to somebody else. And we just showed you guys that in the Copyright Act itself, you cannot do that. It's illegal to do that. Okay. All right, so then moving on to the next one is we have C, D, and now P, which is public performance. So nobody can actually publicly perform your music without your permission, knowledge, or payment. Public performance in this particular instance that we're talking about is, broadcasting on the radio, broadcasting on television, and so forth. So we'll get more into that in detail, but that is your right. Okay, and then finally the last one.
Yeah, and then the second D is that you get to control what are called the derivative rights. So, in today's music business, particularly in R&B and hip hop, like everyone knows about the whole thing of sampling, right? Or interpolating when you replay something as opposed to using the recording. And anyone that has their own original copyright has the ability and the control to determine what derivative works from their work are going to be allowed. So anyone who would want to, say, sample your song, or change a lyric, or do this, or do whatever their creativity wants them to create a derivative of, they have to come to you first for permission.
Right. And this oftentimes leads to, a lot of problems and a lot of confusion, especially in the world of, DJs, when they think that they can just actually mash up songs together and release them on their recordings and things of that nature. You can't, because what you're doing is you're creating a song from other people's songs, and you need their permission to do that. So we'll talk a little bit more where there's another area of confusion with derivatives in a second. But let's, now that you guys have this established, right? And you guys really just these very, very basics right here, the exclusive bundle of rights in the United States Copyright Act, if you take these principles and you apply them to the questions you have, you'll be able to answer a lot of your own questions. These are really the foundations here, okay? But now there is some exceptions to this. And the exceptions to this is what's called a work made for hire. And this exists a lot in the film and television world, oftentimes. So that's why I think it's important to bring it up now as well, since, of course, the Taxi Road Rally and, music placements and that type of thing. But a work made for hire is essentially a situation when an employer commissions you, or under the scope of employment, you're asked to create a work under work made for hire condition with certain specific rules, maybe playing in on a certain piece of equipment, recording in a certain place, maybe within a certain time, so on and so forth. All of these things can constitute a work made for hire situation, which basically means, Michael.
Yeah. So, in those situations, the employer, which, as Bobby said, it usually is a film and TV situation, you're going to enter into an agreement where they say for X amount of, money, a fee, a creative fee, that you are assigning all of your ownership and all of the rights in anything that you create over to the company or the entity that is commissioning you to do the work. So you will not be the publisher, in the end. And even technically, via copyright law, you're technically not even the author, because the employer is considered the author, though usually in these arrangements, the employer or the studio will allow you to collect your public performance rights as a writer, but they frankly don't technically have to, the way the copyright law states. But it's, it can be a tricky area, and one that is usually good to have an attorney help you with that, because it is, as Bobby said, a pretty unique exception to that bundle of rights that we all get when we create something.
But one of the things I want everybody to be clear about too is that, first of all, you have to be, aware of when a work made for hire exists. You have to understand what it is, obviously, but then you also have to kind of think about this from a practical purpose. If you're creating sort of utilitarian music, music for film, music for television, music for elevators, music on hold, etc. I mean, these aren't like your babies. You know what I'm saying? In other words, this is like music that you're creating for something, and you're going to get a fee for it. It's not like you don't get anything. So it's like, oh my God, work for hire. I give up all my rights, but you're getting something back in return. You're getting the flat fee, the $200 or the $500 or the $5,000 or the $10,000 or the $50,000, whatever the case is, depending on who you're working with and what the job is, right? So you have to kind of look at it that way. And I got to be honest with you, I do work for hire situations on my end. And it's like, I don't care. If I write an article for a blog or something like that, and they pay me, $300 for it, it's like, to me, it's work. It's just stuff I can do and pump out. Now, however, when it's your babies, right, and these are your songs you're talking about, that you want to sort of put out on your albums and things of that nature, then you have to be careful when you're obviously, if this word comes up in those situations, right?
Yeah, and just real quick, Bobby, I want to make sure that everybody understands too that, okay, sure, you're giving up all the ownership, you're giving up all the publishing, and you at one level, you're like, holy crap, that's a lot for me to have to give up. Maybe even the upfront fee is not even that huge, but think about it. When we're all going into, all the movie theaters, all the TV shows that we're all watching, most of that music you hear, especially the original score, is all work for hire. So John Williams, Hans Zimmer, James Horner, all these names that everybody knows, their entire career, millions and millions of dollars that they have made as successful composers, they're not the publisher. They're making all that money from just the writer's share. So, you can have a significant payoff, even though it's a work for hire, if you get into that right franchise.
And before we move on, of course, they're credited in most cases, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, good. Let's move on now. So you guys might be going, okay, I generally get this CDPDs, and sometimes they don't exist, right? Okay, so that's where we are right now. So now you might also be thinking, okay, so how does this apply in a situation when there's more than one person? Because, a lot of times things that are written today are not written by one person, they're written by a group of people. So this is what's called the joint work. So a joint work and copyright law is essentially defined as when two or more people come together and they share willingly sort of in the contributions of the melody of the lyrics, or sort of some important hook, tangible riff or groove. A joint work is formed, which basically means that everybody jointly owns the song. And why I said that is because we have to understand it's kind of like breaking an egg into a pan, so to speak. You break the egg, the white and the yellow, lyric and melody, let's just say, come together and eventually are scrambled eggs. You can't take the white out of the scrambled and the yellow out of the scrambled and kind of go your own way, unless, of course, there's sort of written agreements that determine that you can do that. But just by laws, just to be clear, when you come together and you merge a melody with the lyric or some other hook, tangible hook, a rhythm, groove, or beat, that becomes a song where everybody jointly owns those exclusive bundles of rights that we just talked about. Now, in terms of the actual percentages of ownership, it's pro rata, meaning it's equal, meaning that if there's 4 people, it's 25%, 3 people, 33.3%, 5 people, and so on and so forth. It keeps on going right down the line. If you want this to be different, it needs to be in writing. So let's just say, for example, me and Michael got together and wrote a song, and Michael has 80% of the song done. And he says, hey, Bobby, would you come over and help me with lyrics? I'll cut you in 20%. Let's just say the conversation is that mature and that specific, which usually it is when you're a professional, right? So then I come over and I meet with Michael, and then we create something called a
split sheet.
And let's go ahead and talk about split sheets real quick, Michael. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll get that split sheet up for everybody. So why don't you start that?
Well, yeah. So, again, as Bobby just said, the law presumes that the law presumes equal splits amongst everyone unless you have something written otherwise. Now, even though the law stipulates that, we would still recommend that you get split sheets done and signed by everyone, even when it's an equal split, just to be memorialize everything. But, the split sheet here is, as Bobby now has it up, it for obvious, it lists a lot of the obvious things you would imagine: song title, in the name of all the writers, what their publishing company name is, the split, PRO, an IPI number is the unique number that gets assigned to every songwriter, composer, and publisher whenever you join a PRO. And then you're just signing it.
And if I might add real quick, just for the sake to be clear, PRO was performing rights organizations, and the 3 typical ones in the United States are ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC. Let's just hold off on that. We will talk about that later, but please continue, Michael.
Yeah, no, but again, at one level you might be like, well, this is really basic. Why would we need to do this? And you'd be amazed at, as soon as a song gets out and starts to succeed and make some money, you'd be amazed how many times when someone would be like, well, I really actually wrote the majority of that song. It was 2 of us, but it should really be 75 to me and 25 to the other guy instead of 50-50, like, we assume. So it's really good business to get everybody on the same page, write your signatures down so that no one can kind of come back later and, try to remake history.
Absolutely, you guys. And, it's really, and just, to continue here, these are obvious things: signature, phone number, date, etc. I do want to add that if you have any specific intentions among the writers of what you might do with the song, you might actually talk about what the first use is intended for. So let's just say, for example, I was in a group and we got together with, let's just say, for example, another songwriter, an outside songwriter or a producer. And, and this person sat down with us and rightfully wrote the song with us and rightfully owns a share in the song. Well, now it becomes a little bit of confusion. I mean, does he get to use it, on maybe, a record that he's doing, or do we get to use it first on the record that we're doing? So this is an area of a little confusion. So you might actually state that, this song is intended for first use on our album, just to make sure that there's no problems down the line. So this is extremely important.
Absolutely.
And by the way, there typically is problems down the line. And typically I notice that usually the problems down the line exist for people that really just don't understand all of this. And really, so a lot of times it comes out of sort of naivety and what people believe, they can do. So you guys definitely want to make sure to have split sheets in place, and then, put them somewhere where you can dig them out down the line if you have to.
And not only can you use like the physical piece of paper, like a thing that Bobby just showed, but there are also now, an increasing number of online, tools that can help you memorialize splits. There's sort of like songsplits.com. There are a few other platforms that, you can kind of go in, enter the information, enter the emails of all of your co-writers, then they get an email, they log in, you do the whole electronic signature thing, and then everybody receives a copy. So, I mean, you can do it any number of ways, but the most important thing is that you do it.
Right. And just on a closing note, I just want to be clear that, again, joint works are important for everybody to understand, because this is an area of a lot of confusion. And when you do come together and you jointly own a song, you're jointly owning the song. It's not like you get the lyrics and I get the music, it's a combination of the two together, right? So just want to be really clear. So you can't take home your lyrics if you don't want to play anymore, it's all one thing. All right. All right, so good. So let's actually now move on to the next thing. Now you guys know, right, that you've created this wonderful thing called the copyright. You get these exclusive bundle of rights. You understand some of the exceptions, and you understand what happens with those rights when you work together with people. So you might be wondering, how long do I get one of these beautiful babies for, right? And we're going to just keep this simple, because we could make it really technical, but just the simple answer is that when you write a song, you get that song for your full life plus another 70 years. When you're writing with a partner, it's going to be, your life plus 70 years after the last living author. So not to get morbid or anything, but like when your writing partner dies, then the clock starts, right? Pretty much is the way it works. Let's see. Anything else we want to say there? Michael, do you want to add anything to that, or just keep it simple?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, I think I only would point out is that, to be aware that not every country of the world has that same copyright term of protection. However, the majority do. Mm-hmm. So, I think even though most of the things we're presenting today are based on US copyright law, just know that every other country has their own copyright law, but for the most part, the great majority of, modern society are all operating under the same rules of engagement.
Terms. Yeah, there's some, I think maybe one country that's 100 years and some that have 50 years, but most of them have 70 years. All right, now, just real quick, I think it's also really kind of important just to take 2 seconds here. To also remind everybody, like I said, we kept the laws really simple here. It's like, as of now, if you were to write a song, basically you get a copyright for this long, right? But that also comes up to, we can start thinking about this. We could say, well, what happened back in, 1908? What happened, in 1928, and so on and so forth. And these laws or the duration has been sort of growing. And like I said, we don't want to get too complicated about this, but let's just think back to the very beginning when copyright law started. And what I want to point out to you guys is that copyright gives us all a limited duration monopoly. In other words, it gives us an opportunity for a limited period of time. And that limited period of time is pretty long. I mean, your full life is 70 years, right? But it gives us the opportunity to make money from our music. And it gives us a purpose to be able to create art and benefit from it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to flourish. And who in their right mind, unless you were rich, would sit around writing music all day that everybody else was just going to use for free, right? So when we do this presentation today, we want you guys to be really aware that copyright law is really, oftentimes thought of by young people as evil. It's like the man that tries to hold you back from using things and being creative and artistic. But on the other hand, the way you could look at it is it's actually the man making sure that you have a purpose for creating art and that you're going to get paid for it, and that you could have a career doing it. So it works both ways. It's like copyright works maybe against you in some instances, but it also works for you in some instances. So we need to respect copyright law. What you want others to do to you, you have to do to others.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So now, given all of this, right? All of this, how do we protect this valuable baby that we have, right? Of a copyright. How do we protect that? So generally speaking, let's talk a little bit about copyright registration. And what we're going to talk to you about real quick is we're going to talk about when you should register your copyright, the benefits that you get from registering your copyright. So we'll keep it very, very simple. So real quick, I'll just talk about when, and then Michael will talk about the benefits of what you get from registering your copyright. So essentially, when you should do it, I mean, really, this is kind of a difficult question, because the truth is, as soon as you write a song, you could actually register it if you really wanted to. But that might not be practical, because there's obviously fees for registering your songs, some more expensive than others. Definitely when you register online, it's cheaper. Definitely when you register as a group of unpublished works, it's a little bit cheaper, right? But the point being is it costs money. And when you're young and just starting out and all you're eating is top ramen, every little bit of money helps. So do you need to record a song? Listen, there's songs that I wrote that I wouldn't even rip off, myself when I first started, I would probably say a good rule of thumb is that when you're getting ready to publish a work, when it's truly legitimately going to be out there, you're putting out your record, something's going to be in a film or television show, that would be, I think, a good time to just go ahead, bite the bullet, so to speak, and register your copyrights. And when you do that, there are certain benefits that you're going to get in addition to the CDPDs. That's what I want to be clear here, you guys. You already have a copyright. Now you're registering your copyright, and you're going to get these three major benefits. Michael, do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Bobby said, that the copyright exists as soon as you put something into tangible form. But the reason you go through the extra step of registering your copyright with the Copyright Office in Washington, D.C. is you get three main benefits from doing so. Number one, there's the rebutable presumption of ownership, right? So it's officially declaring to the public, this is my work, and, I am the owner of the work, or if there's more than one, owner, we are the owners, joint authors of this work. And it not only is sort of a public legal claim, but it also, say down the line, if you wanted to sell your songs, down the line, part of what happens in that process is there's a search in the Copyright Office to see if you properly registered them, because that, is an important element to the buyer to know that things are legally protected by having been registered properly. And the second thing that you get is the right to be able to go in and sue someone if they steal your song, or what's called infringing your song, because the copyright law exists at a federal level. When you want to file a copyright infringement suit, you have to go into federal court to do that. And the federal courts won't allow you in to sue until you've actually registered your copyright in the Copyright Office. And even more so, something that changed in the last couple of years is that you used to be able to submit it. Say, like Bobby and I wrote a song today, we could maybe submit it today, let's say we wrote it a month ago. We could submit it today and file a suit tomorrow just because we've sent the application in. But now there's the decisions have changed where you have to wait until you actually get the form back from the Copyright Office, which can take 6 months to a year. So it's good to do this ahead of time. And then the third benefit is that, let's say, once you go into court and sue someone, once you succeed, you can actually get the legal fees that you pay reimbursed by the person who loses. So, and let me tell you, having been involved in a few copyright infringement cases, everyone that I have been involved in have all settled because they're so expensive to put on that for it to actually go to court, I mean, you're going to end up talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in legal fees. So it's a great thing that you have these benefits by registering, but just know, suing in the courts is not for the faint of heart.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. And now that we have that out of the way, so you've registered the copyright, you're all protected and everything is good to go. And, and boom, that's it. You're safe, right? Wrong. Actually, just because you actually register a copyright, we do want to bring to your attention that people will still rip it off. It's just like a stop sign. People still will go through it. Just like a speed limit, people will still break it, right? So, of course, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't register. You should, but we just want to be clear that oftentimes infringements happen, sometimes willfully, sometimes accidentally, but they still do exist. So we aren't going to go into detail about infringement, but just keep that in mind. Okay. All right. Now let's go ahead, and what we're going to do now, you guys, is we're going to shift gears a little bit, and what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to the next section, and we're going to talk about types of income. All right. So we're going to talk about types of income. And the first thing actually I think that we should address when we talk about types of income are, in the publishing world, there's this way or this treatment of the money that comes in. And typically that money is divided between what's called the writer's share and the publisher's share. So again, this might be weird because you're going to say, well, Bobby and Michael, you just said that, you are both the writer and the publisher of a song. So you're saying that like there is a publisher's share of money and let's just say a writer's share of money. And as strange as that sounds, that's true. So the writer is actually the creative person. That is the person that writes the songs. I'm sure you're aware of that. You're like, I'm the writer, right? The publisher is basically considered the sort of this is the right side brain, this is the left side brain, but it's all still you. The left side brain handles the business. The left side brain registers the copyrights. The left side brain collects the money. The left side brain does all the administration work. Now, could you hire someone else to do that for you? We'll get into that later down the line, right? Could you give up a piece of this share right here to let somebody else do it for you? Yes, and they'll probably do it better than you. And we'll talk about that later. But for now, when we talk about the money, keep in mind, you are both the writer and the publisher until you transfer those rights to somebody else. Okay. So generally speaking, if $1 comes in and is collected by the publisher keeps 50 cents of that and then gives it to the writer, and which is the other 50 cents. There are some exceptions to this, not to go off in the weeds. Oftentimes in the performance royalty world, the performance organizations want you to get the writer to get the money directly and not pass through the publisher's hand, but we'll get into a discussion about that later. But just generally speaking, $1 comes in, the publisher gets 50 cents, the writer gets 50 cents. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to start talking about that money. And we are going to begin with discussion on, let's just see, the 4 food groups of music publishing. Mechanical, performance, sync, and print are the 4 food groups. And Michael's going to go ahead and start with mechanical royalties.
Yeah. So, so many, we talked about the CDPDs, right? That exclusive bundle of rights. Well, these 4 food groups all relate back to that bundle of rights. So the first main type of income is called mechanical income. And, very briefly, just so you can understand the history, sort of why is it called mechanical? Because we get that question sometimes. Well, the music business and music publishing business, really had its start back in the 1900s with player pianos, right? They had that roll in them that sort of, went around and then the piano played itself. Well, that was the first time that you mechanically or manufactured something to reproduce a song, right? We had that sea of CDPDs of copy. Well, every time you have some mechanical process through which you reproduce or copy a song, you owe a royalty. So, when we had, obviously from piano rolls up to like 78s to cassettes to CDs. And, we'll talk separately in a bit about the streaming world that we're all in now. But, let's just look at CDs, because we still have a lot of CDs today. Every time a CD is replicated or manufactured, you owe a royalty. And that royalty set by copyright law here in the US is still 9.1 cents for a song that is 5 minutes or less. If a song is more than 5 minutes, there's a different formula, and obviously the rate goes up. But it's, think of 9.1 cents. And then, as Bobby just showed with that pie graphic of writer share, publisher share, of that 9.1 cents, half of it is publisher share, half of it is writer share. And if those shares were owned by different parties, then you split everything accordingly. But, that's really the thing to understand when it comes to mechanicals. Do you want to add anything else, Bobby, before you move on to the next one?
Yeah, just so, Michael did point this out, but, mechanical royalties sort of apply to two different worlds differently, off sort of line and online. So, right now, just to keep things simple, we're talking about CDs and vinyls, but we will address streaming and digital downloads later on when we talk about something called electronic transmission. So if you're wondering about that, we will get to that. So now moving on to the second food group is public performance monies. So essentially, performance royalties are the monies that are generated when your music is used in different by different music users. And those music users, the main ones are radio, television, and internet. But I mean, really, there's just so many general licenses too. I mean, when you hear music on the phone, when you're at a shopping mall, and you hear music when you're in a hotel and you hear music, these are all opportunities for essentially performance royalties to come in. Now, keep in mind, again, that is public performance. So, they're not knocking on people's door going, hey, I hear you playing that record, you have to pay us. So, there could be a multitude of business users and so on. So let's talk now about, I think, an important part when we talk about performance royalties. I think it's really impossible not to at least bring up a PRO, performing rights organization, which are essentially organizations that protect the performing rights of authors and owners like me and you and Michael and everybody else, right? And generally speaking, there's a lot of confusion about, performing rights organizations. I want to be clear again, so I'm going to repeat. They are organizations that protect the performing rights of authors and owners like me and you. They are not publishing companies, okay? A lot of this is a big mistake. A lot of times people go, BMI, this is my publishing company, or I have a publishing company. We understand the confusion and why you think that, and we'll explain it later because we don't want to get into the weeds right now on that. So, but it is not a publishing company, okay? So what do they do? So let's go ahead and go to that graphic and show you what they do. So essentially, what PROs do, and this is very, very oversimplified, but you and I and Michael and Prince and Madonna and everybody else are writers and publishers that basically would like our music to be used by music users, right? But if we were going to actually go out and issue these licenses ourselves to over 10,000, radio stations in the United States, let's just say, for example, and issue a license for each one of those and then police them to make sure, or to figure out how many times somebody is using that musical composition and so on, would be overwhelming. So enter in the performing rights organizations that basically say, hey, we'll do that for you. We will actually go ahead and affiliate or, become a member with us. That basically is the same. Prince, Madonna, everybody becomes a member of performing rights organization like ASCAP, let's just say, for example. ASCAP then issues a blanket license on a behalf of everybody, right? And says, hey, song user, you can actually use anything in our catalog for a blanket licensing fee. Now, it depends on what organization you're talking about. Those blanket licenses and fees are going to be different if you're just a small business as opposed to this big television network, right? So, but generally speaking, that money gets collected by the PROs and put in what's called a pool. essentially, right? They take all the blanket licensing fees and puts them into a pool. And then through a number of very sophisticated monitoring processes, they try to figure out, okay, of this pool of money, how much goes to Bobby Borg and how much goes to Prince and Madonna? Okay. Now, again, this is very sophisticated, but generally speaking, if Bobby Borg isn't played enough to be picked up, I potentially could get plays and not get paid for it because it's not getting noticed, right? But Prince and Madonna, who get played a lot, are most likely going to get picked up and they are going to get paid. All right. So you guys might be going, that's so unfair that this is, well, listen, you try to do it yourself. Okay. First of all, number one. And number two, back when I was in major label groups and songs were being played, but then my statements would come back zero. ASCAP had this reward system, and I would tell them, I would say, hey, I can prove that we were being played and, it didn't come up on the monitoring system. And I actually got awarded, a couple $100, I forget how often, but I feel that it happened at least once a year, and yep. I just kept on submitting. So this is generally very oversimplified process of performing royalties and sort of where the PROs come into fit into this. Anything, Mike, you want to add?
No, honestly, I mean, you covered it really well. I think that the thing to always just bear in mind is as you emphasized, it's all about public performance. Mm-hmm. So you always just have to look in terms of, is something a performance in public or is it something that's private? When it's private, well, there's no license needed.
Right. So now let's move forward and talk about synchronization royalty, which, welcome to the Taxi Road Rally, right? That's a lot of the reason why you guys are here. But Michael, why don't you kind of talk a little bit about synchronization as the third food group and define what it is, and then also talk about, what masters sort of have to do with it now that we enter into the sync world. Sure. And then maybe we'll look at maybe some real basics of how licenses are negotiated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, synchronization is honestly, it's my favorite income type, not only because it just the whole marriage of visuals with music is just a personal love of mine, and why I even came to LA originally was to be a film composer and then fell into the publishing side. But let's just quickly address the definition, which I think is obvious, but the right of synchronization, well, it allows you to control when and how your music is synchronized with a visual image. They need your permission. You are in control of that. If you don't want it to happen, it can't happen. And the thing that happens a lot that, Bobby just mentioned, masters, that, when you're synchronizing something with a visual, well, you're synchronizing a recording. So what you need to bear in mind is that there is the underlying copyright in the composition, which that's what we've been focusing on and talking about up to now with the exclusive bundle of rights and all of that. But there is also a separate copyright that exists under copyright law for the sound recording. And then, of course, the sound recording embodies the composition, and then you're licensing that out to these sort of places. So 2 sets of permissions are required when something is being synchronized. But of course, when you're the band and the artist that has recorded, your own recording, you're not only the writer and the publisher, but you're also the master owner. So you'll hear the terms of like, I need to license something one stop, or all in is another term you might sort of hear with these things. And that's when they're talking about, hey, we want to get those rights bundled together, the master right bundled with the publishing and songwriter rights, and do it in one fee. Bobby and I tend to like to, sort of talk about this particular sync world as the wild, wild west, because you really can charge whatever you want. Honestly, there are, in most situations, there's a generally accepted range that one would get paid, whether it be a TV show, if we're just going to look at TV shows, films, and say commercials, TV is going to have the lower set of range of fees. Film is going to probably generally be the next, higher set of fees. And then, commercials and trailers are typically the holy grail that we're all, trying to go after. But there are a bunch of different factors that go into how you're going to want to charge something and what you could charge. Well, here, Bobby, why don't we go back and forth on this? Like, what to you would be one of the first things that, you would want to know before your song got used?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it kind of like by example. Let's just say, I think it's always useful. So let's just say, I don't know if you guys will make me going back a little bit in history here, but like you think of the Shrek movie. You guys know Shrek, that character, that sort of monster kind of character. Well, if you know the movie well enough, or if you want to look it up on Netflix later on or something, there's a scene where the movie opens and Shrek, this monster character, is in like this outhouse, and and he's looking at himself in the movie, and he's in the mirror rather, thinking how beautiful he is, and the song by a band called Smash Mouth comes on. Hey there, you're a rock star, da 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 da, whatever. I can't sing. I'm only a drummer, right? But you guys get the idea. He kicks open the shed. So right there, it's the use, right? How is the song being used? In this particular case, it's used in an opening title. So generally speaking, opening titles and end titles, the end of a movie, tend to actually get a higher negotiated rate just because all the eyeballs are usually sort of real present at the beginning of a film or at the end of the film. Another instance in that example is that the song plays in its entirety. So the length, how long is the song actually going to be used, is another factor in the negotiation process as well. Other points that you can kind of think about is who the director is, who the stars are in the movie. That also ups the game too. Who is actually the company that's going to be releasing it or distributing it? That could up the game too. Where it's going to be distributed. Is it going to be essentially the world? And, so that also ups the game as well. Then also the theme of the movie. Obviously this is a wholesome movie that I just sort of, exemplified for you. Nobody's getting killed. Nobody's getting, murdered, raped. I mean, I just have to bring that up. It's just, there's nothing that can sort of hurt the brand of the Smash Mouth song, because that's another factor that you might consider, because if that were the case, you might say, you know what, I want to up the game because of that as well. So there are so many other factors that are involved, but it just gives you kind of an idea, at least, about some of the things that are involved in this sort of sync negotiation world. And again, as Michael pointed out, it is completely negotiable. One thing I wanted to add to this equation, though, is that you might wonder, what happens when there's joint owners to this song? Is it kind of like, shh, don't tell Michael, but we're only giving him 1,000, but we'll give you 3,000. Typically it works on what's called an on-favored nation basis, which basically means that essentially what we give to one person, we're also going to give to the other person. And oftentimes that's how it's negotiated, so that nobody is worried that somebody else is getting more than the other, in case that crossed your mind.
Yeah, and the acronym that you'll hear with that is MFN a lot of times, even in a request that you might get sent, because MFN just stands for most favored nations. So that's what Bobby is saying, is that sort of everyone is having to be treated the exact same way.
Now, one of the things you also might be wondering while we're on the topic of negotiation, is it possible that you enter into a sync situation where there's no money offered? And you might, and the answer is yes. And you might have come across it, or you might be thinking, who the heck would do that in their right mind? But think about this for a minute, right? Because when you sync something, there's the act of syncing it, and there's what's called the sync fee. But then what happens with that piece of media, right? It actually gets performed, which means that there's then a public performance royalty they sometimes call on the back end, which basically means if I were an indie artist and some MTV show like said, hey, we want to license your music, we'll give you credit, it would be good for promotion, and then on the back end, I'm going to get royalties. You have to factor that in. You have to consider that. Of course, we have to be aware of the value of music as well. You don't want to devalue your music, but also the fact that you're getting credit, you're getting back end royalties, and even in some cases with a movie, if that music ends up on a soundtrack, it could snowball into other types of money as well. It could turn into then a mechanical, let's just say, for example. So you have to kind of factor all of these things in when we talk about negotiation. Anything else, Michael?
No, you covered it really well. So I'd say we're now moving on to the fourth and last food group of print.
Yeah, I want, let Michael talk a little bit about the history of that. But first, I just want to define print royalty as really, when there is some sort of lyric reprint, typically speaking, of your work. So, for example, lyrics in sort of like a musical book, like sheet music, let's just say, is the most common. Those single sheet musics that you might see, or sometimes they're 2 or 3 pages, but you go over to grandma's house for Thanksgiving and she opens up the piano bench and pulls out Star Spangled, and plays it. You get the idea. Then there's what's called folios. I know it's a weird word, but essentially folios are just music books, and there's different kinds of them. There's matching folios that exactly match your record. There's mixed folios that match a number of different artists, like the greatest guitar hits of the 80s or something like that. And then there's just folios where it can be a mixture of your own music. And essentially each one of them pays you essentially a royalty. So it's a little bit of a different system than the other types of money that we've been discussing. But essentially you would be licensed to, a printer. The printer would manufacture stuff, pay a royalty, and then the writer would then get a piece of that. We're not going to get all into that detail because print represents such a small percentage of the publishing world today. But we do want to kind of tell you a little bit about a time when print was king.
Yeah. I mean, I talked earlier when we were addressing mechanicals about, how the mechanical royalty started with that piano roll, back in the 1900s. Well, very similarly, literally the music publishing business we're all in today started with print. You may have heard the, term back in the day of Tin Pan Alley, which was a literal physical street in New York City, and there is this very famous building called the Brill Building, and it had music publishers in it, and men and women would go to the building, and their job literally were hired to write songs all day. So but then what those music publishers, print publishers, did is that when they liked a song that somebody wrote, they would put it all together, put it into notation, they would print it, and then they had sales people who would go literally all around the country to orchestras, to recording artists who were popular, and it basically pitched them the song. And then, of course, any band leader or orchestra like a Count Basie or whomever, or other artists, when they made a song popular, like Bobby's example, our grandparents would all like, oh my God, I love that song. I got to go get it. You go down to your store, you buy that single sheet thing. And, that's what started the music publishing business. But as technology has increased, and then we had all the recording devices, that we talked about leading up to CDs, and we're about to get into, the electronic transmissions part of things. But print over time has, as Bobby said, declined and been a smaller and smaller part of the overall income pie for publishing. However, we're starting to see even this small, niche at this point of music publishing income starting to increase because of the digital technology. There's more and more companies that are monetizing lyrics. We're going to streaming services now. It's really only been within the last 6 months to a year that when you're listening to a song, you'd even be able to have the lyrics, move along as you listen to the song. In Apple or Spotify or any of these things, you can kind of listen to the lyrics. There's lyric videos on YouTube. There's as technology grows and, the laws follow it, we're seeing a bit of an uptick in this print area of income. So, we haven't seen the last of it yet. Let's see how technology evolves and how we might all be able to continue to make some money in the print area. But it's good to know the history from where we've come.
So stay tuned, right? Let's move on now. So you guys got the 4 food groups down, right? Mechanical, performance, sync, and print. So now let's talk about what's called electronic transmissions, which are basically when you take those 4 food groups and you pretty much throw them into the digital world. So let me go ahead and share a graphic with you, which I think will clear up a lot of stuff for you guys. So let's go ahead and get this graphic up. So again, the 4 food groups, when they are in a digital setting, let's go ahead and take a look at this. So you have basically interactive audio streaming, right? That's pretty much the one basic one that we are most familiar with. When you hear a song on Spotify, when you hear Apple Music, Tidal, etc. And you might be wondering, like, what kind of royalty is being sort of generated there as the owner of a copyright, as a music copyright? What's exactly happening there? Well, let's think about this. Now, this is a little complicated, but generally what's happening when you're actually interacting with a streaming service is the song is caching on your computer in order for you to actually play that song back. So the fact that it's doing that is a reproduction. So what does that make it, you guys? Wait, hang on. I'm not going to give you the answer. What does it make it, you guys? Reproduction, copy, CD, PD, a mechanical, right? How about when we talk about permanent digital downloads on iTunes, which is something that we used to do a lot. We don't do as much anymore. But again, that is a mechanical because there's a copy being made. So Michael, right. Performance.
Yeah. So, the thing that I think is relevant to point out and why we separate out electronic transmissions is when you get into this sort of digital world is when the lines blur between those 4 different kinds of food groups. So, looking at, the chart here under performance, you'll notice that interactive audio streaming is also a performance where Bobby had just mentioned, that it is also a mechanical. And that's because, when you're on Spotify or Apple Music or Tidal, as we've listed our 3 main examples, there is both the mechanical part of the stream, but there's also a performance part of the stream that would always be coming back to you through your PRO. And then it's worth noting that, non-accurate interactive audio streaming is only a performance. So, right, we've listed Pandora and SiriusXM are the main sources of this. And, think about it, because those are just like listening to radio. You're not in charge of the order in which the music is being presented to you and played for you. Someone else has determined the order and you're just tuning in, and it's a very passive, sort of experience, which is why Pandora and SiriusXM involves only a performance, which is why you're only going to see it in this chart in the performance section. But, when you're doing an interactive stream where you get to choose and put together a playlist, well, that's when you invoke both the mechanical and the performance. And then, the last thing I'm going to mention and then toss it back to Bobby on the sync side is, now YouTube is really the biggest example that we have these days of interactive video streaming, though it's not the only one. But, what's happening there? Well, there's a sync happening there, but more importantly, there's also a performance, right? So any time there is that public performance, you're going to have performances and income type. So Bobby, kind of hitting back over to you on the sync side to tie it into YouTube.
Yeah. So essentially, Michael already mentioned, when you see obviously a video, right? What do you see? Basically, you see music merged with the visual image. And therefore, you guys already know what kind of royalty is that. It's a synchronization royalty. But of course, that the fact that it's playing also means that you're going to get, as Michael just pointed out, a performance royalty as well. Now, before Michael goes on to print, I also want to point out to you guys the reason why we did separate this as well is because a lot of times the way you're paid for these different uses electronically are different than the way you'd be paid in other areas. So after Michael talks about print, we'll also really quickly just do a really quick one over on some of those differences. But Michael, do you want to go ahead and talk about, but I'll tell you what, I'll do it real quick and then you can talk about the money. So print is the next one, you guys. I mean, essentially when we originally talked about print, we were talking about sheet music and physical books, like when you go into Sam Ash and you see books on a shelf, those are obviously physical printed uses of your music. But how about in the digital world, you're going to see downloadable sheet music and downloadable music books such as from Music Notes, or you're going to see lyric websites like Genius, let's just say, for example, and how Michael was pointing out how they might actually have a song playing and your lyrics underneath. Those are digital uses of print. But Michael, go ahead and tackle just real quick also why we've separated this, because the money is treated differently on the mechanical level when we're talking about digital. Also performances in sync and print, there's some differences there as well. Can you just give us a quick run over on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, we could really go deep down into the weeds, but, we don't have time for that today because we still have a lot to cover, in our 20 minutes that we've got left here. But very quickly, I mentioned the 9.1 cents before that was physical. Well, under mechanical, everything kind of moves into being a percentage, right? So the way mechanicals are paid in the digital world are frankly incredibly complex. Just know that it is based on a percentage of what a digital service provider earns during a particular month. So as their income goes up, we will get paid, more as well. On the performance side, that's the great thing that we have all our ASCAP, BMI, and CSACs to take care of how that's all going to sort of be handled. So that's fairly easy. On the sync side, particularly with YouTube, I'm sure many of you that are artists have seen that, advertisements about, I can help you monetize, your music on YouTube. Well, what they're talking about is, YouTube got into trouble many years ago because they knew they were violating copyright law because users were uploading videos like crazy. And as we know from our earlier talk today, you get to control when your music is synced with a visual image, but YouTube wasn't doing that. So, the industry kind of basically did a deal with Google that we share in the advertising revenue that Google generates from YouTube. So when you hear about monetizing, that's how that happens. And then lastly, on the print side, the difference between how you get paid on the physical printed sheet music versus digital is, we're no longer needing to print physical books anymore, right? We used to maybe make a 15 to 20% royalty, depending on the kind of print we're talking about. But, in the print world, it's really now 50-50 because it's digital. There's no physical product that has to go to a printing press. So, that's why we're starting to see that part of our world go up in income. So, Bobby, before we get going, though, I know we wanted to touch on some of the international aspects of some of this.
Let's talk about that real quick. We're going to talk about what's called now when you take these 4 food groups and you throw them over, let's just say overseas. Now we're talking about foreign sub-publishing. So again, it's still the same for food groups. So what we do is we want to kind of explain this, just kind of we could go deep in the weeds on this as well, but we'll just keep it simple. So let's go ahead and actually get up a different chart real quick and just show you pretty much how this works. So generally speaking, again, because of the way the publishing world works and the way the music industry works, in other territories, things happen obviously a little different than they happen in the United States. So just speaking very, very basically, right? If you are the owner of songs and your music is getting used in a foreign territory, you need people to help you collect that money, because it's not going to happen the same way that it happens here. And it's a little bit more confusing than it would be here in the US. So generally speaking, what people do is they get representatives called sub-publishers, publishers in other territories that will represent and help you. In some cases, you'll have a music publisher here in the United States that has representatives in foreign territories. So you sign with them and they got all of it covered, right? But generally speaking, if you're acting like an independent, you got to figure out who the heck is going to collect my money overseas, right? So there are some organizations that can do that for Indian DIY artists, and that makes things a little bit useful. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. But the concept of a sub-publisher generally works like this. So let's just look at this chart right here. So you have number one, foreign song users pay out money to foreign collection societies. So the users or that are using your music, they are required to pay out certain monies, obviously, to what's called foreign or mandatory collection societies in foreign territories. So essentially, that money gets paid out to these foreign collection societies. The societies pay out the monies to registered sub-publishers, right? So, for example, if you had a sub-publisher, the sub-publisher would actually register your works with these foreign societies so that when the foreign societies got that money, they would know where to send that money, okay? Then what happens is the sub-publishers pay out the monies to the U.S. publisher, boom, over here. Now, if you are the U.S. publisher, cool. But if you have a representative here, then that publisher would make sure that then if the money finally goes to you. Okay. Now, there's some crazy things that happen, like what happens if you don't have a sub-publisher, where that's money going? Well, this is what's called black box monies. And just to keep it simple, generally what happens is when they can't figure out what to do with your money, they sort of hold it in escrow in this black box. And eventually, if they can't figure out where to pay it, that money gets prorated to the local sub-publishers of that territory, and other people will end up getting your money. So obviously, you don't want that to happen. You don't want it to fall into the notorious black box. So to keep this section simple, you guys, if you got money, if you got records or music in foreign territories or getting used in foreign territories, you need some sort of representation there. And you know, and what we just talked about was sub-publishers to do that. So that's the simplest sort of explanation of foreign sub-publishing money. Anything else, Michael, that you wanted to add to that?
No, the only thing really to add is that, you know, sometimes because we're such a big market in the US, we think, you know, that, oh, wow, you know, all right, I'm making most of my money here. Maybe I'm not going to pay attention to international. But you know what, like international, and for most publishers, you can make more money overseas than you can make in the United States, because typically their mechanical rates are higher overseas, performance rates are many times higher. So it's absolutely an area that you should pay attention to if you know you're getting activity over there, because sometimes you might be surprised. The international money can actually be larger than the domestic.
Mm-hmm. And there's, you know, like we said, we could go into depth into this, but really in some cases there's, you know, there's different types of monies that you can earn. And so, you know, we'll save that for another lecture as well. Okay. Let's move on now. We'll get into our next topic, which is going to be, now we're going to transfer over to the topic of publishing companies and deals, right? Publishing companies and deals are sort of on the minds of many sort of independent artists. It's kind of like the holy grail sort of, you know, I want a publishing deal, you know. So let's actually go ahead and start talking a little bit about publishing deals and what you can actually expect from them. So again, keep in mind that you are the publisher until you actually give those rights to someone else. So why the heck would we even consider giving our rights to somebody else and giving up a share of our income? Well, there's a couple reasons, and we'll nail them right real quick. Number one, they are more experienced at plugging songs than you are. They have more connections with doing it in film, television, world, and advertisements, and so on and so forth. They can hook you up with, other writers who are already placing songs, which could then bring more value to your songs because now you have other people involved in them. So plugging songs. Number two would be Michael.
Yeah, a lot of times, we as publishers, it's in everybody's best interest sometimes that, if the artist makes sense where they need a record label, well, publishers can sometimes really help artists go get signed to a record label.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sure, maybe that might even be a record label that's directly affiliated with that publisher. A lot of publishers work with all kinds and sizes of labels and frankly territories. A lot of labels, Adele came out of a British record label and then has sort of gone out everywhere from there. So, a publisher, a good publisher who believes in what you do, will kind of know where to take you and might be very instrumental in you getting that, ever elusive record deal.
Mm-hmm. Another thing a publisher would do is give you an advance of doing, of the work that you're going to do and of the income even that you're going to get, based on a calculation of what they think that you may earn. And, the nice thing about it is you're getting that money up front, which oftentimes could be very useful to an artist who maybe might be behind in certain payments, or it could help them to, buy the van that actually they go out on tour with. Who couldn't use an extra, whatever amount of money they give you up front, which could come in handy. Sometimes they might even distribute marketing funds to you. I've kind of seen this happen where once they give you the advance, if maybe you're in a situation where you might need extra, promotion from, let's just say maybe the record company might be dropping the ball, which oftentimes happen. They're not really getting behind the band the way they could. Well, the publisher has an investment in you. So they might say, hey, let's throw you a little bit of extra money as well. To maybe help you with some of these marketing issues. Then, of course, handling administrative duties, Michael, this is probably the biggest thing a publisher does.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've even just barely scratched the surface today, and we don't have much time left of, administratively, all the places that you have to register your songs. And, we touched upon sub-publishing, a publisher's job is basically to take a world view of your career, not only on the administrative side and make sure that everything gets registered in all of the, societies all around the world and all the places that need to collect your money, but also a world view of just knowing what your music is, where it fits into a particular market, and how they can help you break into different markets. A career can be established in other countries. You don't need to necessarily have to be breaking huge in the US to get into a sustainable career somewhere. So, just all of these things combined, I think, are some of the reasons that you would enter into an agreement with a publisher. And there are a couple of different ways you can do that. So why don't you touch upon, Bobby, the different kinds of deals?
Yeah, sure. Of course, nothing is for free. Obviously, publishing companies provide a service for you, but it's going to come at a cost. And that cost is essentially, a portion of ownership rights and the monies that you'll get. So just generally speaking, when you enter into an agreement, there are a couple different types of ways that can happen. An exclusive songwriter agreement, for lack of a better term, is essentially where the writer's share is 50% and the publisher's share is going to be 50%, which basically means they own 100% of the copyright in perpetuity. And when $1 comes in, 50 cents goes to them. And then obviously 50 cents goes to you. And what's called a co-publishing agreement, this is a situation where you not only keep 50% of your writers or 50% of the income, 100% of the writer's share, but you also get 50% of the publisher share. So in essence, that ends up being 75% of the total song income, and they only get 25%. Now, this doesn't mean that you move a desk into Warner Chappell and you sit side by side by them as you publish your music. It's just they still have the administrative rights to administer 100% of the copyright. However, you now have sort of a greater share of the income. Here, in some instances, what's called an admin deal. This is where the writer share is 100%, which is 50% of the total song income, and the publisher gets the publisher, which now is you, because you don't give up your rights, is 50% of the income. So 50 and 50 is 100. So you get 100% of the income, and you own 100% of the copyright. And what you do is you pay a fee for somebody like Warner Chappell, let's just say, for example, to administer your copyrights. And you would do that under a period of a certain term. And you'd pay typically 15% in just generally speaking. It could be more, it could be a little bit less. Okay. And these are essentially the deals that might happen one day. But now here's the reality, you guys. Publishing companies don't grow on trees. And most likely what's going to happen is you are going to have to do the last deal, which is essentially what's called a self-publishing deal, which basically means that you put out your own music. You are both the writer and you are the self-publisher of that song. So a dollar comes in, and essentially you keep that money minus any services you might be paying to help you with some administrative work. Now, on this note of self-publishing, we can go off into the weeds, but essentially you're going to have to start your own publishing company, which basically means you're going to have to set up your business. You're going to have to do basic things like, affiliating as a publisher, and picking a name with ASCAP, BMI, filing a DBA, doing business as, registering your copyrights, making sure that you know how to collect your income. But on that note, we want to spend a little bit time on pretty much a very common thing that you guys here at Taxi are going to do. And that is basically entering into sync exploitation deals on your own. And Michael and I wanted to make sure that you guys understood the general types of deals that exist in these kind of one-off, typically single sync exploitation type deals. And Michael's going to do this real quick because we have limited time. So
yeah,
want to go for it?
Yeah. So, when you're your own publisher, and let's say you decided you're not going to want to do the pitching yourself, or maybe even you do, but you still want someone else to help you, you can do some of these, sync reps or sync exploitation deals. But the typical arrangement most days, these days, I would say, is that, as you can see on the right side of the slide here, right? It's going to be a lot of these are non-exclusive situations where maybe you could pitch yourself. Maybe there could be another company to pitch it in addition to who you're doing the deal with, though some of these can be exclusive. So don't necessarily assume that they'll all be non-exclusive, but in a lot of cases these days they are. The next item that comes up is that it might be a retitled work. So, and that means that, in order for the company to agree to pitch things for you, not only do they want to participate in the upfront fee, but they may want to participate in that PRO money. And the way to separate out that income from the income, say, that might just come through your own efforts, is that they will retitle the song, give it a slightly, different title than the original. They will then register themselves typically as the 100% publisher at the PRO. So they're going to get the publisher share, you're going to get the writer's share, but it then is only limited to the uses that they get. And then, the upfront fee we list here, 50% on the master side. Well, a lot of these arrangements are going to be a 50-50, thing. Whatever fee they get, they're going to keep 50, both from the publishing fee and the master fee, and you get 50, or maybe you could negotiate something less. It's going to vary, but we're trying to just keep it general. And the term of these kinds of deals are usually for 1 or 2 years. And then, you have the option to either continue or terminate it. But because you've retitled the work, any uses they've gotten under that retitle, they can continue to earn money off that for, after they're no longer representing you. For as long as the use they got you is out there earning income, they're going to participate in that income. So it can be a helpful tool for independent artists, but you just got to be smart about it.
All right, excellent. So one last thing that we're going to do with you guys real quick is we're just going to talk. You go, okay, now as a self-publisher, how do I go ahead and pitch my music? And of course, that's why you guys here at Taxi. Taxi is an excellent vehicle in which to help you get, your music to a number of different people that you normally would not have access to doing. So, Michael and I have known Michael Lasco for a long time. And I used to screen at Taxi. I always speak at the conventions and things like that. And I'm a true fan of the Taxi service. So you guys are really in a good place. But, we just want to talk about some of the basics of creative pitching. And we're just going to fly this off. So I'm just going to go down this list. I'll do half of them. There's 14. Michael, you do the other half. So the first thing, number one, and then you guys basically, listen, by the way, Michael and I are also the authors of a great book called Introduction to Music Publishing for Musicians, a creative and business perspective, or business and creative perspectives. Yeah, hold that up, Michael. A business and creative perspective for musicians. It's available on Amazon. One more time, hold that up. Business Basics for Musicians. Introduction to Music Publishing for Musicians. So basically, all of the stuff that we missed, you guys, is in that book. So we please, if you want to expand on the knowledge we've given you, please go out and grab that, and then let us know that you purchased it as well. Go ahead. So going down this list, number one. Make sure your music is ready to pitch. So, really make sure that you have top quality music and that it stands up to the things that you hear in film and television. Make sure recordings are broadcast quality. Not only do they stand up musically, but they stand up in terms of the recording. Yep. Have different mixes, because a lot of times film and TV people will want to use different mixes of your music. They might want, something with the vocal down. They might want something with no vocal on it at all. So have these mixes available. Clear any samples or interpolations that you might have in your songs, because that's not going to get you very far in the sync world. Have split sheets together, because the people that license your music are going to want to know that you guys have your crap together and there's not going to be any licensing issues. Number 6, have proper metadata listed. So make sure that within the files of your songs that you include all the information that is necessary to help you collect income, but also to basically even just be able to get a hold of you, to be honest with you. Yeah. A lot of people oftentimes don't leave their name and even their contact information in the metadata of the files of the song. And then number 7, show that you know your music well. In other words, you understand the emotional quality that your music evokes so that you can make wise decisions about where that music could be used. Go ahead, Michael, pick up number 8 and 14 and do it as rapid as me.
Totally.
3 minutes.
Most importantly, know the people that you're pitching and what they're working on. If you do R&B and hip hop and there's a music supervisor who does a singer-songwriter show, well, you're going to feel foolish pitching the wrong music to the wrong outlet. So do your research, make sure you're knowledgeable about who you're pitching to. Know the best way to make contact with them. This is why Taxi is such an amazing resource for you with all the listings, and that can help you develop relationships. But if you, in addition to that, want to learn to do, sort of pitching on your own, try musicregistry.com. There's a lot of directories there, but just figure out the best way to make contact. Communicate like a professional. These are all busy people. Be very short, to the point. This is who I am. This is what I do. I know you're working on X. I think my music would be great for it. Don't write a volume, right? Know how to send your music. No one likes MP3 attachments anymore. Use a pitching platform like, a Disco or a Sync Tank or, something that is a streaming link, because I can guarantee you MP3 attachments will get deleted. Be prepared to follow up. Everybody's busy. You send things via email, they're not going to catch it all. Follow up every couple of weeks. Don't be obnoxious about it, but just be persistent. I understand the business and know your place in it. You may not know everything, but do your best with all the resources out there to get the information, but don't venture into an area where maybe you don't have enough knowledge, because it's going to be obvious you don't know it. So be aware. And last but not least, it could be helpful as your career advances to have an attorney on your side to review things. And there's, Taxi's a great resource, and Michael can refer you to a number of different attorneys, and he's got a number of attorneys that come and speak, on Taxi TV. So do your research, protect yourself, and just have fun.
And always remember, what's the quote? When you have your own attorney, you have a fool for a client. If you act as your own attorney, you have a fool for a client.
Right.
Be careful. I mean, this is a world that's a little bit complicated, and listen, don't be cheap. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to flat out say it. There's people that try to contact me. Hey, can you look at a sync license? And they want me to do it for free. And, it's like you're getting $4,000 for Christ's sake, dude. Hire an attorney for $300 to look at it, to make sure that you're protected, So I understand a lot of times when you're an indie artist and you've been working for free for so long, all of a sudden you get a little bit of money coming in. You just want to keep it all to yourself. But you got to pay money to sort of, to get things in this career, like you guys are paying for Taxi as an investment into getting back more, So just always kind of remember that. So real quick, you guys, basically what we covered today is we covered basically copyright basics, and we gave you kind of a strong understanding and foundation of why that's important, types of income, the types of money that you can get by obviously owning copyrights. We then talked about publishing companies and deals, the potential opportunities that you might be able to enter into, but also the likelihood that you're probably going to do it by yourself, in which case we talked about pitching your music. And then as far as future stuff, sorry about that. We're going to have to cut this conversation short, but you can, again, if you would be interested in picking up and learning a little bit more, you could pick up the copy of Introduction to Music Publishing for Musicians, where we do actually have a chapter or a section on that area. And then we talk about a lot of frequently asked questions as well. That will help you in, with current things in the music industry. So to kind of wrap this up, Michael Lasko, thank you very much for having us again.
Absolutely.
My name is Bobby Borg.
I'm Michael Eames, and thanks for joining us, and just have a great rest of the road rally.
All right, you guys have a good one. Thank you very much, and take care.
Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Randon Purcell.
Wow, I can't believe it's another year already, and here we are doing this virtual again. Virtual is certainly a lot better than not doing it at all. So thanks again to Michael and the taxi team for having me. The amount of work they go to put on these rallies is just insane. So I hope everyone appreciates it. I know everyone I talk to certainly does. And I'm just happy to be here. So today we're going to talk about something a lot of people don't have to experience a whole lot, which is kind of jumping in and starting your writing when you have no idea at all what you want to accomplish. That's a little bit of a trick. You know, when you start a song or an instrumental and you have an idea in your head, translating that into your DAW or even just playing it on an instrument, that's kind of one thing. You're just kind of transferring from your head down to notation. That's hard enough. But when you don't have an idea in your head, you don't have a melody or something to hum, and you've got a timeline, you have to have something done by a certain time, that's a whole different story. And it does take a little getting used to. So what do you do when you have absolutely no idea? Well, a big part of my job is writing music for custom requests. So, you know, a music supervisor has got a project they're working on. They look through their libraries of songs from different publishers, and maybe they just can't find that one that they feel fits the best. But they know what they're looking for. In this case, they'll often reach out to one or more libraries, give them a brief, tell them kind of exactly what they want, or at least exactly what they think they want, and see if any of the libraries can produce some custom music for their project. For those of you who don't work for any libraries right now, this is really incredibly similar to the taxi listings process, where you get something in your mailbox that kind of tells you the details about the project, what kind of music they're looking for, how long it needs to be, the genre, the style, the mood, and maybe even a couple of video clips or audio clips to give you an example of what they're looking for. In some cases, even a couple of television shows or movie trailers or movies as a reference for the sound that they're looking for. Then you get a deadline, just like a taxi listing. This is the part that probably puts most people off of doing custom music requests. Unlike taxi, the deadlines for custom music are often, inconceivable, like a few hours. But every now and then you get one that gives you a day or two to do a piece of music. But most of the time it's pretty short timelines. Like, you have someone contact you at 2:00 in the afternoon and they need some trailer piece by the next morning so that they can cut it to their video and try it out. So the stress level kind of puts a lot of people off because it's just really quick and fast turnaround and then changes back and forth, and it's a pretty aggressive timeline. However, for those of you not working with publishers or doing anything like that and working on taxi listings, this is a perfect opportunity for you to practice writing for various genres, sticking to tight timelines, and just kind of beef up your writing process and get used to this idea of writing on demand. So it's an ideal learning environment for this type of work. And whether you're writing songs or instrumentals, a lot of this stuff really applies. For advertising, oftentimes it's songs, and you're going to have to crank those out really fast. So a lot of the things I'm going to go through today are just those best practices that I've worked on over the years that have helped me be able to say yes to just about every request that comes in. All right, so tip number 1, know your target. This is kind of a vague one, so let me explain. It's kind of twofold. One, your target is your client, your customer, your boss, your whoever's asking for this music. It might be a library owner that's reached out to you to do this. Whoever that target is,
know them. Now that's kind of easy to say, but when you're first starting to work with someone, you're not going to know them, and it's kind of a crapshoot because you may not be familiar with what they're looking for. So as you work with people more, you do get an idea. And again, Taxi, it's kind of a great thing because you're kind of working with this known A&R staff that's giving you consistent feedback. So you kind of know what they're looking for. You know kind of what to expect in the process. You know the quality levels they're looking for, that sort of thing. So that's the first thing. Know your target of who you're writing for. A lot of times once you get to know a library owner or a client, then you kind of know certain phrases and keywords in what they tell you that you can kind of interpret because you're familiar with them. So, that just kind of comes with time. But right off the bat, especially with Taxi, you do know your target, go for it. The second part of that, knowing your target, is the target of the music itself. So that really requires you to be familiar with a lot of genres, really. But for the most part, even if you're sticking to one or two genres, it's being familiar with that genre and being up to date with that genre. So if you're writing investigative crime scene type shots, watch TV shows that relate to that. Get familiar with what the newer TV shows are using for that type of music. If you're writing, whatever you're writing, watch television shows or movies that relate to that. And when you get a request or a listing and you want to write for that, be familiar with the examples. Don't just quickly listen to them and be, oh yeah, I can do that. Really study them. Really listen to their mood. Really pay attention to the overall sound, the quality, the message they're relaying. And really let that sink into your head, because when you digest those examples and you know that your client already likes those as a reference, that's kind of half the battle. So you gotta, before you start writing, you really need to know what you're gonna go after. Even if you don't have an idea in your head, you need to know what you want to accomplish at the end of the day. All right, this one's kind of a big one. Tip number 2, write often and write in various genres. Okay, we hear that a lot at Taxi. Write often, write, submit, forget, repeat. So true. However, I'd take it a step further, or maybe a step back. You don't necessarily have to hit that submit part. You can practice writing in various genres without submitting to every listing, just to beef up your skills, and then start the submit process once you've gotten familiar and feel like you're producing good content. But writing in various genres as quickly as possible is just something that you're going to need to practice if you want to get good at it. Just like anything, you didn't learn your piano or your guitar or your trombone or whatever it is you play overnight. Everything takes practice if you want to get good at it. Not all of us just are virtuosos that pick it up really easily. So I'm not saying that if you're a hip-hop artist you should go out and write country songs, but hey, if you feel the need to expand your horizons, then go for it. But don't pigeonhole yourself into one little box either. Go ahead and experiment, try other genres. If something sounds remotely interesting to you, why not give it a shot? You never know what's going to stick, you never know what's going to click, and you're going to enjoy. I'm going to probably say this in every single tip here, but Taxi is a great place to do this because you get so many listings of so many genres and such an opportunity to try out different things. You get these listings in your inbox like every day, giving you so many great details of what to try and work on. So you don't necessarily have to, go after every one of these and submit to every one of these. Again, you don't have to do that submit process right off the bat, but take those listings as they come in, regardless of the genre, and give it a shot. Get familiar with the styles, the moods, the layouts for various types of music, whether it's trailer or TV or background music or advertising songs. Get familiar with that, and the listings are a great way to do that. Listen to the examples and get familiar. And then try writing in that genre and compare with those examples. And you can kind of be your own A&R person at first and go back and say, okay, I wrote this, now let me compare it to the examples that I was given, and you might go, oh, I was way off target, I'm glad I didn't just
submit that to Taxi. But as you practice, you're going to get better at it, just like anything. And before you know it, you'll be submitting to briefs or listings and in genres that you may have never experimented with before. Just to put it in perspective, this is exactly what happened for me. When I joined Taxi a lot of years ago, I was writing electronic alternative music pretty much exclusively, and not instrumentals either, songs, and releasing albums from time to time on my own. And when I joined Taxi, I joined looking for this bucket to fit in and looking for listings that matched, which there weren't a whole lot. Every now and then one came along and I submitted for it, and that was kind of my genre. I was doing all right with that. But one day I started noticing these, paying attention to the other listings that did not fit into my little bucket, some instrumental listings, and thought, hey, I wonder if I could do that. And I started to. I didn't have the advice of not submitting, so I did submit everything that I wrote, basically, if I thought it was even close. And some passed, and some got kicked back to me, and I got a lot of great feedback, and that helped as well. But it expanded my horizon, and I started writing in a few different genres instead of just one, and that was the key. I got that practice writing for genres and moods and interpreting briefs and listings, and that's kind of the key, learning to digest the information in the listing and brief and turn that into music. So yeah, tip number 2, write often as you can, and in as many genres as you can. Okay, tip number 3, this one's a good one. Templates. I'm talking about templates in your DAW, whether you're Logic, Studio One, Cubase, Reaper. Doesn't really matter. You're going to hear people talking about templates a lot. I'm kind of a little different than most people with regard to templates, or with regard to just about anything, I guess, if you ask my kids. But templates are a great tool. Now, I do it a little differently, as I said. A lot of people with their DAW templates, they basically load up every instrument they could ever possibly use in a track so that it's ready and available to them, and that's great. A lot of people don't have a computer that can support that. A lot of people have templates that have everything loaded up but turned off, so it's not taxing the computer, but it's still available. I personally find this really overwhelming. When I open up a new track and I've got 250 instruments loaded and ready to go, it's great because it saves time if I want any of those, but I guess maybe I'm a little anal retentive with my tracks. I don't like to see a bunch of stuff in there that I'm not using, and I just like to be tidy. So it really drives me crazy to do that. I just can't do it. So my templates are very specific. I think of them more as a starting place for a genre. So I'll have a horror template, I'll have a hybrid orchestral template, an investigative kind of crime template, things like that give me a starting place. There's certain instruments and sounds that I know I'm going to use 90% of the time in these types of tracks. So I'll make a blank template to start with those instruments. So like a hybrid orchestral template. Can't speak this morning. I might load up all of my brass that I like to use, all of my short and long strings that I like to use, because I have mixes of those that I generally like in every single one of these types of tracks. When it comes to sound design and effects and things like that, I don't have anything like that in my template because I tend to try to use different stuff on every track or most tracks. So I like to kind of throw those in last when I'm writing. But there's certain synths that I'll use. Not necessarily the sounds, but the actual synths. So I may have a couple of, Serum instances loaded up in my template, a couple of Omnisphere, whatever, ready to go, just so I can save, even if it's just 10, 15 seconds of time loading up each one of those and having to think about it. They're just kind of sitting there waiting for me. Then I tidy up as I go along and delete things that I'm not using. But my template is very basic and kind of gets me a big portion of the way there, and has some of my effects for reverbs and things like that that I know I like for certain genres. I don't have to set those up and think about them. They're just ready and waiting for me. So it is a huge time saver. But one of the biggest time savers I have is a piano, just a simple piano that I like the sound of. I'll have that in every template, whether it's horror or hybrid, whatever, because my piano is, I mean, that's my instrument that I play. So it gives me something to just boot up and instantly start playing and messing around with. That's kind of my sketch pad, is my piano track. It often doesn't end up in the actual production, but it's my starting place every single time. That's where I can mess around with my chords and kind of hear what I'm thinking. If you're a guitar player or something else, you might just have like an audio recording track set up in your template so that you can get booted up and start playing around as quickly as possible. But the idea of having a lot of your favorite instruments and most used instruments set in a template for each genre, it does save you quite a bit of time. And when you're on a tight timeline, saving an extra 15 to 30 minutes of setup for effects and instruments is pretty crucial. So use templates. You don't need to have giant templates, but templates are going to help you. So at least set up some basic templates to give you a head start on things. All right, for tip number 4, we're going to go back to the basics. You've kind of know your vibe and your mood and everything you want. But what do? You've got a blank slate in front of you. You have no idea what you want to create. You have nothing in your head telling you where to go. Back to basics. Chords. Chords, chords, chords. This is why I have that piano track in every one of my templates. We all learned chords in our music classes growing up. Many of us have forgotten many of them. Many of us have forgotten all of our music theory. Sorry, Mom. I'm trying to get it back. But, the basics are still there. So learn your chords. Get an idea of what chords work for what genre. Or mood, I should say, not even genre, really mood. Generally speaking, your minor chords work for dark music, your major chords work for happy music. Mixing the two together, switching between major and minor keys is great for emotional music. So experiment, play with your chords. And whether you're a guitarist or a pianist or whatever, you can just play chords. It's a great way to kind of give yourself a little creative boost, just messing around with chords. So it's good to kind of know at least, where to start with some chord ideas. So if you're trying to write something dark, maybe I'm just going to mess around here and you're going to have to forgive me because I'm probably going to play some wrong notes. So let's just dive in here and play some dark chords. Yeah, I don't know. So you noticed on that I kind of played a major chord at the end. The first time around I played the minor, and the second time around I played a major just to give it something a little different. That's what I'm talking about. Just play around, experiment. If I was wanting to write something a little more uplifting, yeah, let's see what would be more uplifting. Something like that kind of gets into the heroic kind of sounds as well, In any case, mess around with your chords and see what happens. The only way you know if something's going to work is if you try it out. Now, if you are not familiar with your chords, then there are some kind of shortcuts and inspirational tools that will help you. One thing, if you take a look in your DAW, Studio One, Cubase, I don't know, I'm sure Logic has something like this too. I'm sure they all do. Some type of chord track. And in Studio One, I'll show you here. This is kind of a cool little tool just to kind of get the creative juices flowing. If you just can't think of anything and you're playing chords and nothing's really sticking, let me boot this up. It has this chord selector tool, and it's kind of cool. It plays it with these cheesy little sounds, but just a visual way of clicking on chords to hear them, you know. As you click, it just plays the chord for you, and you can kind of hear it. It's a little easier than playing them on the piano for some people, and to just kind of hear different transitions. You know, you can build your own little chord progressions that way. And try out different intervals and whatnot, you know, play some weird chords. Add 11th, you know, whatever. This is a great way to get started, just to get the juices flowing and without thinking too much. You're just clicking on chords, and eventually you find some that work well together. It's not a bad way to go. I know that these chord tracks do a whole lot more than that. I just don't really use them much. Every now and then I've popped this thing up just to kind of hear what different chords sound like together, without having to worry about the fingering on the piano. Because sometimes, you know, if you mess up your fingering and play the wrong chord, it kind of snaps you out of that mood you're going for. So it's a great way to play your perfect chords without having to think about it. So use the tools at your disposal, go back to basics, get your chord progression set first, and roll from there. One thing I will suggest as well is if you have time between projects or between listings, it's not a bad idea to go build some chord progressions and save them for later use. So you might boot up a blank project, bring up your chord track, whatever, start experimenting with chords, build a progression you really like, regardless of the mood. You're not really going for any mood in particular. Just find some chord progressions that you like and save that project for later use. Save it according to the genre that it sounds like, or the mood that it sounds like. And then you have that kind of as a shortcut later on. You can have dozens of these things sitting around so that when you get a request for an uplifting emotional piece of music, you just go to your folder and find some previous uplifting chord progression that you saved, boot that up, and you've got a great starting point. You know, if you got a few hours to kill, go create a bunch of these basic chord starter sessions for your DAW. It'll save you a ton of time later and take the stress out of the writing process for you, because a lot of times just getting that basic chord progression is the hardest part. Once that's there, you can start hearing the melodies form in your head to go around it, or the rhythms and whatever you're building. But getting that basic chord structure in place first is key. So save yourself a lot of time and stress, and save off dozens of these things for later use. All right, tip number 5. So once I've got my basic chord progression kind of mapped out, I kind of know where I'm going, so I can get rolling. And if I've already got a template in my DAW, I can boot it up and have a kind of a palette of sounds that I know are going to work for what I'm trying to write. So it's kind of a good place to be. At that point, the stress level drops and I can get into having fun. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll take that chord progression and simply play it with different instruments. So, sometimes just taking those piano chords and playing them with like a string section, or like the whole ensemble, really helps, because it kind of gives it a different sound and a feeling, and might push me in a different direction. I might play it with just some kind of synth pads or whatever, just to try things out and see where it pushes me. Another thing I'll do is, if I know I'm writing something that I want to be orchestral, I'll take that chord progression and split it into parts, kind of just like you would with a choir or anything like that. Oftentimes I'll do it real basic and just take the bottom note of the chord and give it to the basses and cellos. The middle goes to the violas, the top goes to the violins.
Other times I'll mix that up and let the cello maybe play the lead line up high, just for a different sound. But right off the bat, I just do a generic kind of split of the chord, give it to different parts, and let it play. That kind of pushes me in one direction. Another way, I'll take my chord and use it. Say I'm doing some big, slow-burning, drawn-out orchestral piece or hybrid piece. A lot of times you don't want to be changing chords really fast because you kind of lose the emotional slow burn. So I'll take those same chords, but instead of just playing them every measure or something, I'll let each chord play for 2 measures and really kind of elongate everything and let it drag out and kind of build that way. So, just try different things and try different sounds and see what inspires you and gets you kind of rolling. All right, tip number 6, know your format. So what do I mean here? Well, if you're writing for a trailer, there's a very specific format and layout for the tracks that's required. The 3 acts or 4 acts for a trailer. We've kind of talked about those in other videos in the past from last year. But know the format, for background cues, things like that. Know the format of those. Shorter tracks. Not putting anything in that can really interfere with dialogue. Lots of high piercing sounds and things like that you want to avoid. So advertising is another good example. If you're working on tracks for advertising, you got to stick to those 30-second and 16-second and sometimes 15-second boundaries. Otherwise, your tracks just can't be used. So if you're working on an ad, generally, you want to make like a 30-second and a 60-second version of that song. Write it in a tempo that's going to work for that, like 90 and 120 beats per minute. And make it in a way that you can chop it and make sure that thing ends a second or two before the 30-second or 60-second mark. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for an editor to use it. And above all, you really want to make things easy for the music supervisors and the editors. If your track is 32 seconds long and it can't be cut early and work, no one's going to use it in an ad because they can't just make a 32-second ad. They're stuck in these timelines. So really think about the format when you go to write. And for trailers, 2 to 3 minutes long, 3 acts. You want to make sure you have the big back end that's the majority of the track. Things like leaving space for editors to cut your tracks and edit them is really important. So this is all kind of part of that format. And a lot of times, especially with the taxi listings, because these guys are great about telling you, hey, the client wants a 90-second track, no longer, no shorter. Make it 90 seconds exactly or within 10 seconds of that. This is going into a TV show that has lots of dialogue, so make sure you leave room for dialogue. Taxi is going to spell all that out for you and make it very easy to follow. So pay attention, listen to what Taxi's telling you, or in the case of working with a library, your library owner will give you a lot of examples and tell you these same types of things that Taxi tells you. So, don't take it for granted. Really know the formats of various types of music so when you get a request for one, you don't have to go look it up and how do I write a trailer track? How do I write a background track? You already know that. Make yourself a cheat sheet if you need to. A little spreadsheet that has kind of all the lengths and formats in there so that you have a quick reference for that. All right, tip number 7. Don't wait around for listings or briefs or jobs to come up. Give yourself homework. Like I mentioned earlier, practice makes perfect. And there's just no exception to that. So give yourself some homework. Spend the time watching advertising. Go on YouTube. There's tons of ads on there. None of us like watching commercials when we're watching a show, but if you're out there doing research, then the ads are great. Pay attention to the type of advertising and what kinds of music they use. Watch movie trailers, watch even the TV shows themselves that have various types of music. Get familiar with all those styles and formats so that when you have a listing or a request come in, you're ready to go and you know what's going to be expected of you. So I like to keep, well, I don't anymore, but in the past, I've kept a database or spreadsheet with a lot of these examples. You see them in all the taxi listings. They give you these great YouTube videos as examples. Don't just save the email. I find it easier to take those links of the examples and save them in my own little database or spreadsheet so that I can reference that anytime I want, and I don't have to go digging through my email to find that listing. I've got a list of genres and moods, and I can quickly go in there and find good examples of them, and I can just kind of keep that up to date. So I really suggest doing that. Excuse me. And it's really all about the research. I mean, do your homework on this stuff. Go out, watch this stuff regularly. Keep up to date with the changes in the industry, and make sure you're familiar with all sorts of different genres and products, because when you get one of these short 3 or 4 hour turnarounds, you can do it. I mean, anyone can do it if they want to. If you've got your templates and your chords saved off, and you've got all these little shortcuts ready to go, and you are familiar with the formats and styles used for different types of advertising, you're ready to jump in. I mean, you're halfway there. So now that we've gone through all those tips and best practices, I thought it would be fun to put something into perspective here, or context, and take one of the chord progressions kind of played in earlier and break that out into string parts and kind of show you how I would normally do that. So I put on my headphones here and we'll get rolling. All right, so what I've got loaded up here is just one of my hybrid templates, just because. And you can see I don't have a ton of stuff loaded up, but lots of percussion, lots of short strings, long strings, and brass. This is kind of my starting point. So I'm going to bring it up here. I've got the piano here. And the progression we played earlier was this, I believe. Which I like, but now that I play it, I kind of want to add a second chord on the second pass so that it's more like this. So let's just play that in real quick with the piano. Oops. Excuse me. I forgot to turn my metronome on. And I like my metronome. Okay. So if I was doing something kind of darker like this, I'm going to quantize that, but that's a little fast. So two choices: I could slow the tempo down, or I could take that idea and drag each of the chords out over 2 measures, which kind of just drags out that emotion a little bit. I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to bother with the piano. I'm going to go ahead and mute that. I'm going to copy this because we're in a hurry, right, on a tight deadline. So I'll come down here to my long strings. And I'm just going to break this out in kind of a standard arrangement. So I'll come to the cello here. Cellos. Celli, however you want to say it. And just open up my piano roll here. I can see everything I played. Okay, so looking at this, I would probably give the cellos and the bass these low octaves. I would give the violas maybe the middle 2 notes, and then the violins the top note, just as a starting point. So since I'm on cellos, I'm going to go ahead and delete
that, and I'm going to delete the lowest octave here. And I don't want them to play like that. I want them to hold out through. Oh, actually, I said I was going to drag this out twice as long, didn't I? Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to move things around a little bit here. Normally I'd just play it in again, but you know, I'm going to be extra lazy. I'll put things right on the beat, and extend it out. So we're going to go 2 bars there. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm talking about being lazy, I am going to do it with the piano, because watch this. That's what I'm going to be copying over and over again for all of these parts. So let's take all of these, and it might be faster for me to play this in again, I don't know. We're going to make them each have a two bars. Bear with me. And yeah, I probably could have played that in faster. I'm not a super fast piano roll guy. Here we go. Now I can take all that and turn them into legato notes. There we go. Now I've got a good part to copy for everybody else. So we're going to come over here, recopy that, back to our cello, right here. Okay, now I'll go delete the bottom octave. Oops, I missed the last note still. Look how terrible I'm doing today. But I just drag that out to 2 bars. All right, there's the cello. Now one thing is with the strings, I'd have to put in some modulation to control the dynamics. I'll just do that real quick. I'll just draw it in. Let's get a little slope here. So these would probably normally be played fairly quiet and maybe kind of up down like this. And since this is just 2 bars over and over, I'll just copy that and paste that in every couple of bars. Something like that. Okay. Now I would take my piano again and kind of actually repeat that. Let's take that to the violas next. Now I've got some here that are legato and some that are not. Most of these are legato, so I can't play 2 notes. So I'll take one of the middle notes for the violas. I'll give one to the first violins and one to the second violins. So here we go. This is going to be the violas. So we're not going to keep any of these bottom notes. I'll give the violas the very bottom note of the chord, so I'll delete the top 2 on all of these. And I'll drag that one out. Okay, and then if I'm really in a hurry, I'll just copy. Oh, sorry, I've got an autosave going here. It's one of those things that saves you sometimes, but man, I really hate it when it interrupts my workflow. I'm going to just be really lazy and copy this modulation here for my dynamics. I normally wouldn't because I like to draw it in and have it be slightly different for all the instruments, but here we go. Okay, now we're going to copy this again. And we're going to come down to, let's just use these violins here. Again, we're going to lose the top or the bottom 2 notes, and we're going to lose the bottom note of the chord and the top note, and we'll let these violins take the middle note. Drag that out. Okay,
And again, we'll copy those dynamics. One reason I'll usually draw it in is the dynamics are kind of different across different libraries. So like you can see here, I've got some Opus strings in here. I've got some Audio Ollie Nashville strings. I've got some modern scoring strings and some Hans Zimmer strings. Different dynamics on all of those. So I'll usually draw them in and play around with each one. But for now, this will work. One more. Let's grab this again. And we'll come down here to one of these. We'll do the Opus violins, sure. And on this, we're keeping just the top note. So we're going to get rid of those. Then we're just going to come lop off all the bottom notes. Okay. Opus doesn't use the same dynamics, so I'm going to copy them. For some reason they decided to use controller 11 and not controller 1, so we're going to just paste it over here onto controller 11, and that'll give us some dynamics. It may not sound great, but here we go. Now for the bass, I'll just copy my cello and move that over here to the bass, paste it in, and then I'm just going to drop it an octave. All right. It's already got the modulation. So let's just play that and kind of see where we landed. Now right off the bat, it doesn't sound terrible, but since I played that on a piano in regular chords, there's not really a wide range like you get on a string section. So I'm going to leave the cellos and the bass, the cello and bass where they are. I'm going to probably leave the violas. They're in kind of a nice range, but the violins I'm going to take up an octave. Oh, and you know what? They're playing the wrong thing. They're playing that. I want them to be playing long notes. So let's try that. Oh, and I didn't move up. I did. Okay, here we go. You're gonna have to forgive me. I left a couple of bottom notes in those tracks. And that's why it keeps changing my, it's a controller key, it keeps changing it to these little pizzicato strings. Okay, sorry about that, it's fixed. Okay, not bad. You know, I would do a lot of messing with that to make it sound better, but if I was in a hurry, that would give me my decent little starting point, right? In fact, I may even leave the piano there with it, quietly. Kind of has a nice sound. I wanted to show you something else. There's this product, it's the Opus strings from East West. Honestly, I hadn't used the East West strings for years and years. Not that they're not good, they're just not my favorite. But with the Opus release, I actually really like the legato strings and the long strings. But I really like this orchestrator tool they have. Not for playing, you know, you can use it to make full-blown orchestrations. What I like it for is their string ensembles. So you can pick you know, if you want a string ensemble that has the cello taking the lead note or the viola taking the lead note. And it's kind of a cool little creative tool. You end up with this full set of basses, cello, viola, second violins, and first violins that you can play, just like a piano. And then you can choose which one takes the lead. So if I take just that, I'm going to mute all of these except for that. And if I take this piano part again, I'm going to mute that as well. And I play that on this ensemble. Drag out the last note. And I'm going to do the same, I'm going to play in the dynamics, but this is set up right now to have a cello taking the lead note of the chord, and it'll give it a very different sound. So I'm just going to record through this and put in some dynamics. Alright, so you can hear when I play that chord, that first chord, it sounds very different with different ensembles. So let me bring that up again. And I find this to be really kind of inspirational and it make me think about my chords a little differently. So on a normal strings layout, this would be violins playing the top lead note. And if I played that whole pattern, I can't go that low. Let's see. So even though I'm just playing a regular piano chord, it's spreading things out for me in a way that an orchestrator might spread that out for a string section. You can just do big legatos or whatever, but listen to the difference as I now take the viola as the lead note. And then back to the cello leading. If you do use something like this, by the way, take out your bottom octaves because it kind of adds those in for you. So if I were working on something quick, I might use this as a kind of a baseline and layer all these other parts on top of it. And that would sound like this. Kind of nice, right? And in like, what, 10 minutes, something like that. That alone would get me to where I felt comfortable meeting a deadline because I can hear that and know, hey, I can build on top of that. I can extend that chord progression out once I add in some drums and other instruments, you know. Again, this is where it's really handy having one of these templates with some of the stuff you know you like. So, for some kind of orchestral piece like this, you know, putting in some nice booms like that or some low stuff. Let's just do it. Why not? I think I've got a little bit of time left here. because I know we're on a short timeline, I'm not going to play everything, and I'm just going to copy it every, 4 measures. Okay, and then I'm going to glue all that together. I'm going to copy that and put it down here on these more organic low drums. Yeah, let's hear that. See, that immediately gets me thinking of some other drums leading into those hits, right? I wouldn't want anything big here, but maybe I really like these rototoms and toms from the Spitfire Hammers library. Right? Metronome back on and record. You'll have to forgive my playing. There's a little bit of a lag in my microphone. I'm going to blame it on that. I'm going to quantize these. And I'm in a hurry, so I'm going to copy those to my regular toms. They just have a lower tone like that. Now if I were to play all this. Okay, you can kind of hear things forming now and kind of working out. So, you know, I would just continue on with that. Maybe some light cymbals. Cymbals I don't use too frequently because they're kind of loud, so maybe I would put that every 8 measures or something. And I would just kind of keep playing with that. Got these tom rolls. Might sound cool through there, you know, some more low percussion. Taikos. See, I already know I would like those. I would take those taikos, I would play them with those toms. So I would copy that part. They're on a different set of keys. I think they're down here. Let's see. Oh, I put those on the wrong one. Taikos here. Yeah, let's try this one more time. So that would need a lot of editing and touch-ups and more instrumentation and whatnot, but that alone gets me so far along that at that point that leads to other ideas. That leads to other melody parts playing on top of that. Maybe some synth bass pulsing in the bottom end there. And I can just kind of expand it from there, add in some French horns, add in some low brass. And but as you can see, just getting that chord progression in first led to all of this kind of coming forth. And I would never have probably thought of all of this if I had just opened this template up and started playing in individual string parts. So that's what I'm talking about. I hope that's helpful to you guys. All right, so I think I'm out of time, and I really hope that was useful for you guys. And yeah, I want to thank Michael and everyone for having me again, and you guys for sitting here for an hour listening to me go on. And hopefully we'll be doing this in person next year. And I wish you all well, and good luck on your musical journeys, and take care. Thanks. Bye.
Wow, Randon makes it look so incredibly easy, doesn't he? But you know what? The guy's got a real life, a job, a family, a bunch of sons, which I'm sure are a handful, and somehow he's found the time to become this good, which I'm sure he wasn't when he started. So there you go. Anyway, I wanted to just say goodbye or good night. It's the end of a long day. Hope you guys enjoyed today. We did. It went pretty smoothly. And we will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Don't forget, tonight is the time change, at least in the United States, from daylight savings time back to standard time. So be back. Use your cell phone as your alarm clock. That way you won't have to worry about setting the clocks. And with that, I bid you a fond farewell until we meet again tomorrow morning. Good night, you guys.